Hey, what's up everybody? Clifton here with CliftonWP. Welcome back to the channel. In this video, we're going to be taking a fresh new deep dive into the Kadence suite of website building tools for WordPress. That means we're going to be looking at the Kadence theme, Kadence blocks, the Kadence Pro theme add-on, and Kadence Blocks Pro. Now, if you are a current user of Kadence, you're going to be learning about all the new additional features that have been added over the last few months. And if you're brand new to Kadence, you're going to really enjoy learning all the features that Kadence has to offer that will allow you to be able to build beautiful and effective websites. So if you guys are ready for a deep dive look into Kadence and all its website building tools for WordPress, then let's go ahead and jump right into it. Okay, so here we are with a fresh install of WordPress, and what you're looking at is the default 2024 theme that comes when you initially install WordPress. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and replace this theme with the free version of the Kadence theme, and we're also going to install Kadence blocks. The Kadence theme will be our foundation and framework for us to build out our website, and Kadence blocks will give us the tools that we need to be able to build out our individual pages amongst other features. So let's go ahead and install that now. To do that, we'll navigate to the admin dashboard for WordPress. If you're looking at it in this view, in the toolbar, you can just navigate over the title of your website. In this case, it just says My WordPress, and select Dashboard. Another way to do this is if you go to the address bar and where you have your URL, and you do a / after the URL and type wp-admin, that will take you to the dashboard as well. From here, we're going to go to Appearance, Themes, and we're going to click on Add New Theme. You're going to do a search for Kadence, and you'll see the Kadence theme right here. Go ahead and click on Install and Activate. Okay, so now we have the theme installed. If we go to the front end of the website, and you can do that by navigating here to the admin toolbar again, click on Visit Site. It will take you to the front end of the website. You'll see now that the WordPress 2024 theme has now been replaced with the Kadence theme. Okay, next we're going to go ahead and install the Kadence Blocks plugin. To do that, go back to the dashboard, go to Plugins, and from the flyout menu, select Add New Plugin. Here in the search bar, go ahead and do a search for Kadence Blocks, and you'll see the Kadence Blocks plugin right over here. Click on Install Now and Activate. Okay, so it's now telling me that it is active. And if you refresh your dashboard, you'll see over here that we now have a new Kadence link. And here under Appearance, we also have a Kadence link. This one represents the theme, and this over here represents Kadence blocks. Now we are ready to go ahead and walk through all the features that you have with the Kadence theme and Kadence blocks. Okay, so let's go ahead and start from the dashboard. After you've installed the Kadence theme, if you go to Appearance and you click on Kadence in the admin menu here, you'll see an overview of the features and customizations that are available to you with the Kadence theme. So you can see here, you'll have the ability to make changes to the global colors for your website. You'll be able to upload a logo in favicon. There are typography settings that you can customize. You also have a header builder that will allow you to build out any kind of header that's suitable for your website. There are page layout settings that you can make changes to, and you can also build out your footer to your liking. In addition to that, you also have the Kadence Pro theme add-ons. Now, in the free version of the Kadence theme, these add-ons will not be available to you, but when you install the Kadence Pro theme add-on, then these are some additional features you can take advantage of. So that includes additional header add-ons, conditional headers, mega menus, and being able to add icons and highlight tags to your menu, having an area for footer and header scripts, hooked elements, which is a very powerful feature, and we'll talk about that when we get to the Kadence Pro theme add-on walkthrough. And then there are e-commerce or WooCommerce add-ons for people who are building e-commerce websites. There's also infinite scroll, a color palette switch, which will allow you to switch between a light mode or dark mode of your website, local Gravatars, and then archive custom page title backgrounds. Over here on the right hand side, you have access to a web creators community where you can ask questions and see what other people are doing with Kadence. To access that, you'll need to join them on Facebook. There are also additional video tutorials. There's documentation for the different features in Kadence. And if you have any challenges with the theme, you can also reach out to their support and submit a ticket. Okay, so let's go ahead and walk through the different customization features for the Kadence theme. To be able to access these features, we can go ahead and click here on Customize under the Appearance menu. If we click on Customize, that will take us to the Customizer. If you were on the front end of the website, you can also access the Customizer by clicking on Customize in the admin toolbar for the website. So let's go ahead and do that right now. I'm going to go ahead and click on Customize, and that is now going to open up the Customizer, where you will see all the areas where you can make changes to the Kadence theme. Now, once in the Customizer, you now have access to all the areas you can customize in the Kadence theme. So you have your colors and fonts section, the header, footer, there are general settings, your post/pages layout, the search results page, and then everything else after this is the default areas that come in WordPress. So your site identity, which is where you would upload your logo and favicon, your menus where you can set up your navigation for your website, widget areas, the home page settings, so you can determine which page is going to be your home page and which page may be your post pages, and then the additional CSS section where you can add additional CSS code to further style your website. So let's go ahead and get started with colors and fonts. Colors and fonts are going to be your first area of customization that's available to you when you access the Customizer and the Kadence theme. If you click on colors and fonts, you will see that you have 3 additional tabs: colors, buttons, and typography. Each tab has its own set of settings. So if we access the colors tab, you'll see that the first option that you have here is the global palette for your website. This contains the color scheme for the website. And by default, the Kadence theme has this bluish color scheme, which is very nice. But you have the opportunity to be able to choose and add any kind of color scheme that you want. There are 3 slots that are available for your palettes. You can only use one at a time, but you can store up to 3 different color palettes within your site. So if you click on these right now, they all have the same colors, but these colors are completely changeable and customizable. So I can have different colors if I want. You also have some preset colors which are contained within this folder. So if you click this folder icon, you'll see some preset palettes that you can automatically choose for your page. So for instance, if I choose this bottom one here that has the orange and red highlight color, you can see that the color scheme for the website has changed seamlessly and everything kind of flows well from a color scheme standpoint. If you ever want to reset your colors, you can go ahead and click on the reset values icon and everything will go back to the default. So I can technically come in here into each color palette slot and store a different color palette. Okay, so I can say maybe in palette number 2, I can come here and say I would like to store this one there. And then in palette number 3, I can open up from the presets and let's store a third one in here. Okay, so now I have access to 3 different color palettes, and with one click of the mouse, I can select a different color palette to apply to my website. Now let's talk about what each color actually applies to. So there are 9 slots initially, and you can have more colors, and we'll take a look at that when we get into the page settings in Kadence and Kadence Blocks. But initially you have 9 main colors that apply to your website, and we can go over those colors so you have a better understanding of where each color applies. So the first 2 colors that you see here in the color palette, these are going to be your highlight colors or your accent colors for your website. Typically these are assigned to links or they're assigned to the buttons on your site. Sometimes this second one will be the main color, even though it is a alt accent, and this first one will be your hover color, or it can be vice versa. Just depends on you and how you want to set up your site. The third color here is what's called the strongest text color, and this is applied to your headings and titles. So see this heading here where it says Hello World? That is being controlled by this color right here. So if I were to change this color to, let's change this to a light pink here, you can see that the color has changed instantaneously when I made that change. Okay, I can go ahead and reset that. The fourth color is your strong text, and this typically applies or is applied to the textual content inside of the body of your pages. So this content over here. Okay, so we can always test this by checking it. So let's just select a green color as an example. And you can see here that the colors have changed for the text that's contained within the pages or within a content box. You'll see that there. So you can set up that color to be whatever color you want. The fifth color here, which is the medium text color, this color is specifically applied to your navigation. So this is a navigation link. And if we change this color, so let's change that to like a purple, for instance, you can see over here that the navigation link has now changed. Okay. Now you can assign these colors anywhere, but I'm just telling you where they're assigned by default. All right. The sixth color here, which is the subtle text color, typically you will find this color being used in forms or placeholder text or form borders. Okay, so you may not see it being used in your textual content, but of course you have access to it. And later on, we'll see how we can assign these colors ourselves anywhere that we want to in the website. The last three colors here are background colors. So we have a subtle background color, we have a lighter background color, and then we also have a white or off-white background color. And you can see these being used in different areas of the site. For instance, the white color here, or the white or off-white, is being used currently now in this header, and you'll also see it used in the background of the content boxes or content areas for your site. The lighter background color, you'll also find this here, maybe used here, and this background right over here. And the subtle background color is typically used on page headers. So you'll see this when we create a page, you'll see it on the background of your pages. Okay. So changing some of these colors from here will change it globally, right? So if I change the lighter background, you can see that change here, this lighter background color over here, okay? All right, so now that we understand the global palette and how that works, let's look at some of these other areas as well. So below this, you'll see you have backgrounds. So the site background here is set to this lighter background color here. We have a content background, which is for the contents of your pages and also some of these archive boxes as well. Then you have your title above content background. So we can't see that right now, but we will see it when we go to a page, or actually we can go to a page. If I click on sample page, you can see that right over here. So that's the title above content background. That is tied to your subtle background here. So if we change that to a red color, you can see it clearly. You can also change that here. And then title above content overlay color. So in the event you're using an image here, so for instance, if I click on this title above content background, I actually have the option of using a color, gradient, or an image. So if I use an image here, I can also have a overlay color in case I want to have some text over that image, or I just want to dim out the image a little bit for that overlay color. And then we have the link styles and link color. So the link color you can see here is already assigned automatically to those accent colors that we have in our color palette. Okay, and that will conclude the walkthrough of the colors tab. Next, what we're going to take a look at is the buttons tab and the typography tab. So the buttons tab has all the settings for the buttons that you will use when you're building out your web pages. And this will be global settings. So even though you can make changes and set up some defaults here, you'll also have the ability to make changes on individual buttons that you place within your pages. So the settings you'll find here are going to be the text colors in your buttons, the background colors, which are automatically assigned your accent colors from your global palette. Then there are border colors, applying a border itself. Then you can also have a border radius, your fonts, and then you can also set up the padding that you want for your buttons, the button shadow, and the button hover state as well. These settings will also impact the buttons that go in your header, and we'll take a look at that when we get to the header builder. So to see how these affect your buttons on your pages, let's go ahead and just add a button to this sample page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to exit the customizer, and we're going to go to our sample page. From here in the admin toolbar, I'm going to click on edit page. And what we're going to do is we're going to add a button to this page. Okay, so I'm just going to create a new block line by hitting enter. From here, I can go ahead and drag in a Kadence button. To do that, just click on the block inserter and you can see the button from Kadence, or the buttons from Kadence. Drag that in here. We'll just give this some text. We'll talk more about the settings here that you see here when we get to the Kadence block section of the video. The settings for this button are here on the side. So let's just justify this to the left so we can see it. And I'll save this button. And then let's create a second button. So we have a second button, and this way I will show you how the changes we're going to make in the customizer impact the button. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and save this, and we're going to view this page. I'm going to go to the customizer, and we'll go to colors and fonts and buttons. So here are our text colors, background colors, border, and so on. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply some changes here. So let's go ahead and change the background colors, and let's just give this a really bright color. And you can see here that the change happens instantaneously. So let's give it a hover color. Let's give it something nice like a bright purple. Okay. So if I hover over this button, you can see the changes are happening in real time. Changes will also happen if you change the text color. Okay. So I'll make that dark just to show it, but we'll leave that as a light color. Okay. Now, when we get to the border colors, I want you to see what happens here. So I'm going to go ahead and apply a black border to this. Okay, and let's make the hover a slight gray. And then here where it says border, we're actually going to turn on the border because right now it's off. So I'm going to click on the X here, and we'll select that we want a solid border. You have the option between a solid, dash, dotted, or double line. We'll select a solid border, and we'll give this a solid border of 10 pixels. Next, we're going to add a border radius. So this will give us some curved edges or even a rounded look here. So let's go for the pill look, and we'll just set this at 100 pixels. We'll leave the fonts the same here. Maybe we'll add some padding. So I will let's add 14 pixels on the top, 14 on the bottom, and we'll do 6 on either side. So just so you know, for padding, this is the top, this is the top, this is the right, this will be the bottom, and this will be the left of the element. So top, right, bottom, and left. Okay, and then let's also add a button shadow. Let's just give it more of a blur. So I'm going to add 20 pixel blur, and then I'll leave everything else the same. Now, one of the things that you'll notice is as I was making those changes, the buttons actually are not being affected by those changes. Only when I made changes to the background color and the text was there any changes occurring. Okay, and I'll explain to you why. So remember I said the settings that you set up here are going to be your global settings for your buttons. A better way of saying that is that these are going to be your theme settings for the button. Let's go ahead and just publish this so we can save these settings, and then let's view the page here. So in looking at the page, only the background color and the hover color were affected. So now if I go into edit page and we select this button, the first one, if you look over here to the right, you'll see the block settings for the button. So there are 2 tabs. There is the general tab and the advanced tab. So this is for what we call the parent. These are the parent setting for the button itself. If we actually want to see the customizations for the button within this button container, we're going to click on the actual button itself. When you do that, now there are settings for the single button that you see here. So in the general tab, we have the general tab, the style tab, and the advanced tab. Under the general tab, you have the button settings, the styles, and button size, and then button width. Under the style tab is where you have individual styling settings for the button. So color, the gradient type for the background, gradient type for the background, your borders, your border radius, box shadow, and so on. So those will apply individually to this button. And then under the advanced tab, you have your padding, your margin, and your advanced settings here. Okay, so let's go back to our general settings. And one of the things that you'll notice here is where it says button inherit styles, and this is by default set to fill. So at fill, all you're going to really see is the basic default button, and the fill is pulling from the customizer. There's another option from the styles called outline. If I select that, then it takes my fill colors and it turns it into an outline, almost like a transparent button. And then here, the third option is the theme style. So when you select the theme style, now you're telling it to apply any settings that you have set up in the customizer. So if I click on the theme style, notice that this button now has taken on all those additional settings. So it has the rounded corners or the rounded borders. It has the additional padding, and it still retained the colors that we have. Whereas this button, which is set to fill, right, is still only just pulling the colors for the background and the text. So the reason I'm explaining that is so that you know that when you are setting up your settings in the customizer, what you're really setting up is the styles for that button when you select theme as the button inherits the style when you're adding a button to the page. So we're going to go ahead and we will just delete these, and we'll talk a little bit more about blocks and block settings once we get to the Kadence Blocks section of the video. Okay, let's go ahead and update this, and we'll go back to viewing the page, and we'll click on the customizer to access our theme settings again, colors and fonts, buttons, and what we're going to do is we're just going to reset all this back to what it was before. And that will cover it for the button settings. Next, we're going to take a look at typography. The typography tab is where you would go to set up the fonts and font styles for your website. If you click on this tab, you will be presented with a base font setting with all the settings that you need to set up your fonts. So you can select the type of fonts that you would like to use. These are Google fonts, and there's a lot of them to select from. You also have the style for that font. So whether you want that font to be italic or regular or bold or extra bold, and then the sizing for the fonts as well. So you can set up the size. You can also set up the units. You can set it up by device, and you can set up your line height, letter spacing, and whether or not you want those fonts to be capitalized. Then you also have your heading fonts. Now by default, the heading fonts are set up to inherit the fonts that are in the base font, but you can actually have these be separate fonts. So for instance, I can have the top font here be Poppins as an example, and maybe I can have the heading fonts, which are like your titles, your H1, H2, and so on. I can have that be Enter. Okay, so now we have two different fonts for the base font and the heading fonts. Okay, another way to quickly select some fonts here is there are some font pairings that are already available. If you click this folder here, you can select from 12 font pairings that go well together. So for instance, I can choose to have the Playfair, Display, and Railway font pairing. Just click on the one that you want, confirm the settings, and it will automatically be implemented into the website. Okay. You also have the ability to set up your H1 title fonts if you think it needs to be different from the general heading fonts. Your breadcrumbs, which are the links that typically show up usually in your blog post, but sometimes you may want to show that on your pages if there's some kind of hierarchy to those links. And then you have the ability to be able to enable font smoothing. Sometimes when you look at your page, or you look at the fonts on your page, there's a slight chance that you might see some jagged edges in the fonts. And if you see that, font smoothing is a method that you can use to smooth that out. So for instance, if I toggle this on, it may not be noticeable in the video, but you can see that all the fonts are kind of smoothed out and it looks slightly better. Okay. In some cases, you may want your font to look a little bit more jagged if that's the style you're going for. But if for whatever reason you don't want that, you can enable font smoothing. And then you have your Google Font subsets in the event that you need access to additional characters or accents within characters, depending on the type of site that you are building. Okay, and with that, that will conclude the walkthrough of typography. Next, what we're going to take a look at here is we're going to go ahead and take a look at the header builder, the footer builder, our general settings, the post/pages layout, and search results. One of the really nice things about the Kadence theme is that even though it's a free theme, it comes with a very powerful and fully featured header builder that will allow you to build out any kind of header that you want for your website. The header for your website is this area at the very top, and typically it contains your site title or logo and the navigation for your website. To access the header builder, make sure you're in the customizer and go ahead and select the header, which will be under the colors and fonts tab. Just click on the header tab. You'll see two additional tabs once you do that. And the first one is the general tab, which contains the items that you can place inside of your header. The second tab is the design tab, where you can apply a header background, and you can select a breakpoint for when you want the screen size to switch for a mobile header. There are also two additional options within the header builder that you can select. You have the option of having a transparent header. When you select and enable the transparent header, then the header that you have will become transparent and overlay on the top of the page, and that can happen across the entire website, or it can happen on specific pages. The second option that you'll have is the option for a sticky header. When you enable this option, then what happens is the header sticks to the top of the page, and as the site visitor is scrolling, the header will remain in view. This is good if you have a great call to action in your header and you want that call to action to always be in view, or if you want the navigation to always be in view, then this is a great option to be able to use. Once you access the header builder, you will have an interface here at the bottom of your page, which is the header building interface. This is also split up into two tabs. So there's a desktop view, and then there's a tablet/mobile view. The header builder is a representation of the header that's at the top of the page, and it has 3 rows where you can add items. Depending on where you have items added, that's what's going to be displayed on the header. So if there are no items in a specific row, then that row won't be visible in your header. The top row currently has no items, but the main row has 2 items in it. So it has your logo and your primary navigation, and the bottom row doesn't have any items. Adding items to your header is very easy. It works on a drag and drop system. There are 7 total items that you can add in the free version of the Kadence theme, and you can organize this in any way that you want. So for instance, we have a logo on the left and we have the primary navigation on the right. If you prefer, you can actually have the logo or site title in the center by just dragging it over to the center. And then you can also drag your primary navigation to the bottom row, and your primary navigation will be at the bottom. Okay. Another thing that you can also do is you can add new items to your header. So for instance, from the available items here, I can go ahead and drag in a button and place that button right next to my navigation, and you can see that the button shows up in the header instantaneously. Every single item has a settings cogwheel. So if you want to access the settings for an item, it's very easy. Just go ahead and click on the cogwheel located inside of that item, and on the left hand side here you will see the settings for that specific item. So I just clicked on the settings for the logo, and now I'm looking at the logo settings. Within the logo settings, I can now go ahead and add my logo, which is very easy to do. Just go ahead and click on select logo and upload a logo from your computer. Click on select. I'm going to skip the cropping for now. And so now I've added a logo, and up here you can see the logo has been added and it's right next to my site title. Now, once I've added the logo, I now have some additional options on how I want the logo to be presented on the site. So I have a logo max width. It's at 200 pixels. You can increase this if you want. You can set it to different sizes depending on the device that's viewing your website. I'm happy with how it is right now, so I'll look at the next option, which is the logo layout. There are 3 layouts available. There's the logo, logo and title, logo title, and tagline. Because of the type of logo that I have, it would make more sense for me to just have a simple logo. So I'm just going to select the logo option, which will remove the site title, and now have a much cleaner header. Here we have our site title, so you can change this from here if you want. So we can call this Kadence Walkthrough. And you can also add a tagline as well. We'll just call this Kadence Theme. And then here is where we add our site icon. So site icon is a little icon that you see in the tabs of your browser when you open up a website. We can add that here as well. So I'm going to click on site icon, and from here I'm going to click to select a site icon. It's always good to have one prepared. Preferably you want it to be 512 by 512 pixels, but any square icon would do, or square image will do. So let's go ahead and add one from my computer here, and we'll go ahead and insert that. And now we have our favicon added. Okay, so now I can go ahead and go back to the header here, and now my logo is configured. And then you can go ahead and proceed and configure all the other items as well. You can add additional items, or you can lay out your header any way that you want. So let's say I want an additional item. Maybe I want to utilize some of these extra rows that are available to me in the header. So let's go ahead and drag over an HTML item, and we'll place it right in the middle on the top row. And then from here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and access the settings for this HTML item. Within the settings here on the left, I have an option to go ahead and add some content to that HTML. So let's add a phone number. Now I also want this top row to be distinct from the main row. To do that, I can access the settings for the top row. To access the settings for any of the rows, just go ahead and hover over it to the left. You'll see the settings cogwheel. Click on that settings cogwheel, and on the left hand side will be the options for that row. Again, there'll be two tabs. So the general tab has the layout options, and the design tab has the design options, where you can apply colors, borders, and padding to that area. So what I want to do here is I want to make this separated or distinct from my main header. So to do that, I'm going to add a background. So I'm going to select the top row background area here, and I'm going to select a dark color. Okay, and now I can see some contrast between my main row and my top row. Then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and customize my HTML by clicking on the cogwheel there. It's going to take me right back to the HTML editor. This is the general tab. I already have my content in place, but I want the content to be visible in that top row. So I'm going to go ahead and select the design tab, and in the font area, I'm going to go ahead and apply a color to it. And so now we can already see that our header is taking shape, and it's looking more dynamic. And you can see how easy it is to create a header for your site using the Kadence theme header builder. Let's go ahead and take a look at how this works also on a tablet and mobile. Okay, so to do that, right here in the header interface, you can go ahead and select the tablet/mobile tab. When you do that, the view will change to a tablet view, and you'll also see that the interface has also changed as well. So there are now two sections in the interface. There is a off canvas section, and then your main section, which also has the top row, the main row, and also the bottom row as well. The items are also a little bit different, right? Because in the desktop view, we had the logo, primary navigation, a button, and we had the HTML in the top row. When you select the tablet/mobile tab, we now have the off canvas section with the mobile navigation. We have the logo, and we have a trigger. So one thing to note is that in your header builder, when you are making changes to the tablet and mobile view, you actually have a different interface, even with different items to select from. So these items are going to be more useful for viewing on the mobile device or on a cell phone. Okay, so let's just go over some of these, some of the items that are different. First, let's start with the off-canvas section. So the off-canvas section is this area here that's controlled by this trigger. If you click on the trigger here in the editing interface, you'll see the flyout section that shows up. This is the off-canvas area. You can add items to this off-canvas area. So from the items that are available, let's say we wanted to add a button, just simply drag and drop it into the off-canvas section. And when you view it, you will see here that there's now a button available here for you to configure. Also, if you're looking at this as a tablet and you would prefer to see it as a cell phone, then over here on the left hand side at the bottom, you will see the icons that represent the different views or the different devices for your site. Just go ahead and select the smallest one, which is going to be representative of a cell phone, and you'll see that the view has now changed to what this may look like on a cell phone. All right, and now you can go ahead and make your changes. So let's say I want to have my logo in the center, and I want to have the trigger below the logo. And so now you have a completely different layout for your mobile device. You can also have different content on the mobile version of the header than you do for the desktop version, right? So even now, as we're looking at it, we can see that the content is different. And what I mean is, let's say we're looking at the HTML content here, or even the button content. Here in the desktop view, if I were to access this HTML, I would see a phone number that says call 999-555-5555. Okay, that's in the desktop view. If we go to the tablet and mobile view, there is no HTML option here. So I can click on this plus sign, which will give me access to the available items. And I'm going to select a new HTML item just for my mobile device. And then from here, I can go ahead and access the settings. And I can see here there's new content that can be added here. Okay, so let's say here on the mobile device, we wanted to say request an appointment. So now we have it saying request an appointment. I'm going to go to the design here, and we're going to add a light color to that so it's visible. So on our mobile device, it says request an appointment for the HTML item. And on our desktop, it just says call the phone number. So you can see how you could have different views and different items depending on whether the person is viewing it on a desktop or they're viewing it on a tablet or a mobile. So this allows you to be able to tailor the experience for your site visitor so that if they're viewing the header on a desktop, they can have one experience, and if they're viewing it on a mobile device, they can have a different experience. Okay, and with that, that will conclude the walkthrough of the header builder. Next, let's go ahead and take a look at the footer builder. The next area that you can customize in a Kadence theme is the footer for the website. Typically, the footer for the website is located at the bottom of the site and can contain as little as the copyright information for your website, or you can choose to extend it by including contact information, useful links, or even a website opt-in in the footer. To access the footer, you would want to access the customizer and then click on the footer tab. Once you click on the footer tab, you will see the items that are available to you to build out the footer. There's also a design tab for you to be able to apply a footer background. And then at the bottom of the screen, you will see the footer building interface. This is where you can go ahead and drag and drop items that are available into the footer to build out any kind of footer that you want. Similar to the header builder, the footer for the Kadence theme contains 3 rows, and inside of each row you can add items, and you can have those items organized in any way that you want. For instance, I can drag over the social media item and place that in a separate row, or I can choose to have it placed right next to my copyright information or next to any other item that's contained inside of a row. Also similar to the header builder, each row has its own setting options. Now the setting options for the rows in the footer are slightly different from the setting options from the rows in the header. So if we were to access this bottom row as an example, and we access the settings, you'll see that we have container with settings where you can choose to have a standard, full width, or contained row. But you also have columns inside of the row that are available to you. So you can have as little as 1 column, which is what you can see here in this bottom row, or you can have as many as 5 columns. And once you select a different number of columns, then the layout options also change. So depending on how many columns you have, you'll have access to different layout options for that column. Another thing that's really unique about the rows and the row settings here is that the rows also have a column direction. By default, the column direction is set to row, meaning that any items that you place inside of a row, if you place more than 1 item, the second item will be displayed in line with the first item. So kind of in a straight line here. That is the row direction. We can change this to a column direction, and when you do that, then the items become stacked one on top of each other. So you can see here, once I selected the column direction, then inside of this bottom row, my copyright information is on top and my social media links is at the bottom. And then I can just drag and drop these up and down depending on how I want this displayed in the footer. Also, similar to the items in the header, the items in the footer also have their own settings. So I'm going to set this back to row for it so we can have a better view of this. And for instance, the social media icons here, which are displayed right next to the copyright information, if I wanted to access the settings for this, I would just click on the cogwheel here and it would open up all the settings for me, and I could go ahead and customize the social media links the way that I want. Okay, so let's say, for instance, I place this social media on top of the copyright information, but inside of the middle row. And I can see here that this is misaligned, so meaning that the social media links are aligned to the left, whereas the copyright information is center aligned. So let's say I want to match this alignment. I can go ahead and access the social media settings, move over to the left where the settings are available, and I can content align this to the center, and from here start building out the footer however way that I want. So now that we can see how the footer builder operates, let's go ahead and actually build out a footer so that you can see the full footer builder in action and see how to best add content to your footer for your website. Okay, so let's create two examples of a footer. The first one will be very simple, and the second one will have a lot more content. Let's begin. The first one, which is going to be the simple one, we're just going to float this copyright information to the left, and we'll have our social media icons on the right, something that you see commonly on a lot of different websites. We're going to utilize the bottom row to create this, and so to get started, we'll access the bottom row settings, and I'm going to change the number of columns to 2 columns. Okay, and next I'm going to go ahead and add the social media icons to that second column. And then what we need to do is just style this a little bit and make it look a little bit more presentable. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to make sure that the items in both columns are aligned to the center. So to do that, I'm going to go ahead and select the settings for the social media icons. I'm going to move over here to the left where the settings are, and I'm looking for the vertical alignment setting, which is over here. And we're going to select the center one to go ahead and vertically align the two. Next, I also want it to be all the way to the right of the container here. So what we're going to do is go ahead and select the content align and click on right align. Okay, so now that's looking a lot better. Next, what I want to do is I want the size of the social media icons to be a little bit smaller. It's kind of large. So to do that, I'm going to go to the design settings, and we're going to change the icon size to 0.75. Okay, so that looks a little bit better. It's a little bit smaller. And now I'm going to go ahead and customize the copyright text. So I'm going to click on the cogwheel for the copyright text, and we can go ahead and change this from site title. So, okay, next I want the text to be a little bit smaller. So I'm going to go to the design settings, and I'm going to click on the font text, and we're going to select the size, and we're going to change this to 15 pixels. Okay, so that looks a little bit better. Next, I want to create some contrast between the footer and the main page. So I'm going to go back and select the bottom row settings, and what I'm looking for here is the design tab, and we're going to change the color of the background, and we'll just pick a dark color from our palette. So we'll pick the strongest text dark color. Okay, that looks a lot better. And then I want the text to be a little bit more visible, so I'm going to go back to the settings, and we're going to go to the design tab, click on the font, and click on the color selector, and I just want a light color like that. Okay, you can also choose a little bit darker if you want to, just make it more subtle. Matter of fact, I think I like that a lot better. Okay, now here on the right, I also want to configure this as well. So I'm going to click on the social media icon settings, and I'm going to go to the design tab. And what I want to do here is I want the background to be the same color as the background of the row. So I'm going to click on the background color selector, and we're going to select the darker color, the darkest color here. And then we also want to do that for the hover. And then for the actual colors, which is going to target the icons themselves, I want that to be a lighter color. So I'm going to click on the color selector for the initial color, and I want that color to be our highlight color. I think it's a little bit dark, so let's go ahead and click on a more lighter color like that. Okay, that looks better. And then for the hover itself, we can actually select the highlight color if we want. Okay, that way when you hover over it, it changes color like so. Okay. All right, so far that looks nice and neat. What I'm going to do here, I think this is probably a little bit too dark. It's almost blending in. So let's go ahead and create some more contrast. I'm going to click on the settings wheel here. I'm going to go to the design. We're going to click on the font color, and I'm going to pick a lighter color like that. All right, now that looks a lot better. Okay, next, I think the spacing is a little bit too much, so I'm going to click on the bottom row settings, and from here, I'm going to scroll down, and I'm looking for the top spacing, and I want to reduce this to 20 pixels on the top and 20 pixels on the bottom. All right, that looks a lot better. Okay, and we're done. Just that easily, you've created a nice and simple footer for your website. Now, one thing we don't want to forget is we want to make sure that this looks good on mobile. So I'm going to scroll down here to the bottom, and I'm going to select the tablet view, and just make sure we get this in view. And you can see here that it's taking on the desktop settings, and we definitely want to change that. So what I'm going to do here is under the, make sure that you have the tablet setting selected. We're going to go ahead and click on the copyright, and here we're going to content align this to the center, and then I'm going to click on the social media settings, and I'm also going to content align that to the center. Okay, and the smallest viewport, which is going to be your mobile device or your cell phones, will adapt that as well. So if we scroll down, you can see here that this now looks really good. And just that easily, we have created a very simple footer for our website. So now all we need to do is go ahead and publish our changes, exit out of the customizer, and you'll see that you now have a nice and simple footer for your website. Next, I'm going to show you how to extend this footer by adding more content to the rows and columns utilizing the footer builder. To add more content to the footer, let's go ahead and access the customizer. So if we click on customize, that will open up the customizer, and then we can select the footer, and we're back in the footer building interface. So we see here that we have 3 rows. We're currently using the bottom row. So to add more content, let's go ahead and use this middle row. And in this case, let's create a row that has, this one currently has 3 columns. Let's do one that has 4 columns. So I'm going to select the cogwheel here, and under the columns, I'm going to select 4 columns. That will give me an additional column in this row. Next, we need to place items in these rows and then add our content to those items. So if you go back to the main footer tab, you'll see here that we have the available items, and there are 6 widgets and a footer navigation. So we're not going to use a footer navigation, but we're going to utilize these widgets. So these widgets are essentially containers for our content. And the way this works is you would drag a widget into the area where you want to add content. Okay, so let's drag widgets 1 through 4 into each column. And then within these widgets, you would go ahead and place the content that you want to show in the footer. Now, right now, you're not seeing any content because these widgets are empty. So we have to add content to them. If you click on the cogwheel, what's going to happen is the interface will change into the block editor. And from here, you can select blocks to add into the widget area. So you could click on the plus sign here, which will open up the blocks that are available, and then you could pull blocks in. So content blocks, row blocks, or any type of block that you want. Now, I don't recommend doing it this way simply because this interface is very limited. And if you were to pull in a block, for instance, let's say we pulled in a text block and we dropped that in here, you would have this short menu to be able to customize the block. The challenge with that is that you're also not seeing the settings for the block. Okay? So these settings here are very, very limited. So the way I typically recommend doing it, I'm going to go ahead and delete this and close that. The way I recommend doing this is by first adding the widgets that you want into the row. Okay, so nothing will display here. And then we'll go ahead and publish this, and then we'll exit the customizer. Next, we're going to go to the dashboard. Under Appearance, go to Widgets. And here in this WordPress widget area, our widgets are located in footer 1, footer 2, 3, and 4. So those widgets that we place in that column all correspond to the footer areas that are here. Notice we have 6 of them, just like we have 6 widgets. And from here, I can go ahead and add my block. So I can do it here with the shortcut, or I could use the block inserter. And let's say we dragged in a heading block. Now I have the same short menu, but notice here on the right hand side, I also have the settings for the block. So I can adjust things like the size, typography, and I can also select the type of tag that I want and alignment and so on. So it's actually much more effective for you to build out your footer or the extended footer in the widget area of the back end of your website versus doing it from the front end in the customizer. So let's go ahead and add content to our first column, which will be here, footer 1. So let's just call this contact, and I'm going to hit enter for a new block line, and let's just add a divider here. So now I'm building this out using Kadence Blocks. We will talk about Kadence Blocks and the page building experience later on in this video. But for now, I'm just going to go ahead and add the content so you can see how to add content to the widget areas. And then later on, we'll take a closer look at Kadence Block and the block building experience. Okay, so now I've added a heading and I've now added a divider. So I'm just going to go ahead and configure this. Let's make this 100%. So it's spread all the way across, and we want a little bit thicker divider. All right, so that's good. And then I'm going to set this to be smaller. And then we need some content below here. So this is going to be contact information. So I'm just going to click on the plus sign, and I'm going to use a icon list for this. This is from Kadence Blocks, and we will call this the phone number. And we'll add another one for the email address. And we're just pretending we're building a lawyer's website. All right, so this is the icon list block from Kadence. What's cool about this block is you can have different icons for different items in the list. So I'm going to select this phone list here, and over here on the right hand side, we're going to go to select icon and search for a phone. Here's a suitable phone here. And then for the email, I will do the same thing. So each list has its own set of settings where you can change the actual icon in the list. Let's get a envelope. Okay, so that's all we're going to add for the contact information. Okay, and next we're going to go ahead and do the same thing for all the different areas, right? So I've already set this one up. Let's go ahead and save it. And then I'm just going to select the heading here. We're going to copy it. I'm going to go to the footer 2, which is also widget 2, and add a paragraph. Press Command V or Control V if you're using a PC. And now I have a heading here again. So on this one, we're going to call this useful links. And I'm going to use an icon list again, and this time we'll just call this resource 1, and we'll just add a couple of resources here. Okay, and then for footer 3, we're going to make this the practice area. So again, plus sign, paragraph, go ahead and paste in your heading, and we'll call this practice areas. And once more, I will utilize the icon list block, add some practice areas. Okay, so now all that's left is for us to add some content to footer 4, which is also widget 4. So same thing, paragraph, I'm going to paste in a heading and a divider. And for this final one, we will call this locations. And then again, we're going to change this to be a more relevant icon. So I'm going to select the first location, move over here to the right hand side, select an icon, and we'll just use a marker, and we'll do the same for the second address. Excellent. And then the next thing we're going to do here is, let's just go ahead and add a button. Okay, so now we've added some content to our areas, and then you can just go ahead and apply whatever kind of styling that you want to the content that you've added in here. Okay, so once you're done adding your content to footer 1, 2, 3, and 4, which also represent widget 1, widget 2, 3, and 4, then go ahead and save the changes, and let's go ahead and take a look at what it looks like on the front end of the website. Okay, so we can now see that our footer now has more content. Next, all we need to do is go ahead and customize this so that this looks a little bit more presentable. So to do that, we're going to go back to the customizer, go to the footer builder, and then first what we want to do is we want to bring these widgets a little bit closer together. So to do that, go to the middle row and click on the settings cogwheel for the middle row. In the settings that open up, scroll down till you get to widget spacing. You can see here we have a 30 pixel widget spacing. Let's go ahead and just reduce that to something that we prefer. All right, that looks great. Next, what we want to do is we actually want to create some contrast between the entire footer and the content of the page. So to do that, we're going to scroll back up to the top on the side here, on the left-hand side, click on the Design tab, and then we're looking for the middle row background. I'm going to click the color selector, and I'm going to select the darkest color here, which is the same color as the bottom row. Okay, so now it looks like this is all included in our footer. Okay, I'm going to select my bottom row here, and I'm going to go to the design, and I'm going to create a separation between the bottom row and the content area of the footer here. So to do that, I'm going to add a top border. So scroll all the way down to the bottom under the border settings, and we're going to turn on the top border. We're going to select a solid border, and we want that to be 1 pixel. And then let's go ahead and select the color selector, and we'll select a little bit lighter color. Okay, so the next color over, which is the little bit lighter color from the strongest color. So this is a medium color here, and we'll have a nice little line to create some separation there. Okay, next, what you notice here is that we can barely see our text. Very easy to fix. Let's go ahead and go to the middle row, click on the settings cogwheel, and then here under the design tab, we're going to look at widget content. And from here, we're going to change our color here to a little bit lighter color. Okay, and that looks great. All right, and now we also notice that we can't see our headings. We can't see these colors. So let's go ahead and change these colors. Okay, to do that, we're going to go ahead and publish our changes. And I'm going to go ahead and exit the customizer. We're going to go to the dashboard for WordPress, go to Appearance, we'll go to Widgets, and then we're going to go into each widget area. We're going to select our heading, and when we select it, we'll have all our settings here on the right hand side. And under the Style tab, you'll see the color setting. And we're going to change this color to a lighter color. It's going to be slightly darker than the main text. Okay, so we just make this subtle text. And then I'm going to save this and then do the same thing for all the others. And now let's take a look and see what it looks like on the front end. All right, so now we can see now our headings are now visible. So let's go back to the customizer and just do a few more tweaks to our footer. And we're going to select the middle row here. And what I want is I want to create some more spacing between the headings for each column and the top of the footer area. So let's scroll down here under the column spacing. And what we're looking for is a top spacing. So I'm going to extend this a little bit. Let's get it to about 60. All right, and that's a decent amount of space. So now we have a fully built out footer. Let's publish our changes and take a look at this. Okay, so now we have our fully built out footer. It has our contact information, some resource links, practice areas, and our locations, and a button. And then we also have the simple footer right below that that has our copyright information and our social media links. And this is just an example of a simple footer you can build out. Of course, you can build out a footer as extensively as you want or as minimally as you want, but you can see how easy it is for you to be able to create content inside of your footer using the Kadence theme footer builder. Okay, so up next in the customizer is going to be your general settings, and you'll find the general settings right after the footer builder, so right over here. If you click on general settings, there will be some additional tabs that allow you to customize different parts of the site. So the first one's going to be your layout tab, and the layout tab has all the settings for the widths and padding for your content. So here you can see the first one is your content max width. Great way to see what this affects is by going to a page, or even on this page right here, it has to do with the width of all of your content. So where they meet here on the edge and on the edge here, that's what this content max width will control. So if you increase this, you will notice that everything is moving closer towards the edge of the browser, right? And if you reduce it, then everything moves closer to the center of the browser. So you can choose how wide or how narrow the content for your website is going to be with this setting. The next setting is the content left/right edge spacing. So here you can add additional padding on either side. So while this helped you move things closer to the edge of the browser, this setting right here will actually add spacing on either side and push everything closer to the center. Okay, so you can have additional padding for your content. Next is the content top and bottom spacing, and this setting controls the spacing between the main content of the site or of the page, so this main content within here, and the edges between the header and the footer. So if you want to add more spacing between here, then you can increase the spacing here or decrease it if you want to. So if you notice, if I increase this, then I'm creating more space between the main content that you're viewing and the header and footer. Okay, and once again, you can always reset these. If you change it and you don't like it, you can always reset it back to its default by clicking on the reset icon. Okay, next is the narrow layout content max width. So this is set at 842 pixels, and this has to do with one of the layout options for your pages and posts. We'll cover that more in depth when we talk about pages and posts in this tutorial. But here is where you would control that. So to give a good example, if I go to the sample page, and here I'm looking at a page, and you can see here that this is set up to a certain width on the inside. So this is 1290 pixels, okay, by default. So if I want to have a different setup for my narrow layout content max width, this is where I would control that. And to help us better understand, I'm going to exit this. The customizer, we're going to go to the sample page. We're going to click on edit, and over here on the right hand side are the settings, right? The Kadence settings for the page. And you can see here we have these page layout options. One of the options is the narrow option. So if I click on this narrow option, I'm going to get that 842 pixel setup immediately. Okay, so that setting in the customizer controls how wide you want this to be or how narrow you want it to be. Set that back to default. We'll come back to this when we talk about pages and posts in Kadence. Okay, let's leave this alone, and we're going to go back to our customizer and back to the general settings and layout. All right, so next are going to be the single post boxed settings. So here, this addresses the single post box settings. So right here, we're looking at an archive page. So this is an actual post. So let's go ahead and click through to this post so we can see the effects of changing those settings. So the single post boxed spacing here, this has to do with the spacing that is on the inside of the content. So we have some words here, right? We have the category, the title, the meta information, and then the actual content of the post, and it's contained within this box. So if I want to increase the spacing between the content and the edges of the box, then this is where you would do that, and you do that by simply increasing or sliding the slider over, and you can increase it to something that that you feel better fits your design. And then next is the single post box shadow. So if you look here, there's a shadow underneath this post box, and you can go ahead and make changes to that if you want to. So if you want, maybe you want a much larger blur and maybe a darker color, you can do that as well. Then next is going to be your single post box border radius. So your border radius targets the edges of the content box here. Okay, and these edges currently have no border radius, but you can change that. So I can say I want a border radius of 20 pixels. That's too much, but you can see the effect happening here immediately. Okay. You can also have different border radiuses for different edges. So just click on this padlock, which will unlock all the different edges. So you have your top, right, bottom, and left, and then you'll be able to have a different border radius for each edge, and sometimes that can actually create a very nice and really cool effect for your content area. All right, up next we have the archive grid box. So these are going to be settings for any of the archive grids that you have in your site. So you may have that for a blog, or there may be a custom post type that has an archive. But essentially, archives look like this. In this case, we only have one post, but if you had multiple posts, then you would see multiples of these boxes separated by some spacing. And here you get to control how that grid looks. So for instance, the archive grid box spacing. So already we know that this is going to target the inside of the box. So if I start to increase this, then it moves everything closer to the center. Then you also have the archive grid box shadow, which is the little shadow that you see under here. It's a very subtle shadow. Again, you can make changes to that to your liking. And then last is going to be your archive grid boxed border radius. So once again, the edges of the grid box can also be changed, right? So you can make this a much more circular box if you want, or just keep it as a square box, right? And that will conclude the settings for the layout. Next, let's go ahead and take a look at the sidebar. So the Kadence theme has sidebar layout options that you can add to your posts and pages. And similar to the header and the footer, those sidebars are populated with widgets, and you can place any kind of content within those widgets, which makes the sidebars become available once you apply the layout to your posts or your pages. And then to control the settings for that sidebar, you can access that by going to the general settings. Then right under the layout, you'll see the sidebar tab. Clicking on that will help you access the settings. And you have both general settings where you can control the width and widget spacing, and the option of making it a sticky sidebar. And then you also have design settings as well, where you can apply colors, fonts, link styles, and even apply a background and padding to the sidebar. To be able to access your sidebar, let's go ahead and exit the customizer so I can show you what this looks like. We'll go back to the dashboard. We'll go to appearance and we'll click on widgets. And here in the widget area, you will see two containers. There's a sidebar 1, which will be on the right-hand side of your page, or sidebar 2, which will be on the left-hand side of your page if you apply it. And let's go ahead and add some content to this so that we can demonstrate what this looks like once you apply it to a page. Okay, so we've added our content. So we'll go ahead and update this. Now we're going to go back to the front end of the website, and let's select a page. So let's use the sample page as an example. So when you first access the sample page, by default, you just have the default layout, which is without sidebars. If I go ahead and edit this page, access the page settings here, and I can choose under the layout options to have a sidebar. So since we populated the right sidebar, which is sidebar 1, with those widgets, we'll go ahead and select that as our page layout. Now you won't see the sidebar here. Let's go ahead and update this. And now when we view the page, you will notice that we now have a sidebar. Okay, and so now that we have a sidebar, we can go to our customizer, click on the general settings, select the sidebar settings, and now we can control elements and customizations for the sidebar. So I can increase the width of the sidebar using this option, and I can also control the widget spacing, which is the space between each widget item within the sidebar. Okay, same thing with the design. Now you have options for colors and fonts, and adding backgrounds, padding, and even a divider for your sidebar. Okay, and then the next setting after the sidebar is going to be your images. This just has a single setting, which is just the border radius. So you can set a default border radius for any images that go into your website by adding the value here. Next, after images is the scroll to top option. If you select this option, you can enable a scroll to top icon that will show up on the bottom of your website. Now it's a little bit blended in here because of the colors, but again, it has design options to where you can control the color. So if you're using this specific layout in this color scheme, then you would just adjust your color to be able to display that. And you can see over here the floating return to top icon there. Under the general settings, you can choose the type of icon you want to use, whether you want to use a plain arrow or more of a caret type of arrow. You can choose the icon size, the alignment, whether you want it to be on the right like it is right now, or if you'd prefer to have it here on the left. And then here are the side offsets. So what's the distance between the edge of your screen and the actual icon, and then the bottom offset, the distance between the bottom of your screen and the icon. And then of course you can choose the visibility depending on whether a person is using a desktop or a mobile device. All right. After the scroll to top is the 404 page layout. This is a very simple setting basically for your 404 page. You can control what kind of layout you want. You can even choose to have a sidebar on your 404 page, have it be narrow, full width, and so on. Later on, we'll talk about you also have the capability of building a custom 404 page using a pro feature in the Kadence Pro Theme add-on. You can choose to have a sidebar for your 404 page, and then of course the content style and the vertical padding can be applied or disabled. After the 404 page, we also have our comments options. You can choose to move the comments input above the comment list, and you can also choose to remove the comments website field. After comments, we have breadcrumbs. So breadcrumbs are essentially the hierarchy that you'll see whenever you have a website where the pages have children, or sometimes you may see it on your blog post as well, where the categories have children, and that will be highlighted here, usually in the title area. But here you can choose where those breadcrumbs come from. So if you're using an SEO plugin like Rank Math or Yoast or SEO Press, those typically have breadcrumb functionality, and you can choose to use that functionality here instead of the default one that comes with the theme. Then we have our social links. So this is where you would plug in your social links for the social media icons that you're using on the website. So we have everything here from Facebook to Pinterest, LinkedIn, Dribbble, YouTube, and pretty much all the popular social media platforms are in here. And you even have the option of having some custom platforms as well if you want. And then this deals with your performance. So here you can adjust accordingly depending on how your website is performing. You can choose to load your Google fonts locally. You can enable CSS preload, enable Lightbox for your images, and more. And that will conclude the walkthrough of the General tab. Next, let's talk about the post and pages layout settings. The next area you can customize in a Kadence theme are going to be your post and pages layout. When you click on this tab, you'll get access to the settings to design and also set up your page layouts, your single post layouts, and your archive layouts. Let's start with the page layout. When you access the page layout, you'll have two tabs: the General tab for all your layout settings, and then a Design tab for all the fonts and colors you may want to apply to the different areas of your pages. Now, whatever changes you make here will be global and automatic throughout every page on the site initially. However, within each page and each post, there are additional options or override options where you can set up different options for specific pages. So whatever you're doing here in the customizer, this is just what's going to be by default whenever you create a new page. You can choose to have your page title be visible on the onset, or you can toggle it to be off. Then you also have a page title layout option. There are two of them. You can choose to have it above the content like it is right now on this sample page, or you can choose for it to be inside of the content like this. If you have the above content option selected, then you also have a title container width option where you can choose to have the title container be standard, full width, or contained. You also have title alignment options, so you can align this to the left, center, or to the right of the title area. You can also set the height of your title, or the minimum height of your title. Choose how tall that area can be or how slim you want it. You can also set up the title elements for within the title area. So by default, you're going to see the title of the page, but you can also choose to toggle that off by clicking on this eye icon. You can also customize your breadcrumbs and your meta. If you choose to have these be visible, then there are additional options within each one. Just click the arrow and you'll see what those options are. For instance, the meta element allows you to choose a divider, show the author. You can also show the date. You can also show the last date that this page was updated, and you can turn on comments. In addition to being able to toggle on and off the title elements, you can also drag and drop them wherever you want them to be. Next, you have access to your default page layout. So this is going to be the layout that is automatic whenever you go to create a page for the first time. So by default, it's set up to normal, but you can choose to have this be narrow. You can choose for it to be full width. You can choose to have your left sidebar be visible or your right sidebar be visible. Here you can choose the default sidebar, whether it's going to be sidebar 1 or sidebar 2. And then you can also select a content style. There are two options. Currently, you're looking at the boxed option, where you can see that the content area is centered into the middle of the page with the site background on the outside. You can also choose for it to be unboxed, where the content area stretches out to both sides of the browser and completely covers the site background. You can also control your content vertical spacing. So that's the space between the content area and the title here and the footer. So title at the top, the spacing area here, and also here at the bottom. You can disable this entirely so that it's flush with both areas, or you can choose to only have the top have some padding or the bottom have some padding, or just enable both. Lastly, you can choose to show a featured image or to show comments. If we go to the design options, here you can see where you can add colors to your fonts, choose a font style. You can control the breadcrumb colors, breadcrumb fonts, your meta colors, your meta fonts, and you can add a page title background. When you click on the color selector for the page title background, you have the option of changing the color, but you can also add a gradient, or you can choose to have an image be the background. Here where it says use featured image for background, if you toggle this on, it will provide a featured image here in the title area. To give you an idea of how this works, let's just leave this on for now. I'm going to go ahead and publish this, and we're going to go to this page, click on edit page, and inside here, inside of the page editor, you'll see an option under the page tab for featured image. If you click on this, go ahead and add a featured image there. Click on update. Now when we view the page, you'll see here that that image is now being used as the background for the title area. So when we go to the customizer, go to pages and post layouts, go to page layout and design, here where it says use featured image for background, that's what this toggle setting is for. So if I toggle this off, it'll just go back to the default of what it was before. Okay, we can add a background overlay color, borders, and then your default page layout, you can choose a site background and a content background for it as well. And similar to the page title background, if you click on the color picker here, you have the choice of having a color, have a gradient, or you can also add an image. All right, next, let's take a look at the post or single post layout options or settings here. So similar to the page layouts, you have general and design settings, and you see not a lot of settings are pretty much the same. So if we look at a post, so let's go ahead and access a blog post here. If we look at a post, same thing, I can toggle on the post title or toggle it off. You have the choice between in content and having it be above the content. It's entirely up to you. You can align the title on the left, center, or on the right. And then you actually have more title elements, okay, that are visible. So we can see here we have the category, the title, we have the meta information, and of course your content. So depending on which ones you want to turn on, you can turn those on. And similar to the page layouts or page title elements, some of these elements have their own settings. Just click on the arrow to access those settings and set that up accordingly. You also have your default post layout. So the default post layout is set to narrow in the Kadence theme, but you can make it a normal setting or wide setting, or choose to use sidebars if you want to. All right, the content style is by default boxed. Again, you can make this be full width so that the entire page is more unified if you want to. And then you have control over the content vertical spacing. So if we disable this, then everything will be flush to the top and bottom of the page. The option to show the featured image is on by default, but you can turn that off. You can choose where that featured image position will be. For example, let's go ahead and close out of this, and let's go to that blog post, and let's add a featured image to it. So I'm gonna click on Edit Post. I'm going to add a featured image, and now we'll view the post. So now you can see where the featured image is appearing. So if we go back to the customizer and we go to Post Pages Layout, Single Post Layout, and then if we scroll down here, we can see the featured image. So if we toggle this on, you can toggle it off and it won't show. Toggle it on and now it does show, and then you can choose where you want it to be. So it can be behind the content or behind the blog post. It can be directly above it, okay, or it can be below it. All right, just like that. All right, okay. And then you can choose how you want your featured image to be presented. So right now it's being presented as wide, but you can also stretch it to be the full length of the page. Featured image ratio controls how, the ratio of the image. So right now it's set up to 3:2, but you can also set it to be 1:1, which is more square, a 4:3, 3:2, which is what it was before, 16:9, which would be a little bit more narrow, more widescreen, and 2:1. Okay, here you have the option to show your post tags or toggle that off. You can show the footer area in the box mode. You can also show the post author box. You can show post navigation when you have more than one blog post, and you can show related posts. And when you're showing related posts, you can choose how many columns, either 2, 3, or 4. And you can toggle on and off whether to loop the related post, toggle on and off whether you want to show comments, and also toggle on and off whether you want to show the comment date. All right. The next item here under the post and pages layout is going to be your archive layout. So your archive layout, typically you'll see this if you have a blog post or a custom post type that has an archive. And a good example of this right now in the theme is this post right here. Okay, so if you had more than one of these blog posts, then you would see all of them here separated by some spacing. And what the archive layout area or settings control is how this appears. Okay, so again, you have the option for your archive title. You have the option for where to show that title. Let's actually look at an archive. So this would be an archive. Okay, so if I turn this on, turn this off, now my title has disappeared. I could turn it on, and here it is. So we're looking at the uncategorized archive that comes in WordPress by default. We can choose where the archive title layout appears. So right now it's above content. Selecting the other option, which would be the in content option, will place it inside of the content area. Similar to the posts and pages, you do have access to being able to have the archive title aligned to the left, middle, or right. If you're using the above content option, you also have the container width options of standard, full width, and contained. And then you can also choose how tall you want that area to be. Your title elements. So if you decide you want to show the breadcrumbs, you can turn that on. And then your archive layout. So right now it's set up to a normal layout, which is going to sit with our 1290 pixel default width for the site, but you can also make this narrow or full width. You can also choose to have a archive with a left sidebar or archive with a right sidebar. The content style right now is box. So anytime you hear box, you're going to see a content area where the color is white, and then the background here has got this bluish color. But if you set it to be unboxed, then everything would just be white. Your post archive column. So this is automatically set to 3. So that means if I had 3 or more blog posts, then I would see all 3 of them here in a grid format. But you can choose to also have that just be 1, 2, or 4 if you want to. And then here is your post item layout. So the post item layouts here are the items that are contained within the excerpt of each blog post. So you have a featured image, you have your category, the title, the meta, the excerpt, and then the read more. And again, each one of these has options where you can change the settings for those elements. For instance, the read more, if I don't want it to say read more, I could change this to say continue. All right, and that will conclude the walkthrough for the post/pages layout tab. Next, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the search results, and then we'll be into the default WordPress items in the customizer, which is your site identity, menus, widgets, homepage settings, and additional CSS. The next area you can customize in the Kadence theme is your search results settings. And the search results settings is very similar to your archive page settings. So when you click on the search results tab here, you'll see that the options that are available to you are exactly the same as the options that are available to you in the archive page layout that we went over earlier. You have everything from the ability to be able to hide the search results title, where that title is displayed on the page, the type of layout that you want, whether you want it to be normal, full width, have a sidebar, either left or right, the content style, boxed or unboxed, how many results columns you want for the search results, and then what elements appear in those search results. And then the rest of the items in the customizer are your site identity, the menu, widgets, homepage settings, and additional CSS. So site identity is where you would go to upload your logo. Now we uploaded our logo earlier on when we were covering the header builder. And it's also where you would go to upload your site icon. You can also do this in the back end of WordPress as well for the site icon, or what's known as the favicon. There's an option here to be able to create menus for your website. So you can come here and create the navigation for your website. I generally recommend doing that on the back end of WordPress. And that interface is just a much more open and easier interface to be able to create your navigation for the website. The widgets area here in the Kadence theme is not accessible from the customizer, but if you come here, it will tell you how many widgets are available to you. You can add your widget content in the back end of WordPress by going to Appearance and Widgets and adding your content that way. Homepage settings is where you would go to set up what your homepage displays. So when people go to your URL, what's the first page that they're going to see? You can set this up to be your latest posts, or you can choose a static page to be your homepage for when people visit your site. You can also set this up in the back end of WordPress as well. And the last item is your additional CSS code box. And this is where you would add extra CSS to your website to be able to further style the items on the site, or be able to add styling that goes beyond what the block editor will allow you to be able to do within blocks and the pages themselves. Next, what we're going to take a look at are the settings that the Kadence theme offers for your posts and your pages when you're building out individual posts and individual pages for your website. So in addition to the settings that you get in the Kadence theme from the customizer, which are going to be your global settings, the Kadence theme also has individualized settings for your posts and your pages. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and walk through that right now. Okay, so to see the individual page and post settings, let's go ahead and close out of the customizer. We're going to navigate to the dashboard, and we're going to look at pages, and let's click on add new page. All right, so what you'll see here is the page editing interface for WordPress clothed in the Kadence theme. And just as usual, you have an area for you to put the title of the page, and then a content area for you to build out the page using Gutenberg blocks or Kadence blocks. Over here in the top left, you have this blue box with the plus sign. This is your block inserter, and clicking on this will give you access to all the blocks you need to build out your page. So what you're looking at here are the Kadence blocks, and then below that are the default standard Gutenberg WordPress blocks that comes with WordPress. And you have blocks for everything. So blocks for design, blocks for structure, media, text, and even some theme blocks as well. Okay. This next icon over here is the tools icon. It just allows you to toggle between selecting a block or editing a block. And then you have your undo and redo icons. And then this here is going to be your list view, or what's known as the document outline, or document overview, excuse me. And here you would see all the blocks that are contained in the page. So right now we don't have any blocks, but as soon as you start adding a block to the page, then it will actually start to list all the blocks. So if I had a heading block as an example, you can see here we have a heading block. And you can also manipulate the blocks here in the list view. So if I had another block here, let's just add a different block. So if I had another block here, then you can drag and drop these blocks around. You can access the individual block settings by clicking on the vertical ellipsis. And you can even rename these blocks to a name that's better suited to your design. Okay, let's go ahead and remove those. And then the next icon that you're seeing here, or the next button here, is the design library. So this design library is provided by Kadence. Inside of the design library, you will find fully built out designs for your home pages, about pages, contact page, services, gallery, portfolio, and you can click and drag these, or click and insert these into your existing pages. You also have patterns that are from Kadence blocks as well. And there are a number of patterns that are here, different categories. So there's hero patterns, form patterns, accordions, images, and so on. And these are just a collection of blocks that have been assembled and put together, or different sections that have been put together. And clicking on any of these will automatically insert it into your page. So this is a great way for you to build out a page very, very quickly. or have a great starting point to building out your pages. And then all the blocks that are relative to those sections or to that page are automatically inserted with all the styling into your page here. Okay, let's go ahead and remove that. And then over here, all the way to the right, we have our view of the editing page that we're on. So right now, this is the desktop view, but if I wanted to see what it looked like on tablet or build it out in tablet, then I could set it up as a tablet view and then go ahead and add my blocks from here. And then you also have the mobile view as well, to where you can see it in the mobile viewport and what your blocks will look like or what your design will look like if you're looking at it on mobile. So these are the different preview options that you have. Then the next icon here is the page settings from Kadence. So the Kadence theme gives every page its own individual page settings, separate from the customizer settings, which apply globally to the website. So inside of these page settings, you'll have the option to turn on or off your transparent header if you have one set up. You can turn on or off the page title, and then you can select a layout for your page. So right now we are in the default normal layout for your site, which is set up in the customizer. But here I can override whatever I've set up in the customizer by selecting a different layout for this page. You can choose to have the left sidebar, right sidebar, narrow, or back to default. Okay. Then you have your content style, so you can choose whether or not you want this page to be boxed or unboxed, where it stretches out to the full sides of the browser but holds all the content in the center. And then you have your content vertical spacing, which controls this padding here in the box view. So you want to see if you want to eliminate that for just this page, you can go ahead and disable it, or you could just enable it for the top or the bottom only. Okay, you have the option to show a featured image for this page, and then you can disable the header and also disable the footer just for this page. Okay, and those are all the page settings that are available to you from the Kadence theme. Now, this next icon here are the Kadence Blocks controls. So this is more relative to the Kadence Blocks. And if you click on this, you'll see your color palette that's already set up in the customizer. But here you can add additional colors. So if you're finding that you have some colors that you're using regularly that are not included in the palette, but you will like it to be included when you pull in a block and you're looking at the color options, then you could add a color. Just click this button here. It'll add a new color section selector, open it up, and then choose the color that you want. So let's say I wanted this red color. Okay, and you can actually name this. So let's call this, we'll call this custom red. There we go. All right, it'll save it automatically. Okay, and then once you start adding blocks to your page here, so let's go ahead and add a block. So I'm going to add a text block here, and then from here, let's go to the settings for this block. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and click on color, and you can see here now that I have the option of selecting that color directly from the color palette versus having to choose it from the color selector. Okay. All right, if we go back to the Kadence Blocks controls and I no longer want this color there, I can go ahead and click on this eraser and it will remove the color and it automatically save it up for me. The next tab here is going to be your block visibility. So you can choose to turn on and off which blocks you want visible to you in the block inserter for building out your page, or maybe you want to turn this off for clients if you only want them using certain blocks. You can go ahead and toggle on the block visibility from each block. If we scroll down here, over here where it says components, okay, you can also toggle off and on the font family options, and then even the design library. So you see how we're seeing the design library here. If you click on this, you can select whether to show the starter pack library for all users or no users at all. Just go ahead and select the role, or you can choose no users. And depending on how you set this up and depending on the user role that the user has when they log in, they can either see the design library or not see it at all. This next tab allows you to be able to import any block settings, and then this allows you to reset block defaults in case you've saved some blocks in a certain setup, or you save certain settings for some blocks. If you want to go ahead and reset that, you can do that over here. And then here is the Pexels library search. So what this is if you want to turn off the ability for you to search pixels from within the site to select images, then you can go ahead and toggle this off. Okay. This next icon here is a toggle between the page and block settings. So if you click here initially, you can see the page settings, and this is from WordPress, where you can see whether your page is public, what it's published, the template it's using, and the URL for the page, who the author is, your featured image, whether or not you're allowing comments, and then page attributes. The next tab here is going to be your block settings. Okay, so when you select the blocks, if I select this block, then you will see the Kadence block settings for that block. Okay, and if for whatever reason you ever move away from this and you want to get back to the settings for this block, just go ahead and toggle on the block settings here, and it will bring you right back to where you were before. Okay, and then you can toggle between the page settings, the general page settings, and the block settings. So in the block settings for every block in Kadence, you're going to have 3 tabs. You're going to have a general tab, which will typically have some elements for you to select, like alignment and width and link settings, and it all depends on the block you're using. Okay, we're looking at the text block, and it's currently set to an H tag, so we're seeing H tag options here. The next tab that you'll see in the Kadence blocks is going to be a style tab, and the style tab is where you will style your block. So things like the color for the block, any background color, any gradients, any overlay colors, this will all be here, including the typography. You can set up individual typography for that block, any border settings, any border shadow settings, and so on. All that will be contained under the Style tab. In the Advanced tab is where you'll find your padding for that block and your margin, and then any block defaults. Okay, if you want to save anything that you've set up as a default, this is where you would do that. And then under Advanced, you can go ahead and add additional CSS classes, give the block a name, or add an HTML anchor to your block. Okay, so that's going to be the same for every block that you utilize from Kadence. Now, the individual settings will be different in the General tab depending on the block. Okay, so for instance, we're looking at a text block here, but if I were to go ahead and drag in a info box block, then you will see that those settings are different, right? So if I select this block, and let's go to the block settings here, you can see here that the settings are different, right? So I have some preset layouts, a link content, content alignment, and then my styling is different. I've got styling for the container, media settings, title settings, text settings, learn more settings, and then the advanced settings also have their own individual unique settings as well. We still have padding and margin, but we also have max width, and we have the ability to set this to a height of 100% within the container. Okay, so different settings for different blocks, but essentially you're always going to find anything you need under the General tab, Style tab, or the Advanced tab for each block. Okay, the last icon here, which is this vertical ellipsis, is your options for this page. So this has to do with the editing view of the page, whether you want to toggle certain features on or off. For instance, this top bar option here applies to every time you select a block. There is a mini menu that shows up on top of that block that has some additional settings here for you. But sometimes this can be covering other blocks, right? So you see how I selected this info box, and it's covering my text. You may want that out of the way, and if that's the case, then just go to this vertical ellipsis all the way at the end, toggle on the top toolbar, and what will happen is it will move those settings to the top toolbar up here. Okay, so anytime you select a block, you can make any of the adjusted changes or short changes right up here at the very top. Okay, if you prefer to have it floating on the screen, then just go ahead and toggle it off. You also have the option of having your page editing experience be distraction free. When it's distraction free, then everything is off the page, all the sidebars are gone, the top bar is gone, and you're just focused on content. If you like to bring that back, just go ahead and move your cursor all the way to the top, almost where the address bar is, and then go back and open up your vertical ellipsis, and then you can go ahead and toggle that off. Then you have spotlight mode, which allows you to focus on one block at a time. So when you focus on one block, it grays out all the other blocks. And then there is full screen mode. So full screen mode is on by default, but if you turn it off, then you'll see the WordPress admin menu and toolbar, and it will always be in view while you're making your edits. It takes up some more space on your in your browser, but if it doesn't bother you, then you can do all your building with this, and that way have your navigation always present. Or you could turn it off and get a little bit more space for your editing. Then here is where you can toggle on between the code editor and the visual editor. Okay, that's what this does. Typically we're in the visual editor. It's just easier to build out that way. But if you prefer to build out in the code editor, you can toggle that on. And then here we have the page settings, the Kadence Blocks controls, and then all your tools, the ability to be able to manage patterns, keyboard shortcuts, the welcome guide. If you want to copy all the blocks on the page, just go ahead and click this, and all the blocks will be copied. You can go ahead and paste it in another page. There's a help link and then the preferences link. And that is the entirety of the editor here for your pages via the Kadence theme. Okay. Now, if we exit here, so I'm going to exit this. I'm not going to save this because we're not using this. And we go to the posts. Okay. So if we go to posts and we click on add new post, all those settings are pretty much the same. So you still have the same page settings with the transparent header options, post title, enabling options. You can choose a post layout, but by default, the post uses the narrow width layout. Okay, so this one right here. That's the default for a post. But if for whatever reason you want this to be wider, you can select a different layout. Okay, the content style, choosing whether this post will be boxed or unboxed, content vertical spacing, showing the featured image or not, and then your featured image positioning. So you can position this featured image similar to how we showed it in the customizer. And then disabling and enabling the header and the footer. All those options are still the same here, and the same here as well. So all the options are same for the posts and pages on the Kadence theme. Once you know how to use one, then you can use them all and customize the pages and the posts to your satisfaction. Okay. All right. And with that, that will conclude the walkthrough of the individual settings for the posts and pages from the Kadence theme. So let's go ahead and walk through creating a page and a post within your Kadence themed website using Kadence Blocks. It'll be a great intro to Kadence Blocks and how to utilize them. So we'll start here with creating posts. So to be able to create a post, first we need to give our post a title. And then also we'll want to add an intro paragraph. Now we already have a paragraph block here, and we can just go ahead and paste our paragraph there if we want, or type it in directly to that paragraph block line that you see there. But another thing that we can do is we can choose to use the Kadence text block to do this. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this, and we're going to go ahead and add the Kadence text block. To do that, I'm just going to click on the block inserter here, and this is the Kadence text block. Now this text block doubles both as a heading block as well as a text block, and there are some other designations that allow you to use it as a div or a span block as well. So when you pull this in, one way to identify that you're using a Kadence block is the Kadence blocks are coded in blue. So you can see here it has this blue color here, and if I wasn't using this one, then the other option would be to use the default heading block that comes from WordPress, which would be this one here. Okay, so you can actually switch between the two just by clicking on the heading icon within the toolbar here, and you can change to the Kadence text block, and then you'll get all the benefits that this block has to offer. Okay, so now the Kadence text block, when you first put it into your document, it will be set to the H2 tag. You can actually change this by clicking on the H2 designation here, and you can change it to H1, H3, H4, any of the H tags that you want, but you can also designate it as a paragraph, which is what we want to do here. And then in some cases, you may want to make this a span or a div. In this case, we want to use this as a paragraph. So I'm going to go ahead and select a paragraph so that it still retains the Kadence paragraph block, and then I get all the benefits and all the settings that come with this block. Okay. If you want to see the settings, just go ahead and click here in the area. You'll see the short settings here, and then over here on the right, make sure that you have selected the settings icon, and you'll see all the settings for the block here. And as we mentioned before, for every block, you'll have general settings, you'll have style settings, and then you'll have advanced settings. Okay, so here we just really want this for a intro paragraph. So I'm going to go ahead and add my paragraph. Okay, so now we have a paragraph. This would be my introduction paragraph. And then the next thing that you may want in this blog post is you may want some subheadings and some additional paragraphs to fill out the blog post. So this is very easy to do. Just hit enter. That will create a new block line, and then you have some choices here. You can choose to drag in another block from the block inserter here, or you can use a shortcut, which would be to type a /, and you'll be able to select from some of the already regularly used blocks or from whatever blocks are available here. I can already see that my text block is one of the options. Now, assuming this wasn't here, if I started to type the word text, then all the blocks that pertain to a text block would appear, and you can see here that the Kadence text block is one of them. So I can just select this and then go ahead and add my subheading. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so now I have my H2 subheading. And then the next thing that I would want to do is go ahead and add the paragraphs that go with this subheading. Now, in addition to being able to press enter and creating a new block line like that, another way to create a block line is I can also select the block that I was currently on, which is this heading block. And then I can navigate to the vertical ellipsis in the short menu here and click on the options. And one of the options is to add a block line after. And you can also add one before. Okay, so I can just click on add after, and that will create another block line for me over here. And I can go ahead and add my text into this area. And then if I prefer to have some information before this one, I can also do the vertical ellipsis options again, click on add before, and now there's a new block line before the block that I was on. So let's go ahead and just add some additional text here. All right, so now we have some additional text. So you can kind of see how you can build out your blog post. Now, let's say I want to add some additional elements here as well. So I want to add a table of contents. And the table of contents is basically going to link to every subheading that I have. So to do that, let's just add 2 more of the headings and text to this blog post. Okay, so I've added some additional text blocks to the blog post. I'm going to come over here to the intro, and right before this, I'm going to I'm actually going to click on this paragraph, and using the vertical ellipsis in the short menu here, I'm going to open up the options and click on add before. That's going to give me a new block line right above this intro. Then I'm going to go ahead and do a / and type table. And one of the options that comes up is the table of contents from Kadence. So I'm going to go ahead and select that. And now you can see that I have a table of contents for the current content that I have on my page. And then let's say I wanted an image to go along with this blog post, and I want the image to be before the table of contents. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the vertical ellipsis again, and I'm going to say add before for a new block line right above the table of contents. And then this time I will do a / and I will start typing the word image, and I can see here the options for image. So this image is the default Gutenberg version. I want the Kadence Blocks version, which would be this one here with the blue icon. So I'm going to select that one, and then I can click on select an image. You can do an image search in Pexels to find an image that works best for you. You can upload one from your computer. Currently, I have one in my media library, so I'm just going to select this one. All right, so now my image is in place. The only thing left to do now is to just go ahead and add a featured image. So I'm going to go over here to the right, make sure that I have the settings icon selected, and then of the 2 tabs, if I'm on the block tab, which is showing me all the block settings, I'm going to select the post settings. So here in the post settings, I'm going to add it to my category of blog. And if you want to create a new category, just click on add new, and you can create a new category here. So I already have blog, and then I want a featured image. So this image is, we already have an image here. Let's remove this, and I'm going to click on set featured image. And maybe the image that I want is a different image here. So I'm going to I'm going to choose one from Pexels here, and I'm going to type in car. And I'm just going to choose a car that's already driving, maybe this one, and click on download image. This will then add the image here. So now I have a featured image, and I'm pretty much done with my blog posts. We can add more content, but I just wanted to show you how you add blocks to the content of the page. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click on update. And when we view the post, we can see our featured images here. Here's our title. Here's our image for the content of the website, our table of contents, which navigates to every area here. Great, right? And we have our blog posts. It's literally that easy. And of course, you recognize that this layout is this way because of how we set it up in the customizer. If you wanted a different type of layout or a different presentation for your blog posts, then you would access the customizer and be able to make that change. There are some changes that you can make within the individual blog post itself, but I typically recommend that the layouts and presentation of your blog posts on your websites be very uniform and be the same, which is why the settings in the customizer come handy. But if you want to see the settings for this blog post, just simply go back to the editing screen here. Make sure you selected the post settings icon, which is over here. And then you can see where you can make changes to the visibility of the post title, what type of layouts. So right now it's the default layout, which is narrow for blog posts, but I may want it to be a little wider or full width. You can also choose whether you want this to be boxed or unboxed. You can eliminate the vertical spacing in the blog post, and then you can choose to show your featured image, and then the featured image position, you can also select that as well from here. And that will conclude how to be able to add a blog post to your Kadence theme. Next, let's take a look at how to add a page, how to create a page within the Kadence theme using Kadence Blocks. Now, when it comes to creating pages, there are plenty of options that are available to you within the Kadence theme and Kadence Blocks. And you can create any kind of page, whether it's an about page, home page, or just a simple page. But for this part of the video, we're going to create the most popular kind of page, which is going to be the home page. So currently our home page is this archive page with the blog post. So this is the default. What we want to do is we want to change that to an actual home page for this site. So I'm going to come over here to the dashboard, and we're going to go to pages, click on add new page, and we're going to call this our home page, right? So just call this home. Then we're going to go ahead and set up the page. So I'm going to come over here to the right hand side. I'm going to click on the page settings icon, and I'm going to set the page title to disable. The page layout is going to be full width because we're going to be building this out fully with Kadence Blocks. And then I'm going to set the content style to unboxed. The content vertical spacing will be disabled, and then everything else can stay the same. I'm going to go ahead and publish this page, and then I'm going to view the page just to make sure that I have a nice clean canvas to build out the home page. One other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to also set the main home page to be the new page that I just created here, because when you go to the website, you'll have this default layout, which is the excerpts of the blogs. So we want that to be actually our home page. So let's go ahead and set that up right now. So I'm going to go back to the dashboard, go to settings. We're going to go to reading, and here where it says your home page displays, I'm going to select the second option, which is a static page. And this first option here, which is the home page, I'm going to set that to be home. Then we're going to go ahead and save changes. And now when I visit the front end of the website, the first page that you're going to see is our home page. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to build this out fully using Kadence Blocks. There are a number of ways to build out a page in the Kadence theme using Kadence Blocks. One of those ways is to go ahead and insert an already pre-made section or pre-made page into your web page, and then go ahead and customize the content to your liking. So to demonstrate that, let's go ahead and go to the editing interface for this specific page. From here, I'm going to go to the admin toolbar, click on edit page, and we're going to go ahead and click on this button here, the design library button. When you click on it, you will be presented with the design library that comes with Kadence Blocks. Now we're using the free version of Kadence Blocks, so the free pre-made layouts are what's going to be available to you. If you want to utilize the pro version or the pro layouts, then you would need Kadence Blocks Pro to utilize these. But you can see here all the different and available pre-made layouts that you can use. Now what we're looking at here are called patterns, and the patterns are essentially a combination of blocks and layouts that have been put together that you can insert into your page and systematically build out a page that way. And there are patterns or layouts for different sections of the page. For instance, if we want to start with the hero section, we would just go ahead and select the hero category here on the left-hand side. And then you would find a hero section that suited the design that you want for your page. So for instance, let's say that the one that we like the best is this hero section over here. So I'm going to go ahead and click on it, and that hero section is now inserted into my page. And then I can go back to the design library and start looking at all the other categories and pick the ones that make sense for me. So I can go to this cards section, and maybe I like this one, so I'll go ahead and insert that. And you can see now we have the hero section, we have a card section. Maybe this is where we can present our services or the benefits to the site visitor. And then I can go back, and maybe I want a combination of media and text. So I might select this one here. And let's say this one suits what I like. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this one. And as you can see, we are systematically building out this page. So if I wanted to stop here, I can just go ahead and click on Update. And when I view the front end of the website, I now have a home page nicely laid out. And all I need to do is go ahead and enter my content into this area, and I'll be done with it. Making content changes and customizing the blocks that you've imported from a Premade layout are very simple to do. Let's go back to the editing interface again. So here with the Premade layout, with the patterns we've inserted into the page, to go ahead and make changes, you can just go ahead and select any block that you would like to make a change to. So let's say that this block right here, I want to change this background. So I can just select this row layout, and I'm going to go over here to the right-hand side. I'm going to select Style, which is the second tab, and then I'm going to click on Edit Image. And then from here, I can select an image of my choosing, or I can use the Pexels integration and look for a suitable image. So let's say we're looking for a law firm. So here are some images that match our law firm search. And let's say I like this one. So I'm going to go ahead and select this image and click on Download Image. It's going to download it to my media library. I'm going to go ahead and click on Select. And now I have a new image. Okay. And then let's say I want to better see this image. I'm going to scroll down here under the settings for this row layout, under the Style tab. I want to scroll down, and I'm looking for the background overlay because there's a light colored overlay over this. So I'm going to click on the background overlay settings, and let's temporarily turn this off by clicking on the reset icon here under the overlay color. All right, now I can see the background a lot better. Okay, so now our text is blending into the background. So let's go ahead and change that. And you can see how easy it is. I just select the text, and now I have selected the text block. I can move over here to the right, and I'm going to go ahead and select the color selector, and I'm going to change the color to white. I will also do the same thing for the description text. Okay, so now this is looking a lot better for me. And maybe I want to add a slight overlay to bring out the text a little bit more. So I'm going to move over here to the right, make sure I'm under the Style tab for this row layout, scroll down, go back to the overlay, and I'm going to select the overlay color picker here. And let's do a light blue, or let's use our highlight color. Maybe a little bit darker. Okay, that's good. All right, and then I might want to reduce this a little bit because we don't want it to be so dark, but just enough to where the text is more prominent. Okay, and now I have basically come in and customized the pre-made section or pre-made pattern that we imported. And if you want to see all the blocks that make up the inserted patterns, just go over to the list view by clicking on this document overview icon. When you click on it, you'll see all the rows, and if you open up those rows, you'll be able to see all the blocks that are inside of those rows. So keep in mind, we've done all this without inserting a single block from the block inserter. Okay, so everything that we've done, we have done strictly from importing from the design library, okay, or inserting from the design library. But the blocks are still available to you from the block inserter. So if you want to insert additional blocks in here, so if you want to add additional things, you certainly can. You can just drag and drop it and pick up where you left off. But you can see how quick it is for you to go ahead and build out a quick page, and you have all the styling and all the settings. Look, as we're scrolling, how the background here stays in this fixed position. Looks really nice. And changing the text is literally as easy as clicking on the block and adding your own information. And that is how you can create and modify a page from a pre-made layout from the design library. Next, let's take a look at creating a page completely from scratch. One of the benefits of building out your page from scratch versus utilizing a pre-made layout is that you simultaneously get a good understanding of how to use Kadence blocks to build out your page. So you're going to learn all the settings for the blocks that you're using and what are the best blocks to use to build out the different sections of your page. So as we're going through building out this home page from scratch, we're really going to go through each block that we're using so we get a good understanding of what that block does, what the settings are, and how to utilize it to create the effects that we want for our page. So let's get started. I'm going to go ahead and click on Edit Page. And then from here, what I want to do is I want to delete everything that is currently here from the Premade layout. To do that, I'm going to go over to the list view or the document overview, and I'm going to select the first row, hold down my shift key and select the last row. That'll select all the blocks that are contained on this page. Then here in the vertical ellipsis in the short menu, I'm going to click on it and I will click on delete. All right, so now I have a fresh new page ready for me to build out my page from scratch. All right, so we're going to start by first building the hero section of the home page. The hero section is typically where you'll find the unique selling proposition of the business or the website, and you'll usually find a nice image there, or sometimes there's no image, it's just text, but it really depends. There's so many different types of hero sections. The type of hero section we're going to be building is going to have an image and some text in it. So let's just go ahead and get started with it. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create the structure for that hero section. And to do that, I need a container block. If you open up the block inserter, you will see the Kadence blocks here. And Kadence has two container blocks, the row layout block, and it has the section block. Either one of these can be used to create a hero section. For this specific one, we're actually going to be using the row layout block. So I'm just going to click on it and drag it over into the page. And once you do that, you will now have all the settings and all the options for the row layout block available to you. There are several layouts that you can choose from. So you can have one column within that row or as many as 6 columns within the row. You also have this short menu, which gives you some additional settings. So you can choose the alignment for this, everything from a center alignment to a full width alignment. And then you can also choose the inner content width setting. So whether or not you want this to be a full inner content width matching with the outer layer of the row, or if you want it to center your content in the middle by utilizing the content inner width, which for this for Kadence is set at 1290 pixels by default, but you can have more or less than that if you want. You also have the option to change the vertical alignment of the blocks or the content that is inside of the row. This plus sign here with the circle around it allows you to add more sections to the row beyond the initial sections that you may have chosen before. This icon is going to allow you to copy the styles of the row, and you can take those styles and automatically paste them to another row on the page. And then the vertical ellipsis here, if you click on it, shows you additional options that you can choose. Everything from copying that entire row to setting it up as a group, adding more blocks before and after it, and even just duplicating or deleting the row. Okay. Over here on the right hand side will be all the settings for the row. There are 3 tabs. You have the layout tab, the style tab, and the advanced tab. Under the layout tab is where you'll see the initial columns that you've set up for this row. You'll see the column layout options, the column gutter, row gutter, and then a setting for the content max width. You also have the ability to add a top divider to your row, or you can also add a bottom divider to have some additional styling to that row. Okay. The style tab is where you can apply your background settings. You can have image backgrounds or color backgrounds, gradient backgrounds, and even video backgrounds. Just select the option here that works best for the design style that you are going for. Okay. Then here we have the background overlay settings. Background overlay settings allow you to also utilize a color gradient, or you can utilize an image as an overlay as well. Then you have border settings where you can add a border to that row. Border radius settings where you can add border radius if you want rounded corners for the row. You can also toggle on the box shadow, which will allow you to add a shadow below the row, and then you can tweak that to your liking. And then here are the text color settings. So if you want to set up a color setting for this row so that when you add in a text block or a paragraph block, then it automatically adopts the color of the row. You can set that up here for your text and your links. The next tab is the Advanced tab, and under the Advanced tab, this is where you can set your padding, which is the spacing that's going to be on the inside of the row, and your margin, which is the spacing that's on the outside of the row. You also have structure settings where you can choose the container HTML tag for this row. You have the option between a div, header, section, article, main, aside, or footer. For this particular row, we're going to be using the div HTML tag. And then you can also set up a minimum height for the row. So even though you can add padding, you can also choose to have a minimum height as well. And that is available to you in pixels, view width, and view height. You can also set up the inner column behavior for the row. So if you have multiple columns and you would like them to have 100% height of the row for each column, then you would toggle this on. These are your Z index controls, so you can choose how you can stack this row. And then you have visibility settings. So the visibility settings allow you to hide the row on desktop or tablet or mobile devices. You can also set up user visibility settings as well. So you can make this row visible to users who are logged into the site, or you can make it only visible to users who are logged out. Then you have your block defaults. So this will set the current block attributes as the default styles for this block. So that next time you pull in this block, it has those saved styles in it already. And then you have custom CSS, and this actually pops out as a modal, and you can add additional CSS to further style that row. And then here under the Advanced tab, you can add an HTML anchor. You can add additional CSS classes to further make CSS changes to the row. And then you can also give the row a block name. So for instance, you can choose to call this the hero section if you want. And once you do that, if we look at this in list view, you can see now that the name of the row has changed to hero section. Okay, so that is all the settings that are available to you when you pull in a row. Now let's go ahead and use this row to create our hero section in full. Okay, so here's how to add the hero section step by step. I'm going to click on the block inserter. I'm going to select a row layout, and then from the options, I want 2 columns. So I'm going to select 2 columns. That's going to give me a section on the left and a section on the right. To give me the ability to be able to see my row, because this is on a white background, I'm just going to select the row here, and I'm going to see the blue outline. And to further allow some visibility, I'm going to move over to the right hand side, click on the Style tab, and then give it a very light temporary background color. Okay, so we can see our row. Okay, now that I've done that, I'm going to select the row, and we're going to start with the alignment settings here. So I'm going to click on the alignment icon, and I want this specific row to be a full width row. That way it extends to both edges of the browser or the web page. And then I'm going to go back here to the row layout settings, and I'm going to go to the advanced settings. And what I'm looking for are structure settings. I'm going to click on that to open the tab. And I'm going to set a minimum height for this block, for this row, of 800 pixels. Okay, that's going to give me a lot taller row so that when I add a background, I can see the full background. The other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to select the row again, and then from the short menu here, I'm going to select the vertical alignment options, and I'm going to set that to align in the middle. That way, any content I add here will automatically be aligned vertically in the middle of the row. Okay. Then the other thing that I also want to set up is I want to set up the inner content width. So to do that, I'm going to select from the short menu the inner content width option, or you can also do that here in the layout settings where it says content max width. Either one will work. So, but I'm going to use the one in the short menu. So I'm going to click on the inner content width here, and I can either set a custom content width of any length of pixel that I want, or I can just use the theme content inner width, which for Kadence is at a default of 1290 pixels. And that is actually perfect for what we want here. So I'm going to go ahead and just toggle that on, and that's going to go ahead and center the 2 sections here directly in the middle horizontally for the hero section. All right, now that we have that set up, next I'm going to go ahead and add an image background to this row. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the row, move over here to the right hand side, click on style, and we're going to click on select image under the background image setting. And we're just going to select this image here of the attorneys that we used before, and I'm going to go ahead and add that in there. Okay, excellent. So now I have my image, I have my 2 columns. The next step is to go ahead and add some text to it. Okay, so here in the left-hand column, there's a couple of ways to be able to do this. I can open up the block inserter and go ahead and drag in a text block from Kadence and just drop it into that section. That's one way of doing it. Another way of doing it is I can click directly inside of this section. There's a plus sign here. I can click on it, and what it'll do is it'll show me either my most recently used blocks that I've used, or I can browse all if I can't find that block, and it will open up the block inserter again for me. Okay, now in this case we use the text block, so it's here and available for me. So I'm just going to go ahead and click on that, and that will then add the text block directly into that section. Now I can't see the block, so that means I need to set up the color for the text that's going to go inside this row. So you can do that in a number of ways. I can actually change the direct color of the text block by selecting the text block and then going over here to the right in the settings and clicking on the color selector and then adding a color. So that's one way of doing it. What I recommend doing though is select the row itself. Since this row has a dark background or a dark image in it, select the row itself, go to the Style tab, and then scroll down till you get to the text color settings, open it up, and then set your text color here to white. And that will automatically add a color to any text block that you add to this row. Okay, so now that we've done that, I can go ahead and add a heading to this section. So let's just grab some dummy text from our Lorem Ipsum site, and we'll paste that in here. Okay, all right, so this is our heading for our hero section. Now typically you want this to be more prominent and easier to see, and at an H2 tag this is a little bit small, so let's change this to H1. So click on the H2, we'll change this to an H1 tag. That made it a little bit bigger, but I want it even bigger than this. So to make it bigger, I'm going to move over to the text settings here on the text block settings here on the right. Under the font size, which is under the Style tab, I'm going to set this to extra large, and that looks a lot better. So now you can easily see the text. The other thing that I also want to control is the height for when the text wraps around, and there's a lot of spacing here and I don't want this much spacing, so I want to reduce the spacing. And to do that, the line height control is what controls that. So over here on the right hand side, again under Style, under the font settings, you want to change the line height. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this little dash right here, and I'm going to change this to rems. And then I'm going to add a line height here of 3.2 rems, which is going to reduce the size here so that it looks a little bit more readable and a lot more manageable. Okay, so I like this, so I'm going to go ahead and keep that, and then I'm going to click on the end of this last letter here in the heading, and I'm going to hit return or enter on my keyboard. When you do that, you will get a new block line, and on this new block line we're going to add some more text. Okay, so I'm going to do a /, and it's going to show me my most recently used blocks, of which one of them is the Kadence text block. I'm going to go ahead and select it, and by default it's making this an H2. Since this is going to be a description, I actually want this to be a paragraph. So I'm going to click on the H2, and from the options that are available to me here, I'm going to select paragraph. That's going to give me some smaller text. Next, I'm going to go ahead to my Lorem Ipsum site and just grab some more dummy text, and then go back and paste it directly under the heading text there. Okay, so now I have a heading, I have a description. Next, what I want is a button for a call to action. So I'm going to click on the end of this sentence here, hit the return key or enter key on your keyboard, and that'll give me a new block line. And then from here, I'm going to do a /, and I'm going to start typing the words button, and it's going to show me the button blocks that are available. I'm going to choose the Kadence option. So this first option here is the default Gutenberg WordPress option. I want the Kadence option for button blocks, so I'm going to go ahead and click on that one. And we'll just call this call to action. And I'm going to go ahead and align the block. So when you select the block here in the short menu here, there's an alignment icon. Just go ahead and click on that. And we're going to justify our items here to the left. All right. Okay, so now we have our heading, we have a description, and we have a call to action. And so far, this hero section is looking pretty good. Now, one thing that I also want to do is I want to be able to see the text a little bit more. It's kind of blending into the clothing of the gentleman behind him there and the image overall. So I want the image to be more in the background, and I want the text to be more in the foreground. So to do that, we're going to add an overlay to this hero section. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the row itself. Make sure I'm looking at the row layout settings. Under the Style tab, scroll down until you see Background Overlay Settings. We're going to go ahead and open up those settings. And then from here, I'm going to select an overlay color. So we're just going to go ahead and click on the color selector. I'm going to select this strongest text color here, which is pretty dark, and already the text is looking a lot better, but I want to increase the opacity of this. So this is at 30%. Let's go ahead and see what that looks like at 45%. Okay, that looks really good, and we can clearly see the text, the description, and the call to action. The other thing that I also want to do as well is, because we have so much space here, I would like to bring the text or the contents here a little bit lower in the within the hero section. So there's a couple ways to be able to do that. Let's just do the easiest way for this portion of the tutorial. I'm going to go ahead and select the row again. Here where we have the short menu, I can see that my vertical alignment, we had originally set it to align middle. Now I'm going to go ahead and align it to the bottom. That's going to bring it all the way down to the bottom of the hero section, and this actually looks a little bit better. So the other thing that I also want to do here is I want to create a little bit more spacing between the button and the bottom of the hero section here. So if you move your mouse down to the bottom of the row, or even the top of the row, you'll see these two visual cues for the padding inside of the row. So from here, I can actually just drag this and increase the space here, the padding here. So I'm going to go ahead and increase this padding just a little bit more, so it just looks nice and decent there. And now we actually have a really good spacing between the text and call to action inside of the hero section and the bottom of it. Now what I want to do here is I want to create a little bit more spacing between these two sections. So I'm going to select the row again, move over here to the right, and under the layout settings, I'm going to increase the column gutter and just make that large. And so now that we've made all these changes, let's go ahead and update this page and view the page on the front end and see how that looks. Okay, this looks pretty good. I'm feeling like I do want my text to be a little bit more to the left. So let's go ahead and click on Edit Page, and I'm going to select this section here. Okay, and if you're having trouble selecting a section because there are blocks inside of that section, you can always go to List View by clicking on this icon, and then you can select the section that you want. And what I want to do is I want to add a little bit of padding between the edge of this section and the text. So now that I have that section selected, I'm going to go over here to the right hand side, go to the Advanced tab, and here under the padding, we're looking at the right padding here, and I'm just going to increase that until I'm satisfied with the way it looks. Okay, so I like that. Now I'm going to go ahead and click on Update, and let's view it on the front end, and this looks a lot more uniform, a lot better. Okay. All right, excellent. So the next thing that we want to do here, now that we've created our hero section, is we've been building this out on a desktop, and we can see what it looks like on the desktop view. But we also want to make sure that this looks good on our mobile devices as well. So we now need to do some mobile editing for this section, for this hero. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just take a look at what it looks like by opening up the inspector in Chrome. And this is what it looks like on a mobile device. So we can see here, this is a little bit aligned, maybe too far to the left. There's a lot of spacing over here. So I want to make sure that on a mobile device, this looks really good as well, right? So let's go ahead and close this out, or we can also take a look at what it looks like on a tablet. So let's look at it on an iPad mini as an example. Okay, so we can see here, we can definitely do a little bit of work here to make this look better. All right, so let's go into the mobile editing portion of this hero section and make sure that it looks good on mobile. So I'm going to go back to Edit Page, and I'm going to select the row. When you select the row, here on the right hand side, you're going to see the row settings. And under the layout here, you will see icons for the different viewports for mobile devices. So right now this is set to desktop, this will be your tablet, and this will be your mobile device or cell phone. So let's go ahead and click on the tablet options. So now that we're in the tablet options, we can now see what this looks like on a tablet. And if you're happy with this, you can leave it this way. I think there's too much spacing here, so I really want this text to be a little bit more wider. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the layout just for tablets. So on tablets, I would like this to be heavier or wider on the left-hand side than it is on the right-hand side. And to do that, there's actually a layout for that right over here. I'm going to go ahead and click on that layout. And by clicking on that layout, I now have much more readable text, and the text is shifted down a little bit better, so it now looks better on the tablet. Okay. Another thing you can choose to do, as well as you still think this is too tall, remember in the structure settings we set this to be at 800 pixels, so it's still maintaining that pixel ratio. So we're going to go over here to the right, click on Advanced. I'm going to go to Structure Settings, and here where it says minimum height, let's try 700. Okay. It still looks a little bit too tall, so let's reduce it again by another 100 pixels. So let's go 600. Okay, I like this. Let's make it 650, and that's just a lot better. I like that at 650. Okay, awesome. So now we're looking good on tablet. Let's take a look at how it looks on our cell phone. So from here, while you're in the row layout again, go ahead and click on any icon that looks like a cell phone. It'll automatically set up the viewport for you for that device. So let's go ahead and click on the cell phone device. All right, so clicking on this, we can see here that our text is a little bit large. We have that extra padding that we put in here for that setting, so it's reflecting here. So let's first go ahead and take that out. So I'm going to go ahead and select the section here just by clicking inside of it. And again, if you have a hard time selecting that section, just go over here to List View and click on the section directly from here. Then here on the right hand side, we're going to go to Advanced, and you can see here grayed out that it's retaining that large padding that we added earlier on. So I'm going to click here, and I'm going to go ahead and zero that out. Okay, so now we don't have that padding anymore. It's just retaining the padding from the row. Okay, now you can choose to have everything aligned left this way, or if you want, you can also align this text to the center. It's entirely up to you. I prefer to have things actually aligned left on a mobile device. So I'm just going to leave the alignment of the text alone. But what I do want to change is the size of the text and the size of the line height. So select this text here. And then I'll move over here to the right. And I'm going to see what this looks like as a large. Okay. I think I like that as a large. That looks fine. And then here on the line height, I'm going to reduce the line height by 2 and see what that looks like. So remember on desktop, this was at a 3.2. So on our mobile device here, I'm going to set this up to be 1.6 to see how that looks. So 1.6. Okay, that looks good. It's still a little bit too close. So let's go ahead and set this to just 2. Okay, and that looks a lot better. So we'll leave that there. The description text is actually just fine, still readable. And excellent. The call to action looks great. All this looks fine here. The only other thing that we may think about is that there's a lot of spacing here between the top of the row spacing here and the bottom, and that's coming from the structure settings of the height, which is now currently at 650 pixels. So let's go over here back to Advanced, and from here I'm going to change the minimum height. And let's see what this looks like at 450 pixels. Okay, that's looking a lot better. Let's see what it looks like at 475. And what about at 500? Okay, so it looks like it's still the same. So let's make this, let's keep it at 500. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and click on Update. And now what we want to do is we want to see this. Let's view this on the front end. So here, this is the desktop view. And then I'm going to go ahead and click on the inspector here, which is going to allow me to see what this will look like on a mobile device. So on our iPad mini, this looks pretty good. And if we look at it on a cell phone, so let's look at the iPhone 14 Pro Max, that actually looks pretty good as well. Okay, so now another thing that we're seeing here though is that there's a lot of spacing here, and this might be fine, but I actually want to change. I want to reduce that spacing. So I'm going to go ahead and close out of this, go to Edit Page, click on the row layout over here, move over to Advanced, and I'm going to select the mobile device. And I can see here there's 3 XL, extra large spacing here. So we're going to go ahead and reduce that. And let's bring that down to just a normal, let's do a normal XL like that. That should be enough. Go ahead and click on Update. Now remember, we're doing this on the fly. Typically you would plan this out and have a design already ready with all your dimensions in place, but we're building this from scratch, and I just want to show you how versatile the Kadence theme and Kadence blocks is when it comes to building out a site. Okay, so now that we've made that change, let's go ahead and view this on the front end. Go to our inspector, and we can see that looks a lot better. Okay, so much more even. I still see our text, and the hero section is now done, and we've ensured that it looks good on all devices. All right. Okay, next what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and build out the rest of the page, which is going to contain more sections and more content. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on Edit Page to take us back to the editing interface. And remember, you can be as creative as you want here. We are really just building this off the cuff, so there's no planned design or anything like that. So I'm just going to be creating sections and using that opportunity to show you the different blocks and the block capabilities that are available to you to build out a page. Okay, so next what I want to do is I want to go ahead and add another section. And I think this section, I would like it to be a stats section. That's basically where you have some numbers showing the stats for this business. Now in this case, this is a imaginary law firm, so it's not a real law firm. So let's have some stats in terms of their results. So what we're going to do here, we're going to go ahead and add a new row. And I can add a row by clicking on the plus sign here at the bottom corner. I can also add a row by clicking on the block inserter and doing it that way. So what I want to do is I just want to use a plus sign here. So I'm going to click on this plus sign, and here we can see that we have a row layout option for ourselves here from Kadence. Let's go ahead and click on that block. That will go ahead and insert the block inside of the page, and then I can now go ahead and begin configuring this block. Now this row block, I want this to be my outermost block or outermost row because I'm going to have multiple blocks inside of this row. So I'm going to select that I want this to be one column. I'm also going to select that I want the alignment to be full width. Okay, and then let's go ahead and add some padding. So I can do it here by just dragging the cursor down, or I could also do it here on the right hand side by selecting Advanced and moving the cursor that way. Okay, so I want it to be about a medium. So I'm going to keep this medium and keep this medium because it's just going to be a strip of stats. Next, I want to add some text. So I'm going to click on the plus sign, and I'm going to select the text block from Kadence. I will go ahead and align it to the center by selecting the alignment option here and click on align the text to the center. And we're just going to put some text here that's going to make sense for the context. So we'll say we get results. Okay, I'm happy with this. Next, I want to format this text. I want it to be a little bit smaller. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to go over here to the H2 tag, and I'm going to change it here in the short menu to a paragraph. Okay, and then over here on the right hand side, I will make the letter case all caps. And I'm also going to go ahead and add some spacing to that. So I'm going to here on the advanced typography settings, I'm going to open that up. And remember, we're under the text block under the style tab here, and then advanced typography settings. And then you'll see the font family, font weight, and then letter spacing. So I want this letter spacing to be 5 pixels. All right, next I'm going to add some color to that. So let's go to the color option here and select a color. And the color I'm going to use is our accent color here. And I like the way that looks. Okay, so I'm happy with this. Next, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and add my statistics underneath this text. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit the Enter key. That's going to create a new block line. I'm going to do a / and I'm going to select a row layout. The row layout is going to have 4 statistics. And so for that, I'm going to use the 4 equal columns layout. So I'm going to go ahead and select that, and that's going to give me 4 equal columns or 4 equal sections. The other thing that I want to do with this row is go ahead and select the row, and I want the content max width to be inherited from the theme, which is at 1290 pixels that we set up in the customizer. So over here on the right hand side, I'm going to go ahead under the style tab, I will toggle the inherit max width from theme option under the content max width. Once I do that, that's going to bring those 4 sections directly into the center of the page for me. And now I'm ready to go ahead and add my statistics. So to add the statistics, if we open up the block inserter, one of the blocks that are available to you is the count up block. And what this does is it provides an animated count up or down to a specific value. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and drag this over into the first column there, and you can see the numbers are counting up. Make sure you have the count up block selected, and then over here on the right hand side are all the settings for this count up block. You have your general settings, your styling settings, and your advanced settings. Under the general settings, we have a starting number, which in this case will be 0, and then our ending number is going to be the number 200. So this is the number where you want the count up to stop. Then the next option here is the number prefix. So this gives you the ability to be able to add some text before the count up. So I can go ahead and say, I can add the word over, right? So over and space. So now it says, over 200 or something like that. Well, we're not really going to do that. So let's just go ahead and remove that. We don't need a prefix for this specific use case. And then here you have the number suffix. So this is a character or word or information you want to add afterwards. And I do want to add a number suffix. And for that, I'm going to add a plus sign. Okay, so it will say 200 plus. Next is you have the opportunity to add some text of what it is that you have 200 plus of. And in this case, since we're using our imaginary law firm here, I'm going to say that we have 200 plus successful cases. So just click where you have the text there and just go ahead and type your words. So in this case, it's successful cases. All right, so we are now counting up to 200 plus successful cases. The next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and style this block so that it looks a little bit more prominent. It looks a lot nicer. Okay, so over here on the right hand side, we're going to go to the Style tab. And the first option that you're going to see are going to be your title settings. So title settings is referring to the wording here or the text that is under the number. So in this case, we're saying yes, we want to show that title. The title color is fine at the default, but we can go ahead and set a color if we want. So let's go ahead and set this to just a strong text. All right, the text alignment is going to be in the center. So everything will be aligned to the center. And in this case, I'm going to set the alignment to be to the center. And then everything else is fine here. I'm happy with the way everything else is. But if you have some additional design needs, they're all available here for you to make changes to. All right, then I'm going to go ahead and close this specific option and open up the number settings option. So under the number settings option, you have similar options. We can set the number color, and I'm going to make that our accent color. Then the alignment will be also in the center, so it matches up with the text. I'm happy with the font size, but again, you can have different font sizes depending on what you want. So if you want a different font size for the desktop and different font size for your tablets and mobile, this is where you would go ahead and set that up. So next here, the font weight, I do want it to be a little bit more prominent. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the font weight option, and we're going to set this to be bold at 700 pixels. And now that I have my first count up set up, now I need to add more count up options here, more statistics. So instead of recreating and dragging the count up block in here again, I'm just going to use the duplicate feature to create more of these. So since I have it already styled, and that's going to retain all my styling and all my settings. So I'm going to click the count up block again. I'm going to see the short menu and just go ahead and click on the vertical ellipsis, which will give you the options. And then under the options, one of the options here is to go ahead and duplicate this block. So I'm going to go ahead and do that 3 times. So I'm going to click on duplicate, and then we'll do it again, and one last time. Okay. All right. So now we have all of our count up statistics. So I'm just going to simply drag these over to the other sections. To do this, all you do is just click on the block itself, and here you can see the grab or drag icon. Just go ahead and drag that over to where you want it to be. All right, so far this is looking really good. So now we just need to have different statistics. So let's just add different things here. So I'm going to select the second count up block. I'm going to move over here to the right, and I'm going to change the ending number to 100. This time I will add a number prefix, and we'll just make that a $sign. Let's just add the letter M right before the plus sign. So now it's going to read 100 million plus. And then I'm going to click on the title or the text here, and we're going to change this to successful settlements. The next item here, you can just change this to whatever you want. So the ending number, I'm just going to pick a random number. So let's just say 80 plus, and we'll select something loyally here. So let's say corporate litigation wins. Okay, so 80 plus corporate litigation wins. And our final number here, let's go ahead and select this block as well. Go to the general tab. We'll change this to 300. And for the text, we'll say successful class action suits. Okay, so now we've labeled all our different statistics. Now let's just go ahead and tidy this up a little bit. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to bring this text a little bit closer to the stats. And I know that the stats are contained inside of another row. So that's going to add some default padding here. So I'm going to just go ahead and zero out the padding. And you can do that here just by dragging your mouse up. And then here I also want to bring this a little bit closer. And I do know that the text block has some default margin on the bottom. So I'm going to go ahead and select it, move over here to the right, go to advanced, and here where it says the bottom field, I'm going to go ahead and just zero this out. That's going to bring it a lot closer. Okay. And I think I'm very happy with the way this looks. Maybe we add a little bit more, some spacing there, just a little. There we go. Okay, so I'm happy with the way this looks. Next, I want to make this block distinct and separate from the rest of the page. So let's go ahead and select the outermost row. If we look here in the list view, you can see that it's this row right here, the second row. So make sure you grab that one. And then over here on the right-hand side, go to Style. And under the background color, we're going to select a very light, subtle color there. Okay, so now we have this separated out. All right, and so far this looks really good. I'm going to go ahead and click on Update to save my work. Just remove that extra block there. Click on Update, and then let's view it on the front end. And here we go. So we have our count up, and everything is counting up very nicely. Okay. All right, next, let's go ahead and build out the next section. Okay, so in the admin toolbar, I'm going to click on Edit Page. That's going to take me back to the editing interface. And from here, I'm going to add a new row. So I'm going to click on the plus sign here. I'm going to select the row layout. And for this one, I'm going to select a 2-column row. And I'm going to set this row to be full width. And I'm also going to set the inner content width to be the default inner content width of the theme. Then for padding, I want this to be 3x or 3x large. There we go. And I'm going to do that to the top and the bottom. Okay. So I want some text here on the left, and I want an image here on the right. To save some time, I already have some placeholder text here. So I'm just going to hold down my Shift key, select the first heading text, and then I'm going to select the button. That's going to select all of the blocks. And then I'm going to click on the vertical ellipsis. I'm going to click on copy. And then I'll come down here to the section, click on the plus sign, and I want a paragraph block. And then I'm going to press Command V or Control V if you're on a PC, and that will paste all that text or that group of blocks right here for you. Okay. All right. It looks like we have an extra button. Just select it and go ahead and click on delete. All right. So this looks good. Let's just clean this up a little bit to make it a little bit different. So I'm just going to grab this and extend the text. So I'm copying this text and adding more. Then here, I want this to be a little bit smaller. So if I look over here to the right, I can see this is an extra large. Let's see what it looks like as a large. Okay, that looks better. And I'm going to change the line height here. So let's make this 2.2. All right, and that looks great. Next, I want a little bit of text at the very top here. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on the heading. I'm going to click on the vertical ellipsis, click on Add Before. That's going to create a new block line at the very top. Now I want the text to be a small text, very similar to this one here. So to save some time, I'm just going to copy this one. So I'm going to click on the plus sign here, click on the vertical ellipsis, click on copy, come back here to this first block, press Command V or Control V if you are on a PC. And now I have some small text here. Next, I'm going to go ahead and format this, align it to the left. And then I also want to get rid of this spacing here. So with the text selected, I'm going to look over to the right, go to the Advanced tab. And here, the first thing I'm going to do is zero out that margin. And then for this text, I know there's some default margin here at the top. I'm going to go over here to the right, click on Advanced, click on the margin top, and I'm going to zero that out and maybe just re-add about an extra small gap here. Okay, so now that looks really nice. And we can change this to say something else. So let's say intro, or actually, let's say welcome to your firm. All right. Next, we're going to add an image here. So I'm going to click on the plus sign and we will do a search for an image. So just start typing the word image in the search box. And I can see the Kadence Advanced image here. So I'm going to select this one, click on select an image. And you can choose to find an image here from Pexels, or I already have an image here in the media library that I can use. I'm going to use this one. Select this image, so that now gives me a nice image here. Now, a couple things I want to do just to make this look a little bit more stylish. I'm going to click on the main row here, and here on the right hand side, I'm going to give it a large column gutter and a large row gutter for when it goes mobile responsive. And then the next thing that I want to do is I want to play around with this image a little bit. So I'm going to click on the image, look over here to the right, and under the style settings for this image, I'm going to scroll down to the border radius. And on the top radius, I'm going to give this a top radius corner of 50 pixels. And then on the bottom, I'm going to give that 50 pixels as well. Okay, so this just kind of styles the image a little bit better. And let's see if we can take this even further. I'm going to click on the image again, move over here to the right, and I'm going to toggle on the box shadow. I am under the Style tab for the image block. I'm going to click on the box shadow, and I can see there's already a shadow here of with a 14 blur, and 0 on the x-axis and 0 on the y-axis. So what I want to do is I actually want this to be, let's make this 15 on the y-axis. We will make this a 0 blur, and then 15 on the x-axis. That's going to give me a very hard box shadow here. Okay. Next, I'm going to want to color that a little bit. So let's make sure we have that image selected again. Over here on the right-hand side, under Style, Box Shadow, select the Color selector, and let's use our highlight color here. And then I'm going to go ahead and reduce the opacity to, let's go really low. Yeah, about 20%. So 0.2 is fine. All right, and that looks pretty good. Okay, it's a really nice section there. Go ahead and save your work by clicking on Update. And when we view the front end of the website, we can see that our home page is coming together really nicely. So now I need to make sure that this is mobile responsive. So I'm going to click on the Edit Page link here, back to the editor, select that row, move over here to the right-hand side, And let's start with the tablet. So I'm going to click on the tablet icon. That's going to show me what it looks like on a tablet. And you could leave it like this, but I think it would probably be a good idea to stack this on top of each other. So looking at the layout options that we have, I'm going to go ahead and select the collapse to rows. All right, so that's going to stack this on top of each other. Now, one thing you can do is you can choose to reverse the order if you want to. So if you want the image to be on top on mobile, over here where it says collapse order, just go ahead and click on the drop down and select reverse. And that's going to reverse the order. So now when we look at the site here, we can see that the order is now reversed with the image on top and the text below the image. Okay. Now, if we look at this on a mobile device, so select the mobile device icon here, and we can see how that looks, and that looks pretty good. So far everything here looks great. Let's go back to the tablet version again, and in looking here where it shows this row, so this row looks kind of strange. So let's go ahead and make this mobile responsive as well. So I'm going to click on the row here, and then make sure you have the row that contains the stats. So I'm going to select that from here. Now I have that row layout selected. If you have a hard time selecting the row, just come over here to the list view and you can select the row from the list view. All right, so now that I have that selected, over here on the right hand side, I'm going to select a different layout for this one, and I'm going to select a 2-column grid. All right, and now that allows me to be able to see the stats very well on tablet. This looks good on tablet. So I'm just making sure that I do the mobile editing as I go to save myself some time later on when viewing the site. So this looks good. And then let's look at this on a mobile device. That still looks great. I'm going to go ahead and click on update. And when I view the page, now I can look at it in the Chrome browser and see what it really looks like on a mobile device. So from here, right click, select inspect. I'm doing this in Chrome. And so on a mobile device here, this looks really good. I can also select, say, an iPad mini is a good one to look at. So that looks great as well. Okay, awesome. Next, let's go ahead and build out a couple more sections. Okay, so let's go back to edit page and let's add another section. So this section is going to be a call to action section, and it's just a row that's going to be completely dedicated to getting the user to take action. And this will give us an opportunity to see some other capabilities of the row and section layout. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and click on the plus sign here again, and I'm going to select a row layout. I'm going to make this row wide width, and I'm going to select a 1-column row this time. And then here in the content inner width, I want this content inner width to be 700 pixels. So this will be a narrow inner content width. And then keeping with the other rows, I'm going to extend this to be 3x large in padding. So padding here at the top and then padding at the bottom. I'm just going to drag this until it's 3x large as well. Okay, so now my area here is prepared. The next thing that I want to do is I want to go ahead and add some content. So call to action here. And again, we're still using dummy content. So it doesn't really matter what this content is going to be, but just imagine that this is a call to action. So I'm going to copy the content that we already have on the page here. I'm going to select from any of the copy that I already have. I'm going to copy this heading. I'm going to copy this paragraph, and I'm also going to copy this button. So I'm selecting the heading, holding down my shift key, and then I'm going to select this button, and that I select all of the blocks within my cursor. Then I'm going to click on the vertical ellipsis, and I'm going to click on the copy option. Then I'm going to go down to my new row that I'm creating, click on the plus sign, select the paragraph block, and then I'm simply going to press Command V, or if you are on a PC, you can press Control V, and that'll paste all those blocks here right in the center. Okay. Then the next thing that I want to do is I want everything here to be centered. Okay, so I want the heading here to be in the center, the paragraph, and also the call to action. So I'm going to select the heading, and using the short menu here, I will align the text to the center. I'll also do the same for the paragraph. And then for my call to action here, I'm going to select the button and then I select the justification icon, and we will justify the items to the center. Excellent. Okay, so now we have our basic structure. Next, we want to go ahead and style this so that this looks nice and a little bit separated from the rest of the page. So to do that, I'm going to select the outermost row, which is this row here. And then over here on the right-hand side, I'm going to go to the Style tab. And under the Style tab, what I want to do is I want to add an image. So under the Style tab, you'll see your background settings. And here there's a section here for the background image. I'm going to select an image. And if you're following along, you can add any image that you want. I'm just going to add an image of a city. You can search for a city or a city outline in pixels here, or you can upload one from your computer if you already have it. So I'm going to go ahead and select this one, and I'm going to add that in here. So now we have a city layout that's now the background of our row. Okay. Then the other thing that I want to do is I want this background to be fixed. So right now it is attached to the row in the background. So if I move my page up and down, that image stays in place. Okay, I'm sorry, that image is moving along with the row. Okay, so what I want to do is here where it says background image attachment, I'm going to change that to fixed. And what that's going to do is it's going to keep the image fixed while the rest of the content moves up and down on the page. Okay, so it kind of gives it the impression that the information is on top of the image or floating on top of the image while the image is in place. Okay, it's just a really cool effect that you can implement very easily in a Kadence Blocks row. All right, then the next thing that we want to do is obviously we want our information here to be visible. So right now this information is hard to see. So let's do a couple of things to this section to make that so. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to select the row in its entirety, move over here to the right. I'm going to scroll down and make sure that you are in the Style tab. Okay, so under the Style tab for this row, there are text color settings. It's one of the last settings that you'll see in the Style tab. Open up those settings, and for the text color, I'm going to set that to white. That's going to make everything white. Okay. Then the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create an overlay that's going to go over the image that we have here. That's going to give us the opportunity to be able to see this information a little bit more clearly. So over here on the right hand side, making sure that I select the outermost row here. Over here on the right hand side, I'm going to look for the overlay settings under the Style tab. So if you scroll down, you'll see the background overlay settings here. So go ahead and open that up. All right, so here's our overlay settings. And what I want to do this time is I would like to have the overlay type be a gradient. This way we can take a look at some of the options that are available to you with an overlay. So I'm going to select the gradient option, which is this icon here, and you'll see the gradient points. You can add new points if you want to. So you see where I'm hovering my mouse, you can add a plus sign, that will give you a new point. Or you can just use the points that exist already. I'm going to use the points that exist already. Okay, so I'm going to select the first point, and it's going to open up the color selector, and I'm going to pick the darkest color that we have, which is the strongest text color here. I'm going to select that. So immediately you can see that the background is beginning to darken. And then on the second point here, I'm going to select a very light color. Actually, I'm going to select the white color here. Okay, so that's now going to create a darker section on one side and a light section on the other side. You can see the representation of the gradient here. Okay. Then the other thing that I'm going to do is I want to create a diagonal effect using this gradient, but I want the gradient to be sharp. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to click on the first point, and I'm just going to drag it close to the center here, maybe a little bit off center. And then I'm going to click on the second point, and I'm going to drag that as well. And that's going to bring everything almost sharply in line. So it's literally placing it in the same point in the field here, in the gradient field here. And you can kind of see how that creates a sharp line here. And this diagonal aspect of it is actually being controlled by this angle option. So I can move the angles around if I want by just toggling this around. and I can move the angles, right? So even in the application of this gradient, we really don't want it to look like this, right? So let's go ahead and increase the opacity to see what kind of effect that has. So here under the opacity slider, I'm going to slide that all the way to 100. And we can now see what that looks like, okay? Our text is visible on one side of our gradient, and it is not visible on the other one because the text color matches that gradient background color. So let me move this over just a little bit, just slightly. Okay, so it's very subtle, and we can kind of see that image in the background there. Okay. Next, what I'm going to do to make the text be even more visible is that intersection where the text is contained, which is this section right here. See that blue outline? I'm going to add a background color there. So to make sure that I have this section selected, let's go over to List View, and we can see that section right over here. So I'm going to click on that section, and then over here on the right hand side are all the section settings. This is one of the things that's beautiful about the blocks from Kadence Blocks. So when you have a row block, the row layout block has a section block, and each level of those, so the row layout itself has its own settings, and the section layout, which is inside of the row layout, has its own settings as well. And this allows you to be able to create some really dynamic designs within that row. Okay, so now that I have this section selected, I'm going to go over here to the right. Under the Style tab, I can see that I have the option of a background color and even a background image and even its own background overlay. But in this case, I just want a background color. So I'm going to select the background color, and I want a color that matches the exact color that we used in the row layout gradient, which is this strongest text right here. So I'm going to select that, okay? And now I can see all my text. To give this an even much more powerful effect, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and add some padding around our text there. So I'm going to go to the Advanced tab for that section, and here is our padding, and I'm going to click this linked icon here. It's going to unify the field there, and then I'm going to go ahead and drag this in to about a medium. It's about 32 pixels of spacing around our text, okay? And then the other thing I'm going to do to create some separation is I'm going to add a border and a border radius around the section as well. Okay, to do that, we're going to go back to the Style tab, and then we're going to scroll down. You're going to see here Border Styles right under the background overlay. I'm going to click on Border Styles. I'm going to scroll down, and I'm going to add a border. And let's add a border of 10 pixels, and we'll make this border white. Okay, so now this is giving us an effect of the text and this section floating on top of that row. And if you want to make this even more prominent, you can actually add a box shadow to it, and you'll have a nice little shadow there. But we're going to leave that out. We don't need that, actually. Okay, so now we have our section. We have our call to action really popping out really nicely here. Now I want to add a little, I want to add some border radius to this as well. Okay, so back to Border Styles. And here where we have the border radius, I'm going to go ahead and unify this, and let's give it a border radius of 10 on the border radius. Okay, awesome. So now we have a 10 border radius around this. We have our content nicely here. And what I want to do, I'm going to reduce the amount of this content just a little bit here. So we really want people, it's just a call to action. So just a little bit of text is fine. And then the button for them to go ahead and click to take action. Okay. So now this is actually looking quite nice. Now, the other thing that I want to do is I would like to bring the angle of this, of the gradient in this row a little further down. Okay, so I'm going to select the row, move over to the right, click on the Style tab, scroll down, find the background overlay settings, and I'm looking at the overlay type and the field here where the colors are. I'm just going to click on the first one and move it over. That's going to bring that down just a little bit. I think I like the angle of where that is now. It's just right at the corner of that section. Then I'm going to go ahead and select the second one and align them to be exact. So it's a sharp line, it's a sharp gradient. Okay, and that looks like a pretty nice section. So if we scroll up and down, we can see very subtly in the background that city effect. And then in the foreground, we have our text with the section and the button and call to action. And this is just a call to action section. So after they've consumed this content, they get here, and we have a nice little unique selling proposition. and an invitation for them to go ahead and take action. We have an entire section that's dedicated to that. Now, let's not forget, we also want to make this mobile responsive as well. So let's do some mobile editing. So select the main row here, move over to the right, and what we're looking for is any of these mobile editing icons. You can also use this here, this view over here, to change, to change which view of the layout in the editor that you're looking at. So if I select tablet, then it's going to give me those options. It will also match it here. If I select mobile, it will also do the same thing here as well. So right now we want to work on the tablet view of it. All right, and the reason why you really want to select the row first. So let's go back to the desktop. The reason why I select the row first before I do my mobile editing is just to make sure that I'm on that row. This one is more generalized to the entire editor. This is more generalized to the specific row. So I'm going to select this row, move over to the right, and select the tablet view. Okay, and in looking at it on tablet view, I think this looks excellent here. And then I'm going to select the mobile view, and in looking at it in mobile view, I'm happy with it. I think this looks great. Maybe in the mobile view, we may want to reduce our padding just a little bit here. So I'm going to select the section, move over to the right, go to the advanced. I can see here grayed out how much padding I have. I'm going to go ahead and link this together, and let's just reduce this to a small padding. Okay, so that looks good. All right, I'm happy with the mobile edited version of this. So let's go back to the desktop version, go ahead and click on update, and let's view the page. And we can see here how our home page is coming together really nicely using Kadence blocks inside of the Kadence theme. All right, let's go ahead and add another section. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back to the editing interface for this page. And this time we're going to add a services section, or in the case of this imaginary law firm, we're going to add a practice area section. So we'll start by adding a row. I'm just going to click on this plus sign. I'm going to select the row layout from Kadence blocks. I want this to be full width. So from the alignment options here, just select full width. And we're going to start with a 1 column row. I'm also going to select the inner content width to be the same as the default for the theme, which is 1290 pixels. And then I'll also add some padding. So I'm just going to drag this visibly here until I see that it's 3x large. And I'll do that for the top and the bottom. Okay, now we're ready to add our text. So let's start with some subtle introductory text. I'm going to click on the plus sign here. I'm going to select the text block from Kadence, and we're going to go ahead and align this to the center. And for this text, we will make the text a paragraph. And let's just call this our practice. Let's call it our practice areas. I'm going to get the styling from some previous intro texts, like this one. And I'm just going to find, I could either use this one or I could use this one. But I'm going to go ahead and copy the styles. So clicking on this copy styles icon, I'm going to copy this style, come back down here, click on my text for the practice area, and go ahead and paste your styles. All right, so now our style is there, except in this case, I want this to be centered in the middle of the row. So I'm going to go ahead and align the text to the center. Okay, that looks great. Next, we need some text below this. So let's go ahead and just grab some. So I'm going to take this text that we already have here just to save us some time. These are both text blocks from Kadence blocks. And I'm going to copy these, come back here, hit the enter key, which will create a new block line for me. And I'm going to go ahead and paste this into that area. Okay. I think the text here is a little bit too wide, so I wanted to match up with this here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this first one, move over here to the right. And if we go to the general settings for the text block in Kadence, you can see here there's a max width. I'm going to set this to 700 pixels. And I will do the same thing for the description text as well. So select it, move over to the right, go to the general tab, set the max width to 700 pixels as well. All right, so now this is nice and quite uniform. All right, then the next thing that I want to do is I want to add the actual practice areas. And to do that, I want to add that in a grid or as a grid of sections. So I'm going to click my mouse here on the very last letter here of the description, hit the enter key, and then I'm going to do a /, and I'm going to select a row layout. This time I'm going to select a 3-column row. Okay, and so now I have these 3 sections where I can go ahead and add the practice areas. Okay, so we don't have any real practice areas in this case, so we're just going to add some dummy content for this section. Okay, now to be able to add our practice areas, there's a few ways we can do it. We can just add text using the text blocks and the button and also an icon, or we can use a new block. So let's go ahead and use a new block, and the block that I like to use sometimes is the info box block from Kadence Blocks. So if we click here on the plus sign, do a search for info, and you'll see the info box block. Go ahead and select it, and now we have an info box. And what an info box has is that it already has an icon, it has a title, and it has a description. And over here on the right hand side, you have different layout presets. You can link the info box. You can choose to link the entire box or just the learn more text or button. You can control the alignment. And then over here where you have the styling, there are additional settings as well. So you can add a background. You can also change the media settings. So this can be an icon or an image or even a number if you want. And then you also have settings for the title, the text, and learn more settings, which you could toggle on and off. And everything here can be toggled on and off. So it just depends. So it's a pretty versatile block, and I use it occasionally if I want to get just a quick card going really quickly. Okay, so now that we have it, let's go ahead and make some changes to it. So I'm going to click on the title here, and we'll call this practice. Let's call this practice area. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and format this. I'm going to move over here to the right while I have the info box selected. I'm going to go over to the right. Go to the style settings. I'm going to close the container settings and open up the title settings, which is right over here. And then from the title settings, I'm going to give the title a color. I like to use this subtle color here is fine. And then for the media settings, which is the icon, I'm just going to change the color. Now, normally I'd add an icon that fit the practice area, but in this case, we're just using placeholder content. I'm going to reduce the size of it to 35, and then for the title settings itself, I actually want this to be a little bit smaller. So let's set this to be medium, and then let's make the letter case all caps like that. Okay. I also want to add a learn more link, but before I do that, let's go back to media settings and let's give our icon a highlight color. So I'm going to change the color here to our highlight color. Okay, make that a little bit more prominent. I'm also going to apply that to the border. All right, and then the next thing I want to do here is I also want to add a button. Okay, so to do that, make sure you have the info box selected. Move over here to the right, and under the style settings, we're going to select this learn more settings here. Let's go ahead and open that up, and we'll toggle it on soon, and then you'll see a learn more link. Then what we want to do here is we want to apply some color to it. So the background color will be our highlight color, and the hover color will be the accent color, and we'll match that with the border as well. And then for the text color, we want that to be a light color, so we'll keep that as white. Okay, and then let's scroll down a little bit further here. So under the learn more settings, I'm now going to go ahead and make some changes here. So for the border width, I want that to be 1 pixel. And then for the learn more border radius, let's go ahead and make this 6 pixels. So we have a nice rounded corner there. And then if we scroll down here where we have the padding, I'm going to increase the padding to 28 on the right and 28 on the left. So just make that a little bit wider. Okay. And then everything else looks great. All right, so now that we have our practice area already filled out, I'm going to go ahead and select the info box by just clicking on it. And I'm going to open up the vertical ellipses, click on copy, go to the next section here, add a paragraph, and paste in the blocks. Okay, so now we have some nice practice areas. Now, what if we want to have up to 6 practice areas? So we have 3. It'd be nice to have up to 6. So what you can do is you can select the row that contains the info box blocks for the practice areas. Just select that row. And what you can do here is we can add additional rows because this is in a grid. So here in the short menu, there is a circle that's circling a plus sign. This allows you to add another section as a grid. So if you click on this, you have now a new section. Okay, so if we want 2 more, just click on it 2 more times. Okay, and now we have some additional sections. Now that we have that, we can also go ahead and place some practice areas in here as well. So click on the plus sign, select the paragraph, then press Command V or Control V to go ahead and paste in the additional info box blocks. Let's do that here. And we'll do that here. Okay. And so now we have a really nice practice areas section. And if you had the pages built out, then you can link these different practice areas to those pages. And this section is now complete. So let's go ahead and update our work, view it on the front end. And you can see here our home page is coming together really nicely, being built out with Kadence blocks and a Kadence theme. Okay. Now the other thing I want to do here also is I want to make sure that this looks great on mobile. So I'm going to go back to Edit Page. We will scroll down to that section. I'm going to select the outermost row. I'll move over here to the right, and I'm going to take a look at it on tablet. Scroll down. Okay, so on the tablet view, this looks a little squished or a little scrunched. So what I want to do is I want to change that. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the row that contains the practice area info box blocks. And here we have some different layouts that we can utilize. And in this case, I'm going to use the 2-column grid. Okay, so that looks a lot more presentable. And then let's check it out on our cell phone or mobile device. If we scroll down here, we can see here that everything organizes and arranges itself perfectly. Okay, so this looks great. Let's go ahead and update. Let's view the page on the front end. And this looks great. Let's also take a look at it using our Chrome developer tool. And we can see here on the iPad mini, everything is lining up really nicely. Very nicely presented. And then let's take a look at it on the iPhone 12 or iPhone 14 Pro Max. Okay, this is typically what it will look like on a mobile device. So one of the things you'll notice is that it's really very easy to make pages that are built with Kadence blocks and a Kadence theme mobile responsive very quickly. Okay. All right, excellent. Let's build out 2 more sections. And that way, by then, we would have explored all the different ways you can use the Kadence blocks and the Kadence theme to build out sections for your pages. Okay, so let's go back to the page editor. I'm going to go ahead and click on Edit Page. And here at the very bottom here, after our practice area or services section, we're going to go ahead and add a new row. So I'm going to click on the plus sign, and I'm going to add a row layout. For this row layout, I would like it to be full width. So under the alignment settings in the short menu here, I'm going to click on full width. And then for the inner content width, we're going to go ahead and use the theme content inner width, which is at 1290 pixels. I also want this row to be a 2-column row, and we're going to give it a padding of 3x large. So just click on the padding section here, and you can just drag it until you see 3x on the top, and you can also do this on the bottom as well. You can always also go to the Advanced tab and set this up manually if you'd like. All right, so now we have our testimonial row set up. Now we need to add our content. So there's a couple of ways to be able to add testimonials to your website. You can do this with individual blocks, and typically with testimonials, you'll have some text, an image, maybe the name of the person living the testimonial. And if you want to use icons, you can use icons to create 5 stars. All these things can be created individually with individual blocks. So if I open up the block inserter as an example, I could always lay out maybe a heading for my testimonial, right? And then let's add some text. So this is the text of the testimonial. And then perhaps after this, I can also add an image for the person leaving the testimonial. So I'm going to go ahead and just grab an image here, select an image, and add that in. Okay, so you can always add a testimonial, and you can style this to be any way that you want. And if maybe you want to indicate that this is a testimonial, so maybe above this I can add an icon. So I click on the plus sign, and from the Kadence blocks, I can select the icon block, just drag that in here. And we can say, hey, we want our icon to be a quote. All right, and then perhaps we want to align this. So with the icon block, you can actually select the main container block here. So there's a single icon because you can have multiples. Main container block here, and I can go ahead and align it to the left like that. Okay, so let's say this is a very rudimentary way of creating testimonials. You can also style this any way that you want. It doesn't have to be like this, but I'm just showing that you can actually create the individual elements of a testimonial like this. All right, now the good news is that Kadence Blocks actually has a testimonial block, and a testimonial block already has the styling and formatting. So I'm just going to remove all this from here that you need, and with it you can even style it even further. Okay, so let's go ahead and open up the block inserter. So here are all our blocks, and what we are looking for now is the testimonial block, and you'll find it right here towards the bottom. Let's go ahead and just drag that in here to the first section here, and you can see just from the onset you already have a layout. So we have a title, we have some text, the name of the person leaving the testimonial, a spot for an image, and then you can also put in the occupation, or you can put the designation. So this could be, you know, happy client, happy customer, whatever you want that to say. And all this is editable directly on the within it. So you just click your mouse where the text already is and start adding your content. Okay, so this will be my heading, and I don't need that much text. And then this will be my regular text. Okay, and we just keep the same name. So we'll say Sophia, we'll say R, and I'm just going to put here happy client. Okay, and now the testimonial is created. Then we can go ahead and add an image. So I'm just going to select just a square image here. All right, so now our testimonial has been added in our testimonial section. Okay, and then I can just duplicate this entire block. But I want to just go into the settings for the testimonial block for a minute here. When you select a testimonial block, the settings for that testimonial, so for this specific testimonial, is over here on the right. And you'll notice that you can have a media type of image or icon, and then there's also ratings. So you can choose, 4-star or 5-star ratings. Okay, but the testimonial block is a block that's inside of a testimonial container or a testimonial parent block. So if we open this up in the list view, you'll see here, this is the actual testimonial block, and then this is the testimonial container block. So the testimonial container block has overall generalized settings, and the individual block has the main text and information. Okay, so the reason why this is important is because the testimonial block allows you to have multiple testimonials. So let's say we've set this one up already, okay? And when you first drag it in, this is all you see. But you see here where it says View Parent Block Settings. If you click on that, now you're in the parent block settings. And now you can see how you can lay out your testimonial. So your testimonials can be a grid, it can be a carousel if you have more than one. You can set up the testimonial styling. So right now we're using the basic style, but there's also a style like this. You can style it this way where it has what looks like a speech bubble. And you can style it this way as well. Just give you some automatic presets, and very quickly you can have a very nice looking testimonial section. Okay, and then also here in the parent testimonial block, this is where all your styles and additional settings are. So I have settings for the container, I have settings for the icon. So you can toggle on an icon here like that. All right, and then we also have settings for the title. We have settings for ratings, so I can turn the ratings on, and you can see there's 5 stars are showing up. Then you have your content settings, your media settings, name settings. All these can be toggled on and off. So if I don't want to show that extra text there, then I can just hide it that way. Okay. All right, so the testimonial block is very versatile. Now, the other thing is you can have more than one testimonial in a section. So let's say I've created this one already. And let me see, I prefer actually the other layout. So let's have just a basic layout here. So I have this testimonial here. If I select the main parent block settings here, I can click on this plus sign in the short menu. So for every block, check out the short menu, because sometimes there are additional settings and additional options in the short menu that may not be visible here in the main settings. So from here, I can click the plus sign and it will add another testimonial. Okay, so now I have another testimonial that I can add. Okay, and you can just keep doing that if you want to add multiple testimonials. You can also use it as a single testimonial, which is what we're going to be doing here in this case. But I just wanted to show you how cool this testimonial block is. So I can add multiple testimonials. And if this were a, let's say for instance, so this is a 2-column row, but let's say I made this a 1-column row. So I'm going to reduce the columns temporarily here. Okay, so this is a 1-column row. So the way this is set up now, okay, this is set up as a grid. Okay, if I go to the block settings, okay, this grid, I can change it to, let's say I change this to 3 columns. Now it's set up as a 3-column grid. Okay, I can set this up to be 2. Okay, and my testimonials will be in a 2-column grid. Right? Let's set this back to 1. You can also choose to make this a carousel. Okay, make it a carousel, then the testimonials now operate as a slider, and then that has all of its own settings as well. The carousel settings, infinite loop, autoplay, and the transition speeds, and how many slides to scroll at a time. You can even customize the colors of the arrows, so it's a little more minimalistic there. And you can choose whether you want to show a dot style or not. You can hide that if you want to. Okay. All right, so that's the testimonial block. Okay, so let's actually use it in the context of the page that we're building. I just wanted to show you those settings because I think it's one of those cool blocks that the Kadence Blocks has. And this is in the free version of Kadence Blocks, by the way. So, so far, everything I've been showing you has been in the free version of Kadence. So you see how powerful the toolkit is. Okay, so let's go ahead and change this back. We made this a 2-column row initially, so I'm going to select the row, and here I can increase the columns back to 2 columns, and we're back where we started. All right, so now that we have our testimonial, we're only going to have one single testimonial here, and I'm going to change the alignment here. So I'm going to select the testimonial itself, make sure that I'm in the parent block settings, and I want to align this testimonial to the left. So in the short menu here is the alignment option. Just go ahead and click on the alignment option, and we're going to align everything to the left. And then the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to add a background. So I'm going to select the main row here, go over here to the right. So I'm on the outermost row now. Go to Style, select an image, and you can use any image for this. I'm going to use this image here. I also want to add an overlay here, so I'm going to select the row again, move over to the right. Under the Style, under the background settings, I have background overlay settings. I'm going to select just a clean color. Let's just use our darkest color here, and we'll increase this to 40%. Okay, now I also want all my information here, all the testimonial information, to be visible. But instead of making the row have changing the text color for the row, I actually want this to stand out a little bit more. So I'm going to select the actual section itself just by clicking in the section. And sometimes when you do this, because there's already a block in there, you may need to go to the list view and select the section directly from here. So I know I have the section selected. Now that I have the section selected, I'm going to go to the style for the section, and I'm going to add a background color of white. Okay, so now we can now see our testimonial. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change the width of the sections inside of this row. So selecting the row, I'm going to first try that by changing the right side to be wider than the left side. And I can just do that with one of these layout settings here. Okay. All right, so that looks pretty good. So now I can see my full image, and we still have our testimonial here. And so far, this really looks good. I'm going to go back and select the section again using list view, and we're just going to style the section a little bit. So I'm going to go to border styles, and under the border radius for the top, I'm going to make this 50 pixels. And on the bottom corner, we're going to make this 50 pixels as well. So it's going to give us this nice effect here for the testimonial. Then the next thing that I want to do is I want to style the icon. Okay, so I want the icon to show up a little bit better. So I'm going to select the testimonial, make sure I'm in the parent block, go to Style, and here's our icon settings over here. And what I'm going to do with this icon is I'm going to add a background to it. So let's click on the background. We're going to give it our accent color. Let's make it a little right there. Okay, one of the accent colors will do. The color then of the actual icon will be white. So the next thing that I'm going to do is I want to lift the icon a little bit off of the testimonial section. So to do that, I'm looking for the icon margin. So here is the icon margin. I'm going to click on the custom size icon right over here. That's going to allow me to be able to choose my own specific size. And I want to put a negative margin here. So I'm going to say negative 40 to start. Okay, so that's lifting it out of the container here and giving it this sort of floating look. Let's add a little bit more to it. So back to the block settings, and here let's make this 50 pixels. Okay, that looks a lot better. Okay, so now we have a nice, very simple, concise testimonial. It's got a nice background over here. Now, I also want to utilize this space as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create some more spacing. Select the row layout, go to Style, go to the Layout section. And for the column gutter, I'm going to make this large. It's going to give it more space. And then I'll also do that for the row gutter as well. Okay. All right. And then the thing that I want to do here is I want to add a call to action. Okay. So maybe do a plus sign, add some text, and this will say reach out to us. Okay. And then hit enter, and we'll just add some more dummy text here. Okay. And then a button, and we can just grab one that we already have. So I'll just take this one, copy, save us some time, and paste. Now I know this is invisible, but we are going to fix that. All we need to do is you can click either in the section. So I'm going to click this section itself, and then I'm going to go to Style, Text Color Settings, and we'll set this text color to white so everything's visible now. Okay, this looks good. Then the other thing that I want to do is I also, I want to bring this down a bit. So in this specific section, making sure you have the section selected. We have the alignment here in the short menu, the vertical alignment. I'm going to click on that, and I want to vertically align this to the bottom. Okay, so that looks much better. Okay, so this looks great. All right, so then the next thing that we want to do is we want to just add a little bit more darkness to our row. So I'm going to come back to the row, go to Style, Background Overlay, and let's just increase the opacity here. Make it a little bit more opaque. Excellent. I still would like to create just a little bit more separation between the two here. So maybe a really good way to do that is instead of using the preset, I'm going to select the row, go back here, go back to the layout. I'm going to set this back to medium. And then instead, I'm going to select the section. Make sure I have the section selected. Okay, and then I'm going to go to advanced. And I'm just going to add some padding on the left. All right, now that looks much better. I'm much happier with that. Okay, so yeah, so now everything kind of looks nice and clean and neat. So the next thing that I want to do is I want to make sure this looks good on a mobile device. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the row, move over here to the right, select the tablet view, scroll down, and see how this lays out. Okay, I'm looking at it and I like it, but I think I would like for this to be slightly more even. So I'm going to go ahead and change the layout to an even layout. Okay, so now this looks pretty nice. The other thing that I can do is on the tablet view, I can actually adjust the padding here, but I think I'm going to leave it alone. I think I like it just the way that it is. All right, and then let's look at this on a mobile device or cell phone. So on the cell phone, this looks great as well. But here, this is kind of leaning to the right. And even though this is kind of a cool effect, I think I want to get rid of the padding. So I'm going to select the section, go over to advanced. I can see here that it's grayed out. It shows me how much padding is there on desktop. I'm going to select that and I'm just going to zero that out. Okay, so and when I say zero that out, all I'm doing is I'm just dragging this all the way to the end, making sure that it says none. Okay, all right, and this looks great. Go ahead and click on update and we'll view the page. And now we have this nice testimonial section. Okay, now we have one more section to go ahead and add. So let's go ahead and add the Meet the Team section, and we'll be done with our homepage. And this would have been a great in-depth look at how to build out a homepage using Kadence blocks within the Kadence theme. Okay, so to create those final sections, let's go ahead and go to Edit Page. Take us back to the page editing interface. I'm going to scroll all the way down. I'm going to click on the plus sign here, and I'm going to add a new row. I'm going to set this row to be full width, and I'm going to set the inner content width to adapt the default from the theme. The row is going to have one column, and I'm going to set the padding to be 3x large on the top, 3x large on the bottom. Okay. Next, we're going to add some text here. So I'm just going to, in the interest of time, I'm going to copy some text that we already have. This section is going to be very similar to this section, so I'm just going to copy actually all the text here. The way I'm doing that is I'm selecting the first heading here, holding down my shift key, and then selecting the last description text here. So it's going to select all of those blocks. I can then copy that using the options in the vertical ellipsis here. I'm going to scroll back down to the new row that I created, click on the plus sign, select the paragraph block, and then just press Command V or Control V if you're using a PC. Okay, now I just need to change this to match what the purpose of this section is. So this is going to be Meet the Team, and let's say combined everyone on the team has 100 years of experience. Then next we're going to go add the actual team itself. So we'll say there are 3 team members, so we'll use a new row here. So I'm going to click on the very end of this description, hit the enter key. It's going to give me a new block line. I'm going to do a /, and we're going to select a row layout. This row layout will have 3 columns. And then inside each column, I'm going to add each team member. So each team member will have an image, maybe a name, and a little description. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to click on the plus sign. We are looking for the image block from Kadence. So just start typing image, and you'll see it here. I'm going to select that. We're going to select an image. And let's start with this one. Just add it in here. Okay, and then below this image, I'm going to add some text. So I can actually just select the image, click on the vertical ellipsis here, and click on Add After. That's going to give me a new block line inside of this section. And I'm going to do a /. And we're going to select the Kadence text block. And we'll give her a name, say Laura, lawyer. Into something generic. Okay, and then the other thing that I want to do here is I want to style this a little bit, so I don't want it to be this big. So I'm going to select this, move over here to the right where the settings for the text block are, and we'll set this to be medium. And then underneath this, I'd like to have a divider. So I'm going to click on the vertical ellipsis again, click on Add After, do a /, and this time I'm going to search for a spacer. I'm going to select the spacer divider from the Kadence blocks, and it just provides a line underneath that text. Over here on the right hand side, I'm going to set the height to 20 pixels, and then the divider itself, align in the center is fine. Actually, let's align this to the left. And then the divider color will be one of our highlight colors, and the height, which will show me the thickness of the divider, will be 3 pixels. And then the divider width, I wanted to extend the full width of the actual section, so we'll change this to 100%. Okay, all right, so far this looks good. Then we need a little description here for Laura, so let's just grab some dummy text from some existing dummy text we have. Just need a little bit. And underneath the divider, add a new block line. We'll do text block from Kadence and add our text. We'll make this a paragraph. Maybe a little more text. There we go. I really just need about 2 lines of description. All right, so far this looks good. Let's take a look at what this looks like on the front end. So I'm going to go ahead and update before I add the rest of the team members here. I just want to view it on the front end and see what that looks like. Okay, so this actually looks pretty good. We could do some work here on the spacing, and I think maybe I want the name to be a little bit larger. So let's go back, click on Edit Page, and I'm going to scroll down. And here, I know there's some default margin here. So what I want to do though is I want to make this text a little larger. So I'm going to unclick the medium size and let it just be its natural size here. And then what I will do is on the line height, we'll make the line height 2 pixels. And we'll make this rems, so it brings it a little bit closer. Click on Update. And let's view it on the front end, see if we're satisfied with that. Okay, that looks a little bit better. I still think there's too much spacing here, so that means we're going to have to affect the margin. So click on Edit Page. We will go back here, and I'll take a different tact. So I'm going to select this. I'm going to move over to the right-hand side, and on the font size, I'm going to make this a medium again. But this time, I'm going to make the letter case capitalized. Then here under Advanced, for this text block on the margin, I'm going to go ahead and zero out that margin and just add in an extra small bit of margin there. Click on Update, and let's view this. Now everything looks nice and balanced. So I'm very happy with this. Now I can go ahead and create the other team members. Okay, so click on Edit Page. I'm going to select this image, hold down my Shift key, and then select the description, and that'll allow me to select all of the blocks. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and click on the vertical ellipsis, click on Copy, and then go to the next section, click on the plus sign here, select the paragraph block, and then Command V or Control V if you're using a PC, and then repeat that action on the third section. Okay. So one of the things I like about Gutenberg, and it's also one of the things that I love about Kadence Blocks, is how easy it is to replicate things that you've already done. It's incredible time saver. Okay, so now we just need to make sure that these are different team members, right? So I'm going to select the image here, and in the short menu, there is a Replace option. Click on Replace. I'm going to open my media library and just select somebody else. Okay, and then of course we're going to change his name, and let's add one more person. Select the image, click on Replace, open the media library, and you can either upload an image or find one on Pexels or select one that's already in your media library. All right, and just that quickly, we've built out our team section. Okay, so next step is to make sure that this is mobile responsive. So select the outermost row, move over to the right, take a look at it on tablet, see how that looks. It actually looks really good on the tablet, and I think I'm very happy with this. So I'm just going to leave it this way. Let's look at it on a mobile device, like a phone. All right, and that looks really good right out of the box. No tweaking necessary. Okay, so this looks great. Let's take a look at it on the front end. So I'm going to view the page. That looks awesome. All right, the final part for this home page is going to be a way for people to contact you. Okay, so click on Edit Page. I'm going to scroll down, click on the plus sign, get a new row layout. We're going to click on a single row or a single column row. I'm going to set this to full width. The inner content width, we're going to use the default from the theme, and we're going to make this 3x large and do the same on the bottom. And in this case, actually, let's go ahead and let's make some adjustments here. So I want to add some text on the left, and I want to add a contact form on the right. And that should round out this home page really nicely. Okay, so to do that, there's a number of ways to do this, but I'm just going to do this in a very simple way. I'm going to increase the amount of columns that we have. So I'm going to select the row, move over to the right. Under the layout options, it says I have one column. And using these arrows, I can actually increase how many columns I have. So now I have 3 columns. Okay, so this first column is where my text is going to go. This last column is where my form is going to go. And this will give us a chance to take a look at the advanced Kadence form block. I'm going to click on the row here, and what I want to do is I want to add the styling to it first. So I'll move over to the right, select the Style tab, click on Select Image, and we'll just select a really nice image here. And then next, what I want to do is I want to add an overlay. So under the Style tab, go to the Overlay settings. We're just going to add a straight dark color, and we're going to increase this opacity dramatically so it's really dark. This way our text and information will stand out very well. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to add some text. Okay, so very easy to do, as we've seen before. I'm just going to grab some dummy text here. Or let's grab one that's actually left aligned. Here we go, right here. I'm going to select both of these blocks, click on copy, scroll down, go to the first section. Actually, before I do that, let me select the row, move over to the right, and under the style settings, the very last option here, text color settings, we're going to make this white. And that way, when I click into this section, add the paragraph block, and then I paste those blocks in there, the text colors will be visible. Okay, so this looks pretty good. All right, so and this could say anything. This could say, tell us about your case. Okay, and then I'm going to remove the rest of this text. Okay, so and we could literally stop there. That's probably enough. But if sometimes people want to add additional things, so you may want to add some bullet points of what you need to know or what have you. So and by that I mean I could hit enter here to do a /, and let's look for the icon list. So this is the icon list, and what that does is from Kadence is it gives you some bullet points and a list, so you can add some additional content here. So we could say just add a little bit like that, and one more, so maybe 3 bullet points why they would want to tell you about their case. Okay, so next we're going to go ahead and add the form, and Kadence actually has a dedicated form block that you can use to create a very nice contact form for your website or for your section. So to do that, we're going to go to the block inserter, and while in here you will see the form block as the last block that's available here in Kadence Blocks. We're going to go ahead and drag that over to the third section here in our row, and click on Create New, and you have some layouts that you can select from, and you can select any one of these layouts if they're a good foundation for your form. But what I want to do is we're going to create a form from scratch. So let's go ahead and click on Skip Blank, and we're going to label our form Legal Contact Form. Okay, and you can put any description that you want. Click on Create, and now you're inside of the form building interface. Now, what does that mean? Well, if you go back to the block inserter now, while you're in the form settings, okay, so we're now in the form settings. If we let's open this up in list view. If you look at this in list view, you'll see here that we have our section, and then we have our form here. And you open this up, you can see that paragraph and the submit button. Right now, if we open up the block inserter, one of the things that you will notice, as long as you have this form selected, so as long as I'm inside of the form in any way, so let's say I have the submit, or maybe this paragraph block selected, but I'm inside of the form. And when I say that, I mean here's the form, and I'm in one of these blocks inside of the form. As long as that's the case, if I go to the block inserter, I will see the form block layouts. So the form blocks, meaning I will see checkboxes, dates, email fields, hidden fields, number fields, text fields, telephone fields, and text area fields. These are all blocks that can be used inside of the form. If you move out of it, so if I go, let's say just go to the top section here, and then I go back to the block inserter, then I will see all my regular blocks, right? I won't see any of those fields. So it's very important to keep that in mind. If you want to edit a form, make sure that you're inside of the form itself, the form block. And to verify that, you can do that by going to list view. You can find your form, open it up, and just select any block in there. And then if we close this and you open up the block inserter at this point, you will see those fields. Another way to do this also is typically you'll have a block line inside of the form. So if I click on this block line, so now I'm inside of the form, and we can open this up again. You can see I've selected this paragraph that's inside of the form container. If I select that block line and I do a /, then I will see fields that are applicable to building out a form. Okay, so it's a very easy way for you to be able to think about that and to be able to navigate and get access to the fields that you need to build out your form. Okay, so now that we know that, let's build out our form. So I need a text field to start. I need a first name and a last name. A good way to build out your form is just do it structurally. So I'm going to build it in structures, meaning I'm going to have rows that contain my fields, and I'll use as many rows and sections as I need. So let's start with a row layout. I'm going to select a 2-column row, and in each column I'm going to have fields. So I'm going to have a first name and a last name. So let's start with the first column here, and we're going to add a text field, which is right over here. This is going to be the first name field. Okay, over here on the right hand side are the settings for this field. So I have the choice to make it required, which I will. This is the field label. Okay, I can choose to show or hide this label. Okay, you can also add a description, and you can add a field placeholder. Let's add a placeholder. So enter first name. Okay, and then next in the advanced section of this, you have your max width and min width, but we have some extra settings as well. I'm going to open up the extra settings, and I like to utilize this. So we'll say the field name is going to be first name. So this is the name attribute that's applied to the HTML input tag. Okay, and then here we're going to leave this as is. You can input an area description, so I'll just call this first name field. Okay, so this looks good. I'm happy with the way this looks. All right, next, let's go ahead and create the last name field. Now, it's very similar to the first name field and it's still a text field, so I can actually just duplicate this field. Now, when you duplicate the field, because you have unique name attributes here, you want to make sure to make all those changes, right? So this is going to be last name, and then the placeholder will be enter last name. And then under advanced, we want this to say the field name to be last name as well. Okay, and the description last name. All right, and now we're done with our name fields, right? Next, we're going to add another row. So I'm going to select that row that's containing the first name and last name fields, and I'm then going to go ahead and click on the vertical ellipsis, and I'm going to add a new row. So add a new block line. So click on add after. It's a new block line. Do a / and select a row. Okay, this time I'm going to have a 1-column row, and this is going to be a row for my email address. So I'm going to click on the plus sign, do a /. There's actually an email form field, so just start typing email and you'll see the email field. Okay, so here we'll call this email address. And on the right hand side here, our placeholder, enter your email, and we're also going to make this required. And then under the advanced extra settings, we're going to give it a field name, email address, and the area description is going to be the email field or email field, email address field. Then let's add one more field. Let's add a phone number field. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and we'll add 2 more: phone number and then a messaging field. So again, another row here. So add a new block line, / row layout, and click on the plus sign, search for phone. Here's our telephone field, and we'll call this field best contact number. The placeholder will say enter your phone number, And then under advanced, extra settings, we'll call this phone number. And the area description, phone number field. Okay, and then the final block that we're going to add here is going to be the message, right? So I'm just going to click on the row, add after, do a row layout, and one column, click on the plus sign, and this time we're looking for a text area field. So here's a text area field, and we'll call this how can we help you? Question mark. Let's also make our contact field for the best contact number. Let's make that required, and we'll also make this required. Okay, so required. And then in the description, or sorry, the placeholder, tell us how we can help you. Under the advanced extra settings, I'm going to call this one message. And the area description will be message field. Okay. Excellent. All right. So now we just need to style this and make it look presentable. So because we're using row fields, and row fields automatically have small padding added at the top and the bottom, so we're going to reduce that. So let's reduce the padding here. For this row, we're going to reduce that padding. It's going to bring all this together. So no padding. Okay, so that looks a lot better. And then the other thing that I want to do is I want to style the submit button here. So I'm going to select the submit button, and over here on the right hand side will be the settings for the submit button. I just want this to be full width. Okay, it just looks better that way. Okay, and then the other thing that I want to do is the backgrounds for the input boxes here have a white background. I want to change that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click the row to get me out of the form editor, and I'm going to go over here to I'm going to come over here, I'm going to come over here to the list view where I can see the form, okay? And I'm going to select the form itself. Now, when you select the form itself, it's very different from being inside of the form. When you have the form itself selected, then you have all the settings that apply to the form will appear here on the right, okay? So when I was in here, I was in the email or the first name, last name settings, the field settings themselves, and I was able to make those changes. But if I wanted to make changes to the general form, then I have to select the form. So I'm selecting the form. I'm going to move over here to the right. And then from here on the general are the form settings, things like email settings and message settings. This is where you would set all that up. Okay, any behaviors would set up here under the general settings. But the styling settings is what I'm looking for. And under the style settings, you have the styling for the input fields, the labels, any radio checkboxes, help text, and so on. So this is where you can style everything and make it look the way you want it to look. And what I want to look is I want to have transparent form fields. Okay, so I'm going to open up the input fields. And then here where we have the background type, we have the background, the input background. I'm going to select the color selector here, and I'm going to go ahead and make this transparent by moving the alpha all the way down. Okay, so now I have these transparent. And then the other thing that I want to do is I also want the borders for the input text to be a little bit more prominent. So I'm going to have a 1 pixel border, and we're going to make all that white. Okay, so we can see it all. Next here, let's also make the placeholder color a little bit more visible. So I'm going to come over here, select the placeholder color, and let's make that just a lighter background. Still a little bit, that's probably too light. So let's go a little darker. And I can use my alpha here to reduce that just a little bit. Okay, I still want it to be visible. Okay, so now that looks pretty good. And so here you have the option, if you wanted to, if you prefer, to change you can change the labels. You can do all kinds of things here. So let's style the labels a little bit here. So there are a lot of different stylings for the label. I can have an infilled label. So where I am right now is in the under style and labels. This is the normal field. I can have infilled labels where the labels go inside of the fields. This is actually a pretty cool setup here. And you can also have a float label. Okay, now in the float label, what ends up happening is the labels go inside of the field, and then when you get ready to submit, they actually come out of the fields. And I actually like this a lot. So I'm going to leave this as a float label. Okay, and then the last thing I'm going to do here, so you can kind of see the effect here where it floats out like that. It's a very cool effect. Last thing I'm going to do here is zero out this padding. Okay, what I can do is I can actually reduce the spacing here for this specific section. So I'm just going to drag this over. That way we have a little bit wider form. All right, and I believe our section here is ready. Now the only other thing I want to do is I just want to make this more visible. So I'm going to select the row, go to Style, under the background overlay settings, going to increase that overlay a little bit more. So it's just like that. That looks good. And then the other thing that I want to do is I also want this to be fixed. So I'm going to select the row, go to the image, and change the background image attachment to fixed. Okay, that way it kind of slides up and down over that image. Okay, this looks great. Next, let's take a look at it on mobile. So I'm going to select the row again, move over to the right, select the view on tablet. Okay, so actually this looks just fine on a tablet like this. And then let's look at it on the mobile device. All right, and that looks great. So let's go ahead and update our work. Click on Save. And then let's actually view the page in its entirety on the front end. So let's go over what we did. We built out a hero section. We built out a stats section, an introduction section, a call to action section. We had a services or practice area section. We built out a testimonial section. And then we built out a teams section and a contact section. Okay. And with these sections, you now have a fully built out homepage built with Kadence blocks and the Kadence theme. Okay, so now that we've gone through the process of building out a page from scratch using Kadence blocks and the Kadence theme, let's now take a look at how you can build out entire websites or also pages using the Kadence Starter Templates. Okay, so we're back to a fresh install of the Kadence theme and Kadence blocks. If you go to the dashboard, when you first installed Kadence and the Kadence theme and Kadence blocks, you would notice that there is a banner here that invites you to install the AI Starter Templates from Kadence. And if you're not seeing this banner, it's very easy for you to install the Starter Templates plugin. Just go to Plugins, click on Add New Plugin, and then we'll do a search for Kadence Starter Templates. And you'll see the AI-powered Starter Templates by CadenceWP plugin right over here. Click on Install Now and activate. Okay, and once it's installed, you'll see here a link in the plugins list under the Kadence AI Starter Templates. You'll see here that says View Template Library. Okay, you can also access the template library by going to Appearance, Kadence Starter Templates, and you can browse the Kadence Starter Templates here as well. Okay, so both of them will take you to the same place. Now, when you get here, the first thing that you're going to see is this Generate a Starter Template with AI banner from Kadence. And then it'll say Activate Kadence AI Starter Templates or Use Classic Starter Templates. We're going to start with the Classic Starter Templates, and then later on in the video, we'll talk about the Kadence AI Starter Templates. So let's click on the Use Classic Starter Templates first. When you do that, it will take you to all the pre-made starter templates that are available to you with Kadence. You'll have access to the free versions when you're using the free version of the Kadence theme and Kadence blocks. And when you use the Kadence Pro Theme add-on, which we'll be showcasing later on, you'll get access to the pro versions of these starter templates. Now, these starter templates are absolutely awesome, and you can use almost any of them to start any project. They make great starting points for any project that you want to do, and there are different ones in different categories. So to see all the categories, just click on this all drop down, and you'll see that you have everything from events, business, course, all the way to membership type websites. And then you can also filter further by free and pro. You can look at just the pro versions only, or you can look at the free versions only. Any of these starter templates will make a great starting point depending on the type of website that you'd like to build. Okay, so let's go ahead and just select one of these and then kind of walk through the process of installing a starter template. So I'm just going to start with, let's start with this one, the painting service. I'm going to click on it. When you do that, over here on the left-hand side, you'll see the starter and the style starter and the color palette that you can choose from. So this is the site preview. Okay. And you can choose different colors here. So I can choose to change the color palette from here, depending on whichever one you like best. You can also choose a dark mode version. It's available. Okay, any of these. Okay, and then once you've chosen your color palette, or if you don't like what you selected, you can always clear the selection by clicking on clear selection here, and it'll revert to the default. Once you've chosen your color palette, then you'll click on, you can go to fonts, which is on this next tab, and you can choose whichever font you like. Okay. You can also choose the font, a different font or any combination of fonts after you've installed the template. Let's clear the selection. And then once you're done selecting the colors and the fonts, then you can go ahead and click on next, and it will give you the option here of importing the full site. So this is a full site. So right now this is the home page, right? And then you also have the about page, the gallery page. So these are all fully built out pages. Okay, or you can also choose to only import a selected page. Okay, so you can choose only one of these pages if you wanted just one of these pages, and maybe you had a different idea for other pages for your site. Then you can pick and choose which page that you want to import. In this case, I'm only going to import the full site. Okay, here where it says Advanced Settings, you can choose to toggle on to import the customizer settings and import widgets, or you could toggle that off. I'm going to leave that toggled on. Then let's go ahead and click on Next, and then here it will tell you what plugins you need to have installed. So in this case, we only require the Kadence Blocks, right? And if you want to install other plugins, you can select them from here, or you can deselect them. Okay. So I only need Kadence Blocks, which I already have installed and active. Then I'm going to go ahead and click on the Finish and Launch. It's going to ask me if I want to start the import. I'm going to say yes, start the import. Okay, so now the website is now installed, or the starter template is now installed. I'm going to go ahead and click on See My Site. And you can see here in just a few minutes we have a fully built out website. Now all you need to do is go ahead and make changes to the content. You can even make changes to the design. And to do that, it's very easy. Just go ahead and click on Edit Page on any of the pages. You'll be right inside the editor. And from here you can access all the rows and all the sections and every block and make all the changes that you want, right? So all your settings are here on the right. If you want to see what this entire page is built of, just go ahead and click on List View, and you can see all the rows, all the sections, and all the blocks that are contained within each part of the page. Okay, and this capability applies to all of the pages, right? So no matter what page you're on, if you would like to make changes to it, just go to that page, click on Edit Page, and then go ahead and make your changes. You can move things around, completely delete sections, import your own images, and add your own content. All right, now what if you install this and you change your mind? Okay, so you don't want this particular starter template. Well, it's very easy to take care of. just go back to the dashboard, and we'll go to Kadence. So this last icon here, this last item here, Kadence. Click on Starter Templates, and now you're back in the Starter Template selector. And this time we're going to pick a different type. So let's go ahead and pick an e-commerce website. So for this one, let's go ahead and select a free e-commerce, since we're on the free version of Kadence. So I'm going to select the free only e-commerce, and you can see here we have a number of selections that we can choose from. Okay, I think I like this one right here. So let's go ahead and select this wooden craft one. Once again, you have the same options, the style starter, where you can select your colors and your fonts. And then if you're happy with what you've selected, then go ahead and click on next. And then here you'll see where it says your site has starter template content. Check this box to confirm you wish to remove your existing site's content and images. You want to make sure you toggle this on so it can delete the previously imported content and import everything that you have here anew. Okay. Under the advanced settings, we're going to leave toggled on the import customizer settings and the import widgets. I'm going to go ahead and click on next. And then here you can see the plugins, right? So we already have Kadence Blocks active, and what's going to be required is WooCommerce, which is a free open source e-commerce solution that's built for WordPress, and it's going to go ahead and install that for us automatically. So let's go ahead and click on Finish and Launch, and we will say Start Import. Okay, now the import is complete, so let's go ahead and see the site. And now you can see that we have a full-blown e-commerce website ready for us to add our content, add in our products, and add some design changes to make it our own. Okay, and it's the full-blown shop. So if we go to the shop page, you can see the products. We can click through to each product, and you can see the image, the product information, and the related products. So once you add in your own information, then this starter template is pretty much yours, and you are ready to go ahead and go live with your e-commerce website. Okay, so far throughout this video, we have been walking through every aspect of the Kadence theme and Kadence blocks, and we have tested a lot of the functionality and been able to build out websites, both or web pages, both from scratch. And also you now have had an example of where we've done this using a starter template or a pre-made template as well. We've taken a look at the sections, the design library, and so far one thing that I wanted to point out is that all this is in the free version of Kadence. So we have not engaged any of the Pro Tools in any way, and you really can produce a very professional, very classy website with all the functionality that you need using just a free version of Kadence. Okay, so I mean, right now we're looking at a e-commerce website, complete with products, complete with a cart, complete with an entire shop. And this only took us a few minutes from the moment we installed the starter template to the point to where we have a full layout to be able to look at and populate our content to. So this is very, very powerful. But it doesn't end there. If you want to fully extend and really take advantage and really supercharge your website building process, whether it's for you or for your clients, then the next part of this tutorial that we're going to get into is going to be for you. This is the Kadence Pro Theme add-on, which will give you even more functionality, more capability beyond what we've seen so far. So let's go ahead and dive into it. Before we move on, I do want to point out that some of the things we're going to be talking about is going to be the Kadence AI or Kadence Artificial Intelligence capability. And we will look at that from the starter template standpoint. But I'm a big believer that the best designer, the best creators are always going to be people. And so far, in looking at what Kadence has offered for free, this is some very, very phenomenal stuff. I mean, if you look at the sections just in this page alone, if I were to click on Edit Page as an example, okay, this isn't anything super fancy, but it's very clean and very well done and conveys a message perfectly. And this was for free, but you can tell that they put a lot of thought into putting these things together. And there's a lot that you can learn from these starter templates. Personally, I like to build everything from scratch. I like the entire process of starting from a rudimentary design and going to something that looks beautiful and classy and putting every single section and every single block together myself. But you can actually draw a lot of inspiration from how the Kadence starter templates and the Kadence Premade templates and Premade sections have been built. So just looking at this one, you can see this beautiful overlap that we have here with this text, the image here in the background. And what's nice about this is for free, you can actually see how this was done, right? So I can see that this is a row. I can come over here and look at the styling. I can see where they place the image. I can see their overlay settings, right? I can see how this section was put together. I can see everything. So this is a very awesome way for you to get your design and your layout skills up to par by looking at how some of the pre-made sections and pre-made templates have been created. Okay. All right. Now with that, what we're going to do next is we're now going to go ahead and install the Kadence Pro Theme add-on. And we're going to look at how the Pro Theme add-on enhances your capabilities from the free version of Kadence to the Pro capabilities of the Kadence suite. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at the Kadence Pro Theme add-on. To do that, you'll need to go to the Kadence website at CadenceWP.com, or you can also get there by going to CliftonWP.com/Kadence. Now, CliftonWP.com/Kadence is an affiliate link. And when you use that link to access the Kadence WP website, and when you make a purchase here, a commission is generated, and that commission goes to support the channel. It doesn't impact the price that you pay for the Kadence Pro Theme add-on, but it does support the channel. And if you choose to do that, thank you very much, and I appreciate your support. Okay, so here are the offerings that Kadence WP has to offer in order for you to use the Pro add-on. Now, so far, we've been working on this tier. So this is the free tier, and the free tier, no purchase necessary. All you need to do is install WordPress. And from the WordPress repository, you can install the Kadence theme, and you can also install Kadence blocks, and you are ready to go. You even get 250 AI, artificial intelligence credits for free for a lifetime for you to be able to test out and use the Kadence AI features that are available with Kadence. Okay, now with the free tier, you get access to starter templates, Kadence blocks, the Kadence theme, the design patterns, and all the free patterns in the design patterns. And you also get to be able to access any of the free starter templates that are available in that free tier. And if you have been following the video, you've seen what we've been able to accomplish with just that free tier. Now, if you're wanting to take things to the next level and add a little bit more power to your development and a little bit more capability to your websites, then you want to look at these at the other offerings as well. Okay, so the next tier is the Essentials tier. This is at $149 per year. You get 4,000 artificial intelligence credits per year, and then you have access now to Kadence Blocks Pro, which gives you some additional features in Kadence blocks. You also get access to the Kadence Pro Theme add-on, which basically adds some more features to the Kadence theme. And then you get access to all the Pro design patterns that we saw there in the design library, and access to the Pro Starter Templates as well that are in the Starter Templates plugin. And then the ability to be able to use custom fonts. The next tier after that is the full tier. And the full tier gives you access to all the tools that Kadence has to offer. And some of these tools actually give you the opportunity to be able to earn an income utilizing some of its capabilities. So let's talk about that. Okay, so first, you get 8,000 artificial intelligence credits. You get access to Kadence Blocks Pro, Kadence Pro Theme add-on, the Pro design patterns in the design library, and the Kadence custom fonts. Okay, but in addition to that, you get access to the other tools as well. So the first one that I want to highlight is the Kadence Pattern Hub. The Kadence Pattern Hub is basically a library that you create that contains your own Gutenberg or Kadence blocks, patterns, and sections and pages that you've created. And you store them in a central repository. and you have access to be able to pull these into any projects that you're working on, no matter what domain that project is hosted on, as long as you're building with Kadence and you have the Kadence Pattern Hub plugin installed. Okay, this is very, very powerful. You can also extend this by selling your designs, selling your sections, selling your combinations to other people who want access to it. And they can purchase it, be able to have a code that they install in their design library, and they get access to your Pattern Hub as well. We'll talk a little bit about this in a later tutorial because it's actually quite involved, but it's a very, very powerful tool. The next item that I want to highlight here is Kadence Conversions. So Kadence Conversions is the Kadence pop-up and banner tool. Now you can have a pop-up and you can create banners in Kadence Blocks and Kadence Blocks Pro, but Kadence Conversions is a little bit different and just adds some more power to that. So you're able to track those conversions. You get able to create really neat pop-ups, and there's even a pop-up library where you can have different pre-made pop-ups that you can utilize. We'll also talk about this in a later tutorial. Next is going to be WooCommerce Shop Kit. So WooCommerce Shop Kit is also another powerful tool that from Kadence. And what this plugin does is it allows you to add about 15 new modules to extend your e-commerce shop. Okay, and then next you have the child theme builder. If you like to build child themes in Kadence and you also want to sell those, you can do that here with this tool. And then you have Kadence Recapture and then access to all plugins. And then here where it says access to all future products, this is also a very powerful piece. And then the final tier that I want to highlight is the Lifetime Full Bundle from Kadence. Now the Lifetime Bundle is everything that I just described in the full bundle with a few differences. One, it's a one-time payment of $799. So there are no annual renewals. But with that payment, you get a lifetime access to all the tools and products from Kadence. You also get 16,000 artificial intelligence credits to utilize when building websites with Kadence AI. And you still get access to being able to use it on unlimited websites. So that's you and your clients. And you also get access to any future products that Kadence releases. So full disclosure, I am on the Lifetime Full Bundle for Kadence, and it's been worth more than the actual investment. So I highly recommend the Lifetime Full Bundle. However, it's entirely up to you. Anything that you get from the Essentials all the way to the Lifetime Full Bundle gives you access to what we will need to showcase the next part of this video, which is going to be the Kadence Pro Theme add-on. We'll take a look at some things in Kadence Blocks Pro, and you'll finally be able to utilize some of those Pro design patterns and Pro Starter templates that we saw when we were going through the free versions. And then lastly, we'll also take a look at how the Kadence AI credits work and how to build a website or utilize Kadence AI in the development of our sites. And with that, let's go ahead and download the Kadence Pro Theme add-on. So once you pick up the Kadence Pro Theme add-on, whether it's the Essentials, the Full, or the Lifetime Bundle, then you will have your own Kadence account. And then depending on the tier that you're on, you'll have access to all of the products. So this is the back end of my account, and you can see all of the products. I have the Lifetime Bundle, so I get access to all of the tools. And what I want to do now is I'm going to go ahead and download the Kadence Pro Theme add-on, which is this one right here. It's actually a plugin that you upload into your current install, and then it gives you all those additional features. So I'm going to go ahead and download the Kadence Pro Theme add-on, and then I'm also going to go ahead and download the Kadence Blocks Pro as well, since you also get that when you are using the Pro version or if you're on the Pro tier at Kadence. Now that I've downloaded it, I can now go back to my site. I'm going to go back to the dashboard here, and I'm going to go over to Plugins. Click on Add New Plugin. I'm going to click on Upload Plugin, choose File, and I can see here the Kadence Pro. I'm going to go ahead and select it. Click on Open and Install, and then I will click on Activate. Okay, so you see here it's asking me for my license. We'll go ahead and add that license, but let me go ahead and also add the Kadence Blocks Pro as well. Click on Upload Plugin, choose File, And here's the Kadence Blocks Pro, and we'll go ahead and install that. Activate plugin. All right, excellent. So now that I've installed both of these, I'm going to go ahead and add my license key, and then we will go ahead and start taking a look at the features and capabilities that I gained once you're using the Kadence Pro Theme add-on and Kadence Blocks Pro. Okay, so I've gone ahead and activated my license for the Kadence Pro Theme add-on and also Kadence Blocks Pro. And you can see here in our plugin list that both of those plugins are now active. So now let's take a look at what we now have access to and what capabilities are available to us now that we have the Kadence Pro Theme add-on and Kadence Blocks Pro activated. So if we go over here to Appearance and we take a look at the Kadence link, here you'll see all the things that are available in the Pro add-ons. Just like we talked about in the beginning of this video, we now have header add-ons available, and we can go ahead now and toggle that on. We can also toggle on conditional headers, which will allow us to be able to have different headers on different pages depending on a set of conditions that we determine. And then we also have ultimate menu. This gives you mega menu capabilities and more with your navigation in Kadence. We also have access to header and footer scripts. So any kind of scripts that you need to add to your headers or footers, we can now do that. And then it also gives us access to hooked elements. And hooked elements is one of the most powerful features in Kadence. This will allow you to do some very dynamic and powerful things in your website, including creating custom post templates or custom page templates, being able to create custom sections, conditionally appearing sections, and even custom archive sections or custom archives in your website, and much more. We'll take a look at this in depth when we get to it. You also have now WooCommerce add-ons. So this will add new options for us in the customizer for those of us who have WooCommerce or e-commerce stores. Then you also have infinite scroll for archives that are long. We also have the ability now to create a color palette switch that will allow us to be able to switch between a dark mode and a light mode, or really any color palette alternatives that we have. So it doesn't have to be light and dark. It could be just different colors for your site. Then you also have local Gravatars. So this loads Gravatars from your servers to improve your site performance. And then archive custom settings, which allows you to assign custom display settings for taxonomies and categories. Okay. So now we've toggled all that on. Let's now go through each one by one and see what it allows us to do. So let's start with the header add-ons. But before we do that, before we toggle this on, let's go ahead and take a look at what's available to us now without the Pro add-on being on. So I'm going to go to the front end of the website, click on Customize, be able to access the customizer. And then from here, we're going to go to the header. And under the header here, you'll see that the available items that we have available to us are the logo, primary navigation, social icons, the cart, and then these 4 additional items: the secondary navigation, search bar, button, and the HTML item. Okay, so these 4 are already in use, but in total there are 8 items here that we can utilize. Now, if I close this and we go back to the dashboard, and to get back here, you can go to Appearance, go to Kadence, and you'll be back here. We're going to go ahead and toggle on the header add-ons. Now that this is on, we'll go back to the front end. We'll access the customizer. And if we go back to the header settings, here under the header builder, you'll see now that we have a significant amount of available items now ready for us to use to build out our header. Specifically, you now have an account item. There's a secondary HTML item. You have a third and navigation item. There are now 3 divider items. There is a widget area item, which will allow you to add any blocks into your header. And then you have a contact item. There's a second button item. And then there's a toggle widget area item. Okay. So what we'll do next is we'll just quickly take a look at the settings that are available in each of these items when you place them into the header builder. Okay, so let's start with one that is available because we have this WooCommerce starter template installed. And that's going to be the cart icon, which is over here in the header. And you can see it here in the header builder right here to the right. Okay, so we're going to click on the settings cogwheel, and this will show you all the settings for that cart. So you can add a label to this cart if you want, and it will appear next to that cart. And then you can also choose to show the item total indicator or toggle that off if you like. And then you also can choose the type of cart icon. So right now we have this kind of cart, but if you want it to be a shopping bag, if that was something that's more suitable to the design of your site, then you could select the shopping bag icon. And then you can choose the behavior of the cart when somebody clicks on the cart. Right now it is set to be a drop down, which means that the items in the cart will show up in that drop down setting there. And then if you wanted it to be just a link to the cart, you could do that to where people would have to click here to get to the actual cart itself. Or you could also make it a pop-out cart, which is very popular. And a pop-out cart essentially provides a slide out so that when people click here, then it slides out and shows you all the products that you currently have in your cart. Okay, so it is a very, very nice design addition here, and it has a lot of versatile uses for your cart. Now, if you want to design this further, there is a design tab, and under the design tab, you can set the icon size, cart colors, the background for the cart total color, so that's this total right here, and then the cart label fonts and cart padding. Okay, so let's take a look at the other items that have been added with the Kadence Pro theme add-on. Let's take a look at the account item. So I'm going to drag this over into the header, and I'm just going to drop that right next to the cart. When you do that, you'll see here this icon. It's not very visible now, but we'll change this up in the settings. And what this allows you to do is to access an account if you are a buyer on this e-commerce website. You can also use this icon if you have a membership site and you want some links that are only accessible to your members or your users, or if you want a front-facing link that allows your users to go ahead and log into your membership site. Okay, so let's take a look at the settings for the account item. I'm going to go ahead and click on the account cogwheel here. And here on the left-hand side, you'll see all the settings for the account item. So you have two views that you can customize. You have the logged in view, so what people will see when they're logged into your website. And then there's a version that they'll see when they're logged out of your website, which is the logged out view. And then here where we have the account style. So for the logged in view, right now we have it as just an icon. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to temporarily change the design of this so that we can see it clearly. So I'm going to click on the design tab here, and for the account colors, I'm going to select the first initial color here, and we'll make that white, and then I'll make the hover color one of our highlight colors here. Okay, so now you can actually fully see the account icon here. Okay, I'm going to go back to the general tab, and in here you can choose the account style. So you can have it just be a label if you would like. If you select this one, then it would just say account or whatever label you place here in the label field. Then you can have just only the icon. You can have the label plus the icon. You can have the icon and the label. You can also choose to have an avatar and a label, or the label and the avatar, so this is just flipped around. You can have the avatar and the username, so this would be great for a membership website. Or you can have the username and the avatar, so switched around. And then there's also the icon and username, or the username and icon. Okay, let's just set this to icon. And then for the account icon itself, you have three options. So we have this version that we see right now, which looks just like a outline of a person. And then you'll have this second option, which is more circular with the user in the center. And then this is the same circular one, but with more of an outline. Okay. And then here is the account action. So what happens when people click or hover over this icon? So right now it's set to navigation menu. And from here, you would basically select, if you click on it, you would select what navigation menu you want this to open up. And where you set that is down here at the bottom where it says select menu. And then you can come over here, and if we looked for our logged in account, right? So if someone's logged in, what menu do we want to see? So you can open this up here and choose a menu. Let's just choose the main menu for now. And now that I've done that, if I come over here and we hover over the account icon, you can see now that it has the main menu as the drop down that shows up here. Okay, so let's go back to it. And you can also choose to have it just be a link. So if it's just a link, then you would put the account item link in this field right over here, and that will then link to whatever URL you place in this field. Okay. All right. Next will be the logged out view. So in the logged out view, again, you have the label styles. You can have it just be a label, an icon, label or an icon, or icon plus label. Now this is only going to be visible to people who are logged out. Okay, you can choose an account icon, and then again you have the account action. You can choose whether it links to a specific URL, or it has a drop down menu, or you can also be a modal login. So if you select this option, then what will happen is when people go to your website and they click on this icon right here, it will open up a modal like this, and then people can put in their username and password and log into your website. So it's a pretty cool function that you have there. Okay, so now let's go back and take a look at some of the other items that are now available to you in the header add-ons with the Kadence Pro Theme add-on. Okay, so if we go back and look at the rest of the item, you'll see here that we have an additional HTML item that we can add to our header. We also have a third navigation and a fourth navigation item that we can also add to the header if you have more navigation menus that you want to be visible in your header. Then you have up to 3 dividers. So dividers are great because you can use them to separate items that are in the header. So I can drag over a divider here, and within the settings you can set up how you want this divider to look. So if you want it to be a little shorter, and then maybe you want to change the color to a highlight color so it's more visible and clear that it's dividing something, then you have that option as well. And with the header add-ons from the Kadence Pro Theme add-on, you basically have multiples of these. So you have up to 3 that you can utilize within your header. Okay, and then the search bar we're already familiar with, but the 3 items that I want to bring to your attention are the widget area, the contact item, and also the toggle widget area. You also have an additional button. So in the free version of Kadence, you have a button there standard, both for your desktop and also for your mobile devices. But now you get an additional button that you can utilize in the header as well. But the widget area and the toggle widget area and the contact are some noteworthy additions to these items. So let's start with the contact because it's the easiest one to explain. So basically, let's drag this in. And what the contact item does is it just gives you a quick way to provide contact information inside of your header. When you drag it over, if you click on the settings cogwheel, you will see here on the left-hand side the different types of contact information that is available. So here we have one for a phone number, and if we open up the drop down here, you'll see you can select the type of icon. You can enter the item label and even include a link. You also have those same features here for the hours of operation. So here is the item label, so you can change this up and have this list any way that you want, and then of course you can link it as well. But in addition to that, you can also add additional contact information. So if you click on the add contact button here, you'll see that you can add an email address, and you can also add a physical address to this as well. It's very simple. Just select the one that you want. Here's the email example, and let's go ahead and select the address as well. And now you can see that you fully have all your contact information here. Similar to all the other items, in addition to a general tab, there is a design tab, and in the design tab, this is where you can also change the styling for the contact us item here. So just a really quick way for you to add contact information to your header. Okay. All right. The next item to highlight here is going to be the widget area and the toggle widget area. These are pretty nice additions because what it allows you to do, especially with the widget area, is it allows you to go ahead and add any block that you want to the header, right? So far we've been adding items to the header, but with the widget area, you actually have the opportunity now to add blocks to the header. So if there's a Gutenberg block or a Kadence block that you want, maybe you've configured it and you want that to be visible in your header, then you would just add this widget area item here, and then you can go ahead and configure this any way that you like. Now, the way you add items to this widget area is going to be in the back end. So once you've added the widget area here or wherever you want it to be visible, then you would basically go to here. Let's go ahead and let's just publish this. Let me show you where this is visible. You would basically go to the dashboard, and you can go to appearance and widgets. And then here where the widgets are available, we would be looking for the header area here. So this represents the widget area. Okay, and then once you open this up, now you can add any block that you want in this area here. So let's say, for instance, I wanted to add a simple text block. Actually, I would basically add the text block from Kadence and say this is the widget area as an example. And then let's just change this to a paragraph. And I'm going to go ahead and update this. All right, and then when we view the front end of the website, you'll see that widget area right here, right? So here's that text showing that this is the widget area, okay? And now when I go to customize and go to the header, okay, the settings for that widget area are now available. And then I can go ahead and move this around anywhere that I want to. Okay, so this basically allows you to add any kind of block to the header. So it's a pretty cool addition here. Now, if we go back and we look at the toggle widget area, the toggle widget area is very similar to the widget area, but the difference is this is a slide out section that is hidden inside of a toggle. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just configure this real quick. So let me just make this, let's make the background, actually, let's make the color a light color so you can see it. Okay, so this is now hidden behind a toggle. So when somebody clicks on this toggle, then there is a slide out section that shows up. And within here, you can have any blocks. You can have an image, a map, basically any block that you can add to from the block editor can be added in here, and you can use this in a very, very elaborate way. Similar to the widget area, again, you would need to go back to the dashboard, go to your widgets, and what you want to look for is the header off canvas widget area, which is this one here. And so we can open this up and we can literally put any blocks in here. If you click on the plus sign, you can select blocks from the short list that's here, or you can click on browse all or click on the plus sign here to open up the block inserter. And you can literally drag in any block that you want. So for instance, I can drag in an info box as an example. And then I can also add, let's add a map right below that. Okay, so here's a map. All right, and I'm gonna click on update. And then we can view the front end of the website. And then once you click on this toggle here, it will open this up for you. And any items, any blocks that you've placed here will show up in this slide out area. Okay, so very, very useful. Let's go ahead and close that. And I'm gonna go ahead and click the customizer again. And let's go back to our header add-ons. And I just want to show one more thing, which is on mobile, there are actually different items that are available to you when you're doing this and making it mobile responsive. So if we click over here in the header builder, we select the tablet/mobile view. Okay, here you'll see the mobile version of the site. This is how it looks like on tablet. And this here, if I click here on this icon, it will show me how it looks like on a mobile device. One of the things that you'll notice is that if you look here at the available items, the items that are available for when you are in mobile view are slightly different than what you have when you're on the desktop. And by different, I mean they're just some additional items that are available that are more useful in a mobile setting than they would be in a desktop setting. So for instance, your typical items are still there. So you have your HTML items, your account item, your navigation items, even your widget area, toggle widget area item is still there. But one of the things that you'll notice is that you have a trigger, right? So the trigger is this here. And what this does is opens up your navigation menu for the trigger. But in addition to that, you also have something called a search toggle. So a search toggle is just a mobile way of doing search. So if we add that here to the main area, header here, you'll see here, this is our search toggle. And if I click on this, what it does is it opens up a search box for me, grays out everything else or dims out everything else in the background and brings a search bar to the foreground. Okay, so just add some really nice style to your website, and all you have to do is just dragging that item into the header area. Okay, all right, other than that, everything else is more designed for mobile. So you have your mobile navigation and you have all the other items that are available to you from the header add-ons that you can add to the mobile view of your website header. Okay, all right, that will do it for all of the add-ons that are available to you from the Kadence Pro theme when you toggle on the header add-on. Next, let's go ahead and take a look at all the other add-ons that you have accessible to you once you've added the Kadence Pro theme add-on. Okay, so next let's go back to the dashboard. I'm going to exit out of this here, and we're now going to go back to the dashboard under Appearance in Kadence, and let's toggle on the next Pro add-on, which is going to be Conditional Headers. Now that I've turned that on, I'm going to go back to the front end of the website, and from here I'm going to click on the Customizer by clicking on Customize in the Admin toolbar. That'll open up the Customizer, and we'll be able to access the conditional header capability under the Header tab here. So I'm going to click on this, and if you scroll down here at the bottom, you'll see that there's a new option called Conditional Header. Okay, so let's go ahead and walk through this. So if you click on Conditional Header, what the Conditional Header allows you to do is it allows you to have a different header for different parts of your website, or for different pages or different posts. So if for whatever reason you need to have different items or a completely different header for a page or a section of your website, this is where you can create that header and conditionally assign it to whatever page, post, or section of your site that you want. Okay, so when you first click on conditional headers from here, so you click on conditional header, you're going to see the current previewing header, which is the default header that we have now. So this is the default header that we have now. It has the social media icons, logo in the middle, some items here on the right, and then your navigation. And then you'll see here the extra header. So by default, they've added an extra header here that you can begin to customize for assigning to a different part of your site. But we're going to ignore this, and we're just going to create our own header. So I'm going to click on Add Header. When you do that, you'll be presented with three options. You can start a basic header, you can copy the default header, which is this one here, or you can import a header. If you've created a header before, you can export those settings and also import it here again. So we're going to click on Copy Defaults because we're just going to use the default header, and then we're going to customize it slightly for a different part of the website. So let's go ahead and click on Copy Default. Okay, when you do that, it's going to create a new header here for you. If you click on the arrow, it's going to open up this drop down, and this is where you can label your header. So I can come here and call this custom, let's say custom account header. Okay, then this is where you'll set up the display settings. So where is this header going to display? If you open this up, then you'll see where you can show this header on. If you click on the arrow here, you can see the options. You can do the entire site, front page, blog page, search results, all singular, all archives, other archives, and so on. So in this particular case, I really want to show it on the accounts page. It's going to be a custom account header. So on the My Account page for this website, this is where I want this header to be displayed. So I'm going to come over here, and the My Account page is a page. So I'm just click on Single Pages. And then here it's going to ask Select Page By, and the options are all group, author, or individually. I'm going to select individually. And then I'm going to click on Select Items. And from here, I'm going to select the My Account page. Okay. So this is where I want this header to be displayed. Of course, it can be displayed in multiple areas. You just need to set that, go through that whole process again. But for this one, we just want the My Account page. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and click on Select, and we can see here that two have been selected. Okay, and that's because when I went here, I clicked on the checkout as well. So I can click on all these pages if I want. Okay, but I really want it only on one page. So I really only want it on the My Account page. So I'm going to go ahead and unclick the other ones. Whichever one's highlighted in yellow, that's the one that you've selected. Let's go ahead and click on Select, and you can see here how many pages are selected. And you can add additional rules as well if you want to. So you can have a combination of rules here. So if I click on Add Rule, then it'll give me an option of selecting other places I may want this page to be displayed, this header to be displayed. So let's go ahead and close that. And then you also have exclude settings, so you can exclude this on other pages. And then there's also user settings. So if you want to make this header only visible to certain users, either logged out users or logged in users, or a specific role then you can absolutely do that here. Okay. All right. And then you can exclude visibility settings, meaning that you want this excluded for certain users, right? So this is visible to certain users, and this will be excluded to certain users, right? Or certain user roles will be excluded from seeing this header, okay? And then you also have expire settings. So expire settings, if you enable this, what this allows you to do is to set up a time and date when the header will no longer be visible, right? When you'll no longer see this header. So after that date, then that header will no longer be visible. This is great if you're running some kind of a special, or you have a time-based type of situation that you want on your site. Then you can enable that header will expire on a specific date. Okay, so let's go ahead and disable that because we don't want it. We just want a very simple setting in this case. So the header label is that it's a custom account header. We want it on a single page. It's going to be our My Account page for our e-commerce clients or e-commerce customers. And then we're not excluding anything, and we're not doing any of the visibility settings or hide visibility settings here. Okay, and once this is all set, then you are now ready to start customizing the header. Now, before you start customizing it, in order for you to see what you're doing, you have to do two things. First thing is you need to set what the current previewing header is. So currently the default header is the current previewing header. That's what we're seeing here. The custom account header is a copy of the default. So when I switch this to custom account header, now it's going to say, hey, previewing another header requires reloading the customizer in a preview mode. Click confirm below to save your settings and enter into preview mode. We're going to confirm and save these settings. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that. All right, now once you do that, it's going to tell you that you're currently previewing the account custom header. So this is no longer the default header. It's the custom account header that we created. And it looks exactly the same as the default. That's because it's a copy of the default. Okay, so from here, what you want to do now is you want to go to back to your conditional header. And here we have our custom account header. And when you're ready to activate this header, then you can just go ahead and toggle this on. Okay. And that will make the header live. But we're not going to do that just yet. We're going to actually keep this toggled off, and we're going to set up our header, our custom header, the way that we want it. What's important to note is once you're now previewing, so once you're here and you're now previewing the account header, all the changes that you make here in the actual header builder, all the changes that you make here in the available items, anything you drag over, both in the desktop and tablet view, will apply only to this custom account header. Even though you'll see it here, it will only apply to the custom account header. So let's start making those changes right now. The first thing we want to do is to make it distinct from the default header. I'm going to take it out of transparent header mode. So I'm going to scroll down here, look for the transparent header, click on it, and I'm going to disable it. Okay. By disabling it, now we're looking at just a regular header. Now, keep in mind, this is only applying to our custom header. So now I have taken off the transparent header capability. Okay. The next thing that I want to do here is I want to customize this header to be a little bit different. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to delete the social icons, and I'm going to move the logo all the way to the left. I'm going to move the navigation into the middle row, or the main row, and I'm going to add a button. So over here on the left hand side, let's go ahead and drag in a button and place it right next to the cart. So there's our button. I'm also going to customize this button, so I'm going to click on the cogwheel here. We're going to change the button label to Member Specials. Okay, there we go. All right. And it's not really going to lead anywhere, but let's pretend that this is leading to a special page where members only could access some specials that they can buy. Okay. The next thing that I want to do is I want the button to be an outline. So I don't want it to be this solid button. Okay. So let's make it an outline. And then here, I want it to only be visible to logged in users only. Okay, so I'm going to select that for the button visibility. And then under the design tab, let's make some design changes so that this looks good. The first thing I'm going to do is let's go ahead and make this a custom button. That's going to allow me to affect the padding. And we'll make the top padding 10 on the top, 10 on the bottom. And let's make this 20 on the right and 20 on the left. Okay, looks a little bit more decent. All right, then we also have to set up the colors as well. So I'm going to select the colors for the button here to be our highlight colors. That's for the main color and the hover color. And then the border colors, same thing. I'm going to set this up here. Okay. And it's already set up to outline, and we don't need to set up a border here. But everything else is fine. Now, one thing I do want to do is I want to create some separation here. So I'm going to go back to the items, and I'm going to drag in a divider item and place that between the cart and the button. Okay, there's our divider item. I'm going to click on the cogwheel for the divider item, and from here I'm going to reduce the height till it's about, so let's say 25. Okay, 25%. And then on the left and right, I'm just going to add some additional space. So in the margin here, I'm going to put that I want 5 pixels on the right and 5 pixels on the left. Okay, that seems to have bothered my button here. So let's go ahead and make some changes to that button. I'm going to click on the button, and from here I'm going to go to our design tab for the button. And for the padding on the right, let's go ahead and reduce this by 5 pixels on the right and also on the left. Okay. Okay, great. So now everything looks great and distinctly different from what we had from the original default header. And I think I'm happy with this now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and save my changes. So I'm going to click on Publish. That has now saved the changes. And now we're going to go out of this by clicking back to the header. So right now it's saying we're previewing the custom account header. All right, and we have one last step to make. So the last step that we need to make is to go ahead and turn this on. So if you go to the conditional header here, what you want to do is you want to toggle this on, and that activates it so that all the settings that you have in here now become recognized. If you don't turn this on, then everything you did will not show up when you're ready to see it. So remember, we are assigning this to the My Account page. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click on Publish. And one thing that I do want to do is I'm going to go back here. I'm going to go back to our conditional header here, and I want to make one change. I want to change this from currently previewing header, the custom account header. I'm going to change it back to the default so that that's what we're currently previewing. Okay, and then confirm, exit preview mode. Okay, and what I'm doing here is, because I said this is going to be on the My Accounts page, I actually want to place the My Accounts page in the navigation here. So to do that, you can actually do that from here. Just go back to your customizer, and we're going to click on menus, and we are going to select the main menu here. And I can see that I have home, shop, about, contact, blog, and frequently asked questions. Let's click on add items, and I want this My Account page added. So there it is right there. Okay, let's go ahead and click on Publish and exit the customizer. So now watch what happens when I click on the My Account page. When I click on it, it didn't change anything. I mean, it did provide a header, but this is not the header that we created, right? So I'm going to go back to the customizer now, and we're going to go to header, and then we are going to scroll down, go to conditional header, and I'm going to turn this on by clicking on the toggle here. So now it's on. Click on Publish, and once I close out of this, notice the refresh. So now we have our logo on the left, navigation is here in the middle, we have our account here, cart, and the member specials button is here as well. Okay. For some reason, our button is not appearing the way that we designed it. So let's go ahead and fix that. Let's click on the customize here. Click on our header. Scroll down. Go to conditional header. And we're going to preview the custom account header so that all these settings are focused on the custom account header. Click on confirm and save settings. All right, so now we're looking at the preview in real time. So let's fix the issue with this button here. So I'm going to come over here to the button. And let's find out what happened. So we clicked on button style. We wanted it to be outline. That will take out the background. So we go to the design here. And we have our colors. We have our border colors. But we don't have a border. So let's go ahead and add a border. There it is. Okay. The other thing that I noticed is that we're not seeing the full. So this is splitting into two. And that's because we probably have too many items here, right? So once we added this My Account page, we have too many items. And that has caused this button to be squished here. So let's remove some items so that it makes more sense. Or we can even adjust our links here to make it fit. Okay, so I'm going to come over here to my primary navigation. And I see the spacing here is 2.5 ems. I'm going to remove the 0.5. That's going to be my first step. Then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my design. And here where we have the navigation font, I'm going to reduce this font to 14. And then the other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to move my primary navigation closer to my logo. So all I'm going to do is just drag this over to the next section here. And now it's closer to my logo. Okay. All right. And that looks great. And then now we see that our member specials is showing up correctly. So this is an option. If you still prefer to have it here, then of course we can remove some items here. I just placed a My Account item here so that we can be able to click on it and get to this point. But for the most part, I mean, you don't have to do that. We can also come over here to the primary navigation, go back to general, click on select menu. Actually, let's go back to the customizer, excuse me. Go to the menus, go to the main menu, and we can get rid of the home page since the logo will redirect us to the home page anyway. All right, and that seems to have solved the problem. Let's go ahead and click on publish. Now, typically I wouldn't have the My Account page here, but I'm just doing this to show you how you can customize this even further. Okay, so now we've done all that. Let's actually check out the My Account page to make sure that it does render correctly on the page the way we designed it. And as you can see here, it does. All right. So this is how you can create a conditional header. And we just did it for a page this time. You can actually assign this to custom post types, posts, blog posts, internal member areas, or anything that you want where you feel like you need a different header from the main header. And you can assign that conditionally anywhere. So let's go ahead and take a look at the next Pro add-on, which is going to be the Ultimate Menu. Now, when you toggle this on, it basically gives the menus for your website or the navigation for your website additional features, of which one of them is being able to create a mega menu. You can also add highlight tags, add icons, and so much more. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at some of these features right now. Okay, so once again, to turn this on, you want to make sure that you've navigated to the WordPress dashboard. You're going to go under Appearance and then Kadence, and then you're going to toggle on the Ultimate Menu. So just make sure that that's on. And of course, your website's going to need a navigation menu. So make sure you've created one under Appearance and then Menus. So let's go to our menu here. And when you get there, you should already have a menu in place. If you don't, you can easily create one by dragging and dropping any of the selections that are on the left, or creating custom links anywhere here on the left over to the right, and then saving that menu. Okay. So here we already have some menu items, and let's go ahead and see what's different now that we've toggled on the Ultimate Menu. To do that, just go ahead and click on the small caret here on the right hand side of any menu item. And here you'll see this new button called Menu Item Settings. This will tell you that the Ultimate Menu setting is on for the Kadence Pro theme add-on. When you click on this setting, then you'll see the new menu item settings that are available for each menu item inside of your navigation. So here is a toggle to go ahead and hide the text label. So if you click on this, it will hide the text label. Of course, you would utilize this maybe perhaps if you're wanting to use icons for your menu rather than text. So to give just an example, let's say here where I have the menu item icon, I open this up and I just select an icon. So let's say I want to select this one. Okay. So I've added an icon, and then if I choose to hide the text label and go ahead and save this and then save the menu, and then when we visit the front end of the website, you can now see here that where the About link used to be, it's now that icon. Okay, so that's what that feature allows you to do. Okay, so let's go back here, back to the menu, go to menu item settings. And now if I chose not to hide the text label and then I saved it and we go back to the front end and refresh, then I would see that About and the icon as well. And you can choose whether this icon should be on the left or on the right. It's entirely up to you. But this is one of the features that you get with the Ultimate Menu feature. Okay, so let's go back to our menu, go back to menu item settings. And I'm just going to go ahead and remove that. Here you can determine whether the icon should be on the left or the right hand side. Also, these additional settings allow you to disable the link entirely, and you can also enable a description. So when you do this, when you enable a description, you want to make sure that you save this first. And what that'll do, let's go ahead and save this menu. So what that will do is here in the menu item, there will be a field that allows you to put a description with your menu item. Now we're not seeing it now because we haven't actually toggled it on. To toggle it on after you've enabled it, you want to go to your screen options here on the right hand side of the menu interface here. Open that up and you're looking for this checkbox. Go ahead and activate that checkbox, and once you do that, you'll see a description field here. So we can put in here, this is all about the website. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and save this. And now when we visit the front end of the website, if I refresh the screen here, you'll see now that that description is now in place. Okay, now one thing I'd recommend is if you're using a description, you probably want to use descriptions for the submenus or descriptions for all the menus so that everything aligns correctly. But if there's a reason why you want to have a description alongside your menu and alongside your navigation, this gives you the ability to be able to do that. Okay, let's go right back to our menu again. Let's go back to the About, and we're just going to go ahead and remove that because we're not going to be using that. And I'm going to go back to my screen options and I'll toggle that off so I don't use it accidentally. All right, so now we're going to go back to our menu items here, and we're going to disable the description. And then we already covered that this is for the icon, whether you want it to appear on the right or the left hand side. This is icon settings. Here you can choose the size of your icon. And in here you can choose to actually make any menu item have a highlight label. So sometimes you'll see people use this when they want to highlight that there's something new on the website. So for example, I can put here new exclamation mark, and I could even choose to have a highlight icon. So let's use this one, sort of grab attention. Okay, and then here you have the highlight label color. So I typically will want to use a color that stands out, and this is the color of the text inside, right? So I'm going to use a light text for that, and then the label background can be one of my highlight colors from my color palette. Let's go ahead and save that, and then I'm going to save the menu. And when we visit the front end of the website, if I go ahead and refresh the screen here, I can now see here that I have the highlight label there for people to see. So it just makes the item stand out in the navigation, and people can see that, oh, there may be something new going on here. Let me check that out. Okay, all right, let's go back, and we will go back to the About link, which is what we're using for our example here. Click on the menu item settings, And just like you did before, you can go ahead and remove all this and reset it back to what it was before. Click Save. Okay, so we covered the highlight label, we colored the highlight icon, the highlight label color, and the highlight label background. All right, now let's move over to the next tab. So currently we were operating in the label settings, and that all had to do with the labels for the menu item, or disabling the link, or enabling a description, and so on. The next tab here has to do with the mega settings. So one of the core features, or one of the great features of the Ultimate Menu Pro add-on, is that it allows you to be able to create a mega menu. Now, mega menu is just an extended menu where when people hover over the main or primary tab, then a larger menu can show up with multiple items. Sometimes those items could be additional links, or they could also be additional types of content, either text, images, even videos, or products. Okay, so some of us are familiar with what these mega menus look like. So here, this will allow you to assign a menu item to have the capabilities of a mega menu. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So if I click on the mega settings here, we will see the option to enable the mega menu drop down. You can just toggle that on. Once you do that, it's going to ask you, how wide do you want your mega menu to be? So it's giving you an option for the mega menu width. And there are a few selections here. You can make it the width of the content, right? So that's the default content that you have in your default settings. I think, and for Kadence, it's 1290 pixels. You can also set it to be the menu container width. So if the menu is a little bit more narrow, then you can choose, say, hey, whatever the width of the menu container is, let that be the width. The menu could also be pretty wide as well. You can choose to have it be full width, so it spans the full width of the page or the browser. And then you can also have a custom width if you want to have more granular control over the width of the container of that mega menu. So just remember, when you toggle this on, you're really toggling on the container of the mega menu itself, and before you are able to add your items in there. Next, you're going to be able to choose the mega menu columns. So you can have up to 6 columns. And each one of these columns will allow you to be able to have your content within it. Okay. Then you have the mega menu column layout, right? So depending on the column number you choose, you're going to get a different set of layout options. So if you're choosing 1 column, then you'll only have this mega menu 1 column option. If you're choosing 2, then you have where it's 50-50 or even width for each column. And then you have the opportunity to have a wider left column or a wider right column if you choose. Same thing with the 3 columns here. You get a few more options: 4 columns, 5 columns, and 6 columns. Okay. All right. So it's entirely up to you how many columns you need for your mega menu. Then you have here the mega drop down background. So the color of the background of that mega menu, this is where you're going to set that up. The mega drop down padding, this is also where you set that up, and you can choose to have the same padding in all 4 sides, or you can unlink this and choose different padding settings for each side. Then you have your mega drop down item colors. So the links that are going to be in your mega menu, here's where you're going to set up the design and colors, hover and active colors for those items. And then also you can have an item divider for each one, and then also the link padding. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and keep this enabled, and I'm going to go ahead and click on save and close. Okay. And then let's save this menu. All right. So next, let's go ahead and create a mega menu. To do that, I'm going to just go over to the front end of the website really quickly, do a quick refresh. And you'll notice that when you hover over the About link, which we've been playing with, which we also set up to be the mega menu, nothing is happening. And that's because we have not placed any items underneath this in order for it to form that mega menu that we are creating. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and form the mega menu and add items right here under the About. And it's going to basically adapt all the settings that we have here for the mega menu settings. Okay, so our mega menu is set up for 3 columns. So that means that we will have 3 column headings and then some links under those headings. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use some custom links to create this. So I'm coming over here to the left hand side, and we're just going to have a null URL, and we'll call this column heading 1. Let's go ahead and add that, and we'll just add them all at the same time here. So let's go ahead and add column heading 2, and then add one more, column heading 3. Okay, then the next step is to drag these underneath the about. So we're just going to go ahead and place these here. All right, so now we have our column headings. Let's go ahead and save the menu. And when we go to the front end of the website, if we hover over the about link, we can see here that our mega menu is beginning to form. So here are those column headings. Okay, next we need to put the links that are going to go underneath these column headings. So let's go back to the mega menu. And to add links, all we would need to do is add them as sub-items underneath the column headings. So let's just create some more links here. I'm going to use custom links. Just going to add this as null. And we'll just give it a generic name, maybe nav link 1. All right, so we'll place this underneath the first column, and then we'll do the same thing for the other links. Okay, so all our links have been created. Let's go ahead and save the menu. And then when we visit the front end of the website, and we can see now we now have a mega menu with all our links in place. And that's literally how easy it is to create a mega menu using the Ultimate Menu Pro add-on. Later on in this tutorial, we'll take a look at adding a varied set of content in here. So right now we're showing this with links, but you can also have blocks, other content, forms, and other types of media in your mega menu. And I'll show you how to create that later on when we cover the hooked elements for Kadence. All right, so let's take a look at the next feature that comes with the Kadence Pro Theme add-on. So we'll go back to the dashboard under Appearance and Kadence. And the next feature is the header and footer scripts. So this basically adds an option into the customizer for you to be able to have an area where you can add scripts or code to the header and footer. Sometimes you'll need these areas to be able to add things like your Google Analytics, or if you're using a web chat and it has a script that needs to be added to the footer of your site, then this is a feature that will allow you to be able to do that very easily and quickly in Kadence. So let's go ahead and toggle this on, and then we'll go to the front end of the website. And the way you get to this is you go to the customizer, and you'll notice here in the list of settings and options, one of them is now a custom scripts section. So if you click on this, you'll see 3 areas. The first one is where you can add scripts into your header. The second one is where you can add scripts right after the opening body tag. And the last and final one is where you can add scripts into your footer. So if you have scripts like Google Analytics or Google Tag Manager, or you have a web chat script or something that needs to be reflected in the header of your site, and by header I just mean as a script, so it may not necessarily be even visible on your site. This could be more of a back-end function. Then this is where you're going to be able to paste that code. Okay, so now let's go ahead and take a look at the next Pro add-on from Kadence. Let's go back to the dashboard. And from here, we'll go to Appearance and click on Kadence to get back here to the Kadence dashboard. And the next Pro add-on is going to be the Hooked Elements. Now, the Kadence Hooked Elements is probably one of the best features of the Kadence Pro add-on. And this is basically a feature that allows you to add content anywhere in your website. It actually goes a little bit beyond that, but that's the basic description of what this does. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and toggle it on, and then I'm going to walk you through all the things that the hooked elements can do for your site. So let's go ahead and toggle this on. All right, now once this is toggled on, if you go to Appearance and Kadence, you will now see that there is a new menu item or new sub-menu item under the Kadence link called Elements. You can click on this, and it will take you to where you can go ahead and create new elements for your site. There are 4 different types of elements you can create. You can create sections. You can create fixed items. So a fixed item is basically a section or an item that you've created that is static on the website, meaning or it stays in place, fixed in place. while the page scrolls up and down. Also, you can create templates. So you can create templates for all the post types that are on your site. That includes pages, posts, and any custom post types that you create. You can also create custom archives for any of the post types that have archives as well. And then you can also add HTML code as an element to your website and hook that HTML code anywhere on the website. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the process of creating an element using the Kadence Elements Pro feature. Okay, so to create an element, you would go ahead and click on Add New. When you do that, you'll be taken to the element editing interface here, and you get to choose which element type that you want to create. So if you create a content section, this will allow you to use the blocks to build out a section, and then you can go ahead and place that section somewhere on your website. If you choose a fixed section, then again, you can build out your section using the blocks and then place that somewhere where it will be fixed on the page within the website. You can also choose to create a template. This is where you're creating a layout for either your pages or your posts or a custom post type. Or you can use the HTML editor element to be able to add HTML anywhere on your website. Okay, let's start with the HTML editor, since it's the most straightforward one, and this will allow us to be able to see what the interface actually looks like. So I'm going to click on HTML editor, and you'll see here now that we have an editor for us to add our HTML. This is where you would add your title. You'll notice that if you click on the block inserter, there are no blocks for you to add because we've told it that we want to create an HTML element. Over here on the right hand side, to be able to get access to the element settings, just go ahead and click on the element settings icon, and here you'll see all the element settings for this element. Right here is the element type. You can click here to change the element type if for whatever reason you no longer want to create an HTML element. Just go ahead and click on the button here, and you'll be back here at the element setup where you can choose a different type of element to create. Let's go ahead and close this. Here are the preview settings. So if you click on this, it will allow you to set up the editor and the way that you want it to look. So here's the editor width. I can go ahead and give this a definitive setting or a definitive width, and you can see it changing here in the background if you want. And then you can choose what posts or where you want this to preview, what post type. So right now we only have posts and pages and products, but if you had custom post types, they'd be listed here as well. Next is the placement of the element. So after you've created your element, so after you've added your HTML, it's going to want to know where do you want to place this. So if we click on the drop down here, you'll see that we have a number of options and different areas in the website where we can add this element. The first ones that is going to offer you, because this is the HTML element, is the scripts option, where you can add a script in the header or what's called the head tag of your site, or the after, which is the body tag, or right after the body tag of your site, and then the footer, which is before the closing body tag of your website. You can also add the element to the body of your site before the site wrapper or after the site wrapper. You can add it to the header either before, after, or replace the header entirely. And then you can also add it in the content wrap before all of your content on the page or after all the content. You also have the option of adding it above the content hero title. And then you have content and sidebar options. You have single inner content options. And inside the content options, there are comments options, the archive options, the footer options, your 404 pages, mobile menu. And as you can see, there are a lot of areas where you can hook in the elements that you create using the hooked elements from Kadence. The next option here is going to be your display settings. So the display settings basically control where this element is going to be displayed. If you click on the drop down, you'll see all the options here. You can choose for it to be on the entire site. So this would be great for something like a Google tag or a Google script that needs to be on every page. Then you can select the entire site. You can choose for it to be the front page only, your blog page, search results page, all singular pages, single posts, single pages, and the same will apply for archives and other custom post types as well. You can also choose where you would like to exclude the element on your site. And then you can also choose user settings. And this basically controls what users this element will be visible to. If you click on the drop down, you'll see that you can choose from between logged out users or logged in users, or a specific user role that you want this element to be visible to. The last setting here is the expire settings element, where you can actually enable this and you can set a time and a date when the element will no longer be visible. So if you create the element and you enable the expires, set up a time and a date, the element will be visible up until that time and date when it will expire and no longer be visible. All right, so let's go ahead and create an element. Okay, for this HTML element, we're going to add a live chat to our website. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to name this live chat script. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and paste in the HTML for it, which I've already copied. And then over here on the right hand side, I'm going to choose the placement for this. And this needs to be right after the body tag for the site. So I'm going to select that as my option. I'm going to leave the priority where it is, and then display settings, we're going to set this to entire site. Okay, that way everywhere on the website the live chat will be available. And then everything else I'm going to leave alone, and I'm going to go ahead and click on publish. Now when we go to the list here, we can see our element, our live chat element. We can see that it's a script and where the placement is, where we want it to be displayed, and here is a short code for that, and then the status is published, and you can toggle this on and off if you want to. Let's go ahead and visit the front end of the website and see the effects of placing that HTML on the site. Okay, and right there we can see the live chat is now in place, and that is how you utilize your HTML element. Now you may be wondering, well, if we have the ability to add an element, then what use is it of us having the header and footer scripts pro add-on as well? Well, again, remember, a lot of the things that are going to happen in the customizer are more global for the website. So if I add that script here, then automatically the script will be represented everywhere on the website. There are no conditions here in the customizer. The difference between doing it here and then going back, and if we go to Appearance, Cadence, Elements, and doing it this way, is this gives you more granular control, right? So the granular control happens in the element settings over here, right? So I can choose the placement, but in addition to that, I can also choose the display settings. So if I don't want the chat to be available everywhere on the website like I've chosen here, then I have the option of having it be maybe only on the front page, or maybe on a specific page, you know, so I could come here and say single pages and select individually, and I can say I only want this to be available on the checkout page as an example. Okay, let's close that out. So you have more granular control here and more global control when it's in the customizer. And so using a HTML element here in this manner allows you to control what pages, what areas of the website you want that script to be effective, or you want that HTML to execute. Whereas in the global settings here in the customizer, by default, this will be executed throughout the website. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead now and just test that out, right? So we're going to say we want this on single pages individually, and let's select just a page. So let's say we only want this on the About page. We selected the About page. I'm going to click on Select, click on Update, and then we're going to go ahead and view the front end of the website. And you'll see that now that chat is no longer visible on the home page. But if I go to the About page, and now we can see that the chat is there. Okay, so that's that granular control that you get with placing your scripts using the hooked elements versus doing it globally inside of the customizer. Next, let's go ahead and take a look at creating elements using the other three options. So we'll go back here, go to elements, and this time we're going to go ahead and create a section. Then after that, we'll do a fixed element, and then we'll take a look at templates. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a section element. To do that, we're going to make sure that we are in the dashboard, and then under Appearance, Cadence, and Elements, you're going to click on Add New, and we're going to select from the element setup here that we want a content section. Now, typically a content section is going to be a collection of blocks or a section that you've created that you want to attach somewhere on your website, where it's normally not possible to do so directly in the site or directly within the interface that the site just presents. So in this case, you're going to have to hook it somewhere, and that's what the Kadence Elements allows you to do. It allows you to create a section and then add it somewhere in your website and then set up conditions on where you want that section to be displayed. So we're going to do one that's actually very popular, and that's announcing a sale of some sort with a call to action and maybe a countdown to the end of that sale. Okay, so let's call it our sale countdown section. So we'll say sale countdown, and we'll start building it out. So to do that, I'm going to click on the plus sign here for the block inserter. I'm going to select a row layout. Okay, and then I want a 2-column row. And then I'll set the settings here to be full width, and I'm going to set the inner content width to be the same as the theme, which is going to center it for me at 1290 pixels. And then I'm going to select the row and move over here to the right to the row settings. Under the Style tab, I'm going to set the background color to be the darkest color that I have to go ahead and match with the theme. And then we're now ready to start adding our blocks to this row. So in the first section, this is going to hold our text. So I'm going to click on the plus sign here, and I'm going to select the text block. And I'm also going to select the row here, again, move over to the right, and under the style settings, I'm going to set the text color here to be a light color. That way we can see any text that we place inside of the row. Okay, and then from here, we're going to go ahead and add our text. So we'll say get, let's say 75% off entire store. All right, and then the next thing that I want to do, I want to change the designation of this. So right now it's an H2 tag. We're going to go ahead and change that to a paragraph tag, so to give us a little bit smaller text. And then over here on the right hand side on the text block settings here, we're going to go to advanced typography settings, and I'm going to change the font family to something a little bit more dynamic, or something that stands out from the other text. So Comic Sans is a pretty good one. It's a nice whimsical text. And then I also want this to be a little bit thicker, so let's make this semi-bold. And then I'm also going to increase the size to medium. Okay, that looks pretty good. All right, and let's just add an exclamation mark here so it gives it more prominence. And then from here, I'm going to add a button to this area as a call to action. So something that says shop now. So I want that to be an actual button. So I'm going to hit the enter key here to create a new block line. And I'll do a / and start typing the word button. And then from the options here, I'm going to select the Kadence button block. Okay, and we'll say this as shop now. All right, and then here on the right hand side for this button block, I'm going to go ahead and make some configurations to it. So first, I want the button size to be small, so I'll just select that here from the button size under the general tab. And then under the style tab, I want to access the icon settings for this block. So I'm going to click on icon settings, and then I'm going to search for an icon, and I want to search for an arrow icon, and we'll pick a arrow here with the circle around it. All right, so far this looks pretty good. The other thing that I want to accomplish in this section is I want the blocks to display inline, meaning I want this shop now block to be inline or on the same line as the get 75% off entire store text. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to have to change the flex settings of this particular section. And one of the awesome things about the Kadence blocks is that the sections have flex settings. So I'm going to select the section, or open this up in list view and make sure that I have that section selected. And then over here on the right hand side, you're going to see the flex settings. And currently the direction for the blocks in this section is that it's going in a vertical direction. So we want it to be going in a horizontal direction. So I'm going to go ahead and change the direction to horizontal. And as you can see here, it aligns the elements with each other, or makes them in line, okay, in a horizontal direction. Okay. The other thing that I want to do is I want this centered inside of the section itself. So over here on the right hand side, under the alignment, I'm going to go ahead and select the center alignment. Okay, so now everything is nice and centered there. Okay, then the next thing that we want to do now is go ahead and add our countdown. So we'll do that in the second section. So I'm going to click on the plus sign in the second section here, and we're going to do a search for a countdown, and you'll see here the countdown block from Kadence. I'm going to go ahead and select it, and it's going to go ahead and place a countdown for me inside of this section. Over here on the right hand side are the settings for this countdown. So the countdown type is going to be date. The other option is evergreen, but in this case, we're just going to use date for this use case. And then we're going to set a deadline here for the countdown to end. And that's going to be at the end of the month here. And then you have an option of selecting an action that will happen once the deadline is reached. And those options are to show the timer at 0, or hide the countdown, replace it with content, or redirect visitors once the countdown reaches 0. In this case, we're just going to use showing the timer at 0. Okay. We also have the countdown auto repeater, whether or not you want to repeat the countdown concurrently. In this case, we're just going to leave that one alone. And then the countdown layout, it will allow you to be able to lay out this countdown a little differently. So right now, this is kind of laid out in a stacked fashion or a block fashion. We really want this to be laid out in an inline fashion so that it takes up the least amount of space, because this is going to be a very narrow section that we're adding to the website. I also want the alignment to be in the center, so I'm going to select the center option here in the countdown alignment. We're not going to enable the 00 number format, again, because we're trying to take up as little space as possible. And then there's a countdown pretext where you can add some text before the countdown, and you can also add some text after the countdown. But in this case, we're not going to be utilizing that. We'll also leave toggled on the display days unit. And then all the labels here, you can change every label that's here within the countdown, but the one that we have right now works just fine. All right, next we're going to move over to the style tab so we can style our countdown. So in the style tab here, the background color, we're just going to leave that transparent. But the border color, we do want to add a border to it so it stands out a little bit from the background. So I'm going to click on the color selector for the border, and I'm going to select a subtle background or subtle color for the border. And then here with the border width, I'm going to go ahead and unify this or link all the sides. And then I'm going to make this a 1 pixel border. Next, we're going to have the border radius. So we're going to soften up those edges a little bit. So let's have 6 pixels for that. And then for the padding, we do want a little bit of padding around the container for the countdown itself. So that way there's some spacing between the numbers and the labels. So I'm going to go ahead and separate this into individual slots. And on the top, we're going to have 2 pixels. And on the right, we'll have 8 pixels. Bottom will be 2 pixels. And on the left, it'll be 8 pixels. Okay, so far that looks pretty good. Next, we're going to go over to the number settings, which are directly underneath the count item settings. And under the number settings, we can set up a color, font size, font family, font weight, and letter spacing. In this case, we're only going to be impacting the color. Okay, we use that as a means to make the countdown stand out. So I'm going to click on the color selector for the count item here for the number, and we're going to use our accent color to highlight it. Then the other thing that we're going to do as well is we're going to use the font family over here, and not the font family, excuse me, the font weight, and set that to semi-bold so it's a little bit more bold. And I'm happy with the way that looks so far. Next, we're going to go to the label settings, and under the label settings, we're going to go ahead and make the label smaller. So let's see here, select a small for the label, and then the letter case here, we're going to make this all caps. All right, and then everything else can stay the same. Everything else looks fine. Okay. All right, so far our countdown is looking pretty good. Now the row and section itself is still a little bit large or a little bit too tall. So we're going to eliminate the padding, reduce the padding here to 2x small. And I'm going to reduce the padding on the bottom to 2x small as well. I'm also going to reduce the padding around the countdown itself. So I'm going to select the countdown, move over to the right, go to the Advanced tab. And here where we have the padding, I'm going to go ahead and unify this or link all the sides, and then zero out the padding to see how it looks, and then maybe add just a little bit of padding there. So just XXS or 2x small, about 8 pixels around. Okay. All right, so far this all looks good. Next, I'm going to select the row itself, and with the row selected, I'm going to choose to align the elements inside of the row horizontally. I'm going to choose to align them in the center here. So let's go ahead and align middle, and then click on Publish and preview the row and see what our element looks like so far. So I'm going to click on View Element. All right, so we can see it here, and everything looks like it's aligned very nicely here. The height is just fine. It's not too big. It's also not too small, so it's big enough for people to be able to see it. All right, so the next thing that I want to do now is I want to make sure that it looks good on mobile. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the editing interface. All right, and then from here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the row, move over to the right, and we'll take a look at it on the tablet. Okay, so on the tablet, actually it looks pretty good, but I think what I would like to have happen here is I would like to have there to be more wider width on the right side than there is on the left side for the tablet here. See, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to select a layout, making sure that I have the tablet icon selected. I'm going to select the layout that gives me a wider right side, so which is going to be this one here. So I'm going to select this one, and then the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and manually drag this over until my text is on one line. Okay. And so far that looks pretty good. The other thing that I want to make sure of is I want to make sure that this spacing is not so large. So I'm going to select the text, move over to the right, click on Advanced, and I know that there is some margin here by default. So I'm going to click on the bottom section here. I'm going to zero out the margin so I can see what's available, and then I'm going to increase it just a little bit, maybe just at a small or extra small. Okay. All right. And so far that looks pretty good. All right. So this looks good on a tablet. Let's see how it looks on our mobile device. So I'm going to select the row again, and we're going to see what it looks like on the cell phone. I'm going to select the cell phone icon here. And now I'm going to take a look and see if I am happy with the way this appears so far. All right. So far this looks fine, but I'm noticing that there is still quite a bit of spacing here, or the spacing is not really balanced. So with the row layout still selected here, I'm going to move over to the right, and what I'm going to use to adjust this is going to be the row gutter. Okay, so I'm going to set that to small to see how that looks, and so far that looks just fine. It looks great. So if I look at it on tablet, that looks fine. If I look at it on desktop, that looks fine, except sometimes when you're in the editing mode of things, it can look a little misaligned, but that's okay. It's making adjustments for the editing tools. So let's go ahead and update this and actually view it in the browser. Okay, so I'm going to update and then click on View Element, and now I can see the full element and how it actually is going to look. So far this looks good on desktop. I'm going to use right click and go to the Chrome Developer tool here under Inspect and see what it looks like on a mobile device. Okay, so on mobile, this actually looks pretty good. So pretty balanced spacing here. So I'm gonna go ahead and close out of this. And now we're ready to go ahead and assign this to be somewhere on our website. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the editing interface and select the row. So far we have been customizing and building out this section, just like you would build out any other section on your site. But this section is not going to show up anywhere until you assign it or tell it where it needs to show up. So here on the right hand side, we're going to select the element settings icon. And then from here, we're going to tell it where we want it to appear. First, we're going to start with the placement. And I'm going to click on the down arrow here. and it's going to ask you, where do you want to place this? So you can place this on the body site wrapper, or after the wrapper, before the header, or after the header, and any other places that you have options to hook in content. And there are very many options where this can go. But for the purposes of this tutorial, we really want this to be at the very top of the website. So we are using a transparent header on our current website, so it makes sense that we place this before the site wrapper. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and select before the site wrapper. And then the next option is the display settings. Okay, so this is the placement setting, but this is the display setting. This is where you're going to tell it where you want it to display. So on what pages or what parts of the site. So here we want it to show on, and we're just going to click on entire website. That way, no matter what page you're on, you're always going to see this section there on that page right at the very top of the website. Okay, we'll leave all the other settings alone. We're going to go ahead and click on update, and then we're going to exit so that we can see the front end of the website. Okay, so here's our sale countdown section. We can see that the type is default. The placement is before the site wrapper. It's going to display on the entire site. And here's a shortcode in case you want to use this somewhere else on the website with a shortcode. Okay. All right. Now that we've set everything up conditionally, let's go ahead and take a look at the front end of the website. So I'm going to go ahead and click to view the front end of the website. And you can see here right at the very top of the website is our section. Okay. Now, what's great about the Kadence elements is that you can set this to expire automatically, or you can also turn it off at any time. So if I go back to the dashboard, if I go to Appearance, Kadence, Elements, I can turn this off by just toggling it off, setting it to draft. And then when we view the front end of the website, now it's gone. Okay. Let's go back and turn it back on. Back to the dashboard, Appearance, Kadence, Elements. And then I'm just going to go ahead and toggle this on. Now it's published again. If we view the front end of the website, we can see now that our notification is now in place. All right. And that is how you create and attach a section element to your site. Now, what if we want to put this somewhere else? Maybe we don't want it here anymore. Very easy to change. Just go to the dashboard, go to Appearance, go to Kadence, Elements, go back to the section that we just created, click on Edit, and then over here on the right-hand side, select the element settings. And here where we have the placement, you can say, okay, I want this to be placed after the site wrapper. Okay, go ahead and click on Update. And now when we view the front end of the website, we no longer have it here at the top. We now have it after the site wrapper, which is going to be at the bottom of the website in the footer. Okay, of course, it doesn't make any sense to have it there. But again, it's something that you can place literally anywhere. Next, let's go ahead and take a look at adding a fixed element to the website. All right, so to add a fixed element, we're going to go back to the dashboard, go to Appearance, Kadence, and Elements. And there's a couple of ways that we can add a fixed element. The first one is we can simply just duplicate something we've already created and then make it fixed, or we can even just convert something that we've already created and make that fixed. Let me show you what I mean. Let's start by just converting this one. Okay, so I'm going to click on Edit on the sale countdown section that we created earlier. I'm going to move over here to the right, and I'm going to the element settings. Okay, here where it says the element type, I'm going to go ahead and change this to a fixed section. Okay, so now this is a fixed section. When you make that change to something you've already created before, then the placement and the display settings are all technically reset. Okay, so actually the display settings are fine, so they're still showing for the entire site. But the placement will be different because there are different options for fixed elements versus content sections. So let's look at the placement options here. So I'm going to click on the drop down, and you can see here the options that we have available to us, right? So you can have it fixed on top, fixed above the transparent header, fixed top after scroll, fixed bottom after scroll with no space below the footer, fixed bottom after scroll, fixed on bottom, and then fixed bottom, no space below the footer. Okay, so let's take a look at a few of these. So if I click on fixed above transparent header, which is what we have for the website that we have here, going to click on Update. Now also keep in mind that the display settings is set for the entire site, okay? And now when we view the front end of the website here, all right, so we still see that we have the notification bar here at the very top, but now it is actually fixed to the very top of the page. So even though we're scrolling, the notification bar is fixed to the top. So this is a pretty cool feature to have. Okay, let's try something else. Let's go back to the dashboard, go to Appearance, Kadence, Elements, and we're going to click on Edit, go back to the element settings, and here where it says fixed above transparent header, let's change this to fixed bottom after scroll, no space, below footer. So let's select that, okay? Now, when you select this, then you'll see here where it says scroll down distance till it appears. So it's asking how far down do you want to scroll before this appears on the bottom of the site. We'll just leave this at 300. And then here the width is at 100%, so it's going to take up 100% of the width of the browser. Our display settings are set to entire site. Go ahead and click on Update, and then we'll go to the front end of the website. Okay, and then as we start to scroll, and at about 300 pixels, you'll notice that down here the notification bar is now visible at the bottom of the screen. Okay, and it'll stay there until we get to the bottom. Right, and you see here how it obscures a portion of the footer when it gets down there. Okay, sometimes this is useful to have, right? So it's just affixed to the bottom there, and sometimes you may want it to actually go below so that you can see the full footer. So let's go back to the dashboard, go back to Appearance, Elements, and we'll go back to our sale countdown section. Click on Edit, move over here to the right, Element Settings, and here where we said fixed bottom after scroll, let's go ahead and click on the placement, and this time we're just going to say fixed bottom after scroll. Okay, so the first one was no space below footer. This one is just a fixed bottom after scroll. So what this means is same thing as we're scrolling, it'll show up after a distance that we've specified, but this time it would be fixed to the bottom all the way. So let's go ahead and click on Update. We'll go to the front end of the website, and as we scroll at about 300 pixels, it now shows up. And if I just keep scrolling, it actually allows me to scroll the full length of the page, right? And adapts here to the bottom of the page. Okay, all right, excellent. So that is how you utilize a fixed element. Now, we're utilizing an element we already created before. So here, Appearance and Elements. So we initially created this as a regular content section. So there's a couple of ways that we could have used this. We did it in one way here by turning it into a fixed element by going to the element settings and changing it here. Well, let's change it back to a content section and click Update. Let's set our placement back to before site wrapper, and we'll click on Update. Okay, we'll go back here. And one thing we could have also done is we could have just duplicated this and made some changes, right? So one of the options here, if you hover over any of the elements, is there's an option in the mini menu here to duplicate something you've already created. So we can just duplicate this one. All right, so now we have a copy of it, and we'll just call this one, this will be our fixed one. Over here on the right, go to the element settings, we'll change the content section to a fixed section. And then for the placement, let's place this one, let's have it be fixed on the bottom after scroll. Or actually, let's use something different this time. Let's just have fixed on bottom, which is going to be fixed all the way at the bottom, right? We'll click on Update and Publish, and then let's go ahead and view the front end of the website. Okay, so now we have one on top and we have one here at the bottom. Okay, and the one at the bottom is fixed. So you may have a different offer that you're putting there, or you could be a subscribe notification that's there at the bottom. And then you also have your notification here that's just attached at the top. Okay. All right. So that's just a little bit of fun with the fixed and content sections. But what I like to do next here is I'd like to go back to the elements here, and what I'll do, let's turn these off. And what we're going to do this time is we're going to create a completely different fixed element, right? Because so far we're kind of showing the same thing, but I'd like to show you a little bit of a different variation of having a fixed item on the page. And so let's go ahead and create a full-blown fixed element from scratch. Okay, so to create our fixed element, just make sure that you're on the dashboard. Go to Appearance, Kadence, click on Elements, and then here we're going to click on Add New. And we're going to select from the element setup the element type of fixed section. And for this one, we're just going to create a simple social media navigation that's going to float alongside of their page, and we'll make it appear as the user is scrolling up and down. Okay, so for this one, we're just going to call this floating social icons, and we will do a /. Now keep in mind, for the floating element, you can make this anything. We're just choosing this because it'll be easy to demonstrate how to do this. Okay, so I've selected an icon and I'm using the Kadence Blocks icon block. Okay, and just to show how I got that, I just went over here, I did a / and I started searching for icon, and then I selected the Kadence block icon block. Okay, so now I have the icon over here on the right hand side. Under the general tab, I'm going to change this icon to a Facebook icon. So I'm just going to search for Facebook, and we'll just select, let's just select a simple icon. So how about just the circle one here? And I'm going to reduce the size to 40 pixels in size. And then I'm going to change the icon color to something that it's more associated with Facebook, or with the color that's more associated with Facebook, which is this sort of light blue here. Okay, so now we have that, and let's just add a hover color just for good effect. Okay, so just like that, our icon is now created. Now I'm going to go ahead and create a second icon. Now, one thing that's cool about the icon block from Kadence is if you select the entire icon container and you click on this plus sign, it'll add an identical icon right next to it and it'll show it in line. But this isn't what I'm looking for. I'm actually looking for a vertical icon, so I'm going to have separate icon containers for this. So let's just go ahead and delete that second one that I created. I'm going to make sure that I selected the full icon block. And if you're not sure if you've selected the full icon block, just open this up in list view by clicking on the document overview icon here, and you'll see the icon itself here. If you open this up, then you'll see the single icon, which is the Facebook icon. Okay, so in this case, I want to duplicate this main container here. Okay, so I'm going to click on the vertical ellipsis, and I'm going to click on duplicate, and it's going to give me an icon right below. Okay, all right, so for this one, this is going to be our X, formerly Twitter icon. So I'm going to select the icon, move over to the right, click in the icon settings field, and I'm going to search for, you can just search for Twitter, and you'll see the X icon here. We'll select this one. And then let's give it the X colors, which is black, and our highlight color would be just a lighter black there. Okay, and that looks good. Let's create some separation between the two. So I'm going to select the first icon here, move over to the right, go to advanced, and the icon margin, we just add just a little separation there. So XXS is enough on the bottom. Okay, and I'll do the same here as well under the advanced tab, XSS. Okay. Excellent. So let's go ahead and continue. Let's add a couple more. So I'm going to duplicate this X icon here, and I'm going to select the icon itself, move over to the right, click in the icon settings field where I'm going to search for a different icon this time. And this time I want Instagram. So here's the Instagram icon. And I'm going to change the color to something more Instagram-like. And then let's add a couple more. So let's add YouTube and TikTok. So I'm going to duplicate the icon again, move over to the right, make sure I have the icon selected. And when I'm saying click on the icon itself, I'm just saying in order for me to get to the settings for this icon, I have to click on the actual icon, and that gives me those settings. If I click away, I'm now in the icon container. So I want to click on the icon itself so I can see the icon settings, move over to the right, and then change the icon. And this time we want YouTube. So let's see, this is a good one here. Excellent. And then we'll change this color to a more red color for YouTube. And the highlight color can be just a lighter red. Excellent. And then for our final icon, we're going to select a TikTok. So I'm going to duplicate the icon again, select the icon, move over to the right. Under the icon settings, search for TikTok. Here it is. And then we'll change this to a more TikTok-like color, which is black. So now we have our set of icons. Now the next thing that we need to do is we need to set up the placement and the display for this set of icons. I think one thing I do want to do is I do want to create some more spacing between them here. So I'm going to select the first one here, go to advanced, click on the icon itself, go to advanced, and then under the bottom margin here, I'm going to make this XS, so extra small. Okay, I like that. Let's do that for the rest. All right, now that looks good. Okay, and now next we're going to go to the element settings, which is this icon here. Click on the element settings. We're in the fixed section. For the placement, I'm going to click on the drop down arrow, and for this one I want this to be fixed at the top, and I want it to appear after the user starts scrolling. So I'm going to select that option here, and then under the scroll down distance till appear, we're going to make this 400. So you'd have to scroll down to about 400 pixels before this appears. And then for the width, automatically this is set at 100%, which means this entire container will take up 100% of the page, which will essentially center the icons in the middle of the page. But we don't want that. We actually want this aligned to the right. So click in the drop down here, and we're going to select the fixed option, which is going to allow us to have more granular control over where this element is going to be placed on the page. Okay, so right now the width is set at 300 pixels. It's a little bit more narrow than that, so we can get away with 100 pixels. Okay, so 100 pixels is fine. And then here for the positioning, we want this to be positioned to the right. You can also position it to the left if you want, but I prefer to position it to the right. Okay, and then here where it says X distance from the edge, we're going to set that to be 20 pixels. So that's going to be at the right edge. How far away do you want it from that edge? It's going to be about 20 pixels away. And then the Y distance is really from the top. So how far away do you want it from the top? And for this one, let's just set this here to 200 pixels. Combined with the scroll down distance, that should put us roughly about the middle of the page or very close to it. Okay. Then next we need to set up the display settings so that this will actually show up on the site. So I'm going to go ahead and click on display settings and click on the drop down under the show on field here. And you can select any of these. So we used entire site last time, but this time let's just use the front page, which is going to be the home page. All right, and the other settings here, we're just going to leave those alone. Go ahead and click on publish. And we're now ready to see what this looks like on the front end of the website. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and exit out of here. We can see our floating social icons here. Its type is fixed. Fixed top after scroll is going to display on the front page. And then we have a short code for it. And then we also have it toggled to publish. So now when we visit the front end of the website, and if we start to scroll, on the right hand side there, you should see our icons materialize, right? So you see it right there, and it will be there kind of floating on the page, creating that floating effect. Now again, this could have been any set of blocks or any section that you wanted to create that would make sense in this way, but in this case this just makes a nice social media navigation. People can click here and then go to your social media accounts. And also you can see our other section, our other fixed section is still here at the bottom, right? So you can have multiple fixed section on your page if that makes sense. And that is how you create a fixed section element using the Kadence Elements feature from the Kadence Pro theme add-on. Next, let's take a look at creating a template element using the Kadence elements. Okay, so let's proceed to create a template element. Now, before we do that, I do want to explain how templates work, especially if you're using Kadence or you're building anything out with WordPress. So when we talk about creating a Kadence template element, what we're really talking about is affecting the template for the site, for the post types that have templates. Now, a post type is something like a page, a blog post, or a product, or sometimes you have the ability to create custom post types, but that's for another tutorial. So, but right now, if we're looking at this site, for instance, there are several post types that are already in place. A good example is if we go to the shop and we click on one of these products, we're looking at the post type for a product, and this is operating as a template, right? And that's because if you look at every product, so if we go to another product, you will notice that they follow the same format. There is an image on the left, the title here on the right, the pricing, the short description, there's an add to cart, there's a description, and there's reviews, and then there's related products. So if I go to any other product, I'm going to see the same exact layout. Okay, that is a template. So when you talk about creating a template element, you're creating an element that can change this template, right? And allow you to customize how this appears. Same thing with your blog. When you're looking at a blog and you view a single post blog as an example, you're looking at a template, right? We have our title here. We have our above content hero area. We have the content for that blog. Okay, so this is everything that we put in the blog editor. Here are your similar or related posts. There's comments area, and then there's even a footer, which is also part of a template. And then we also have the header, which is part of the template as well. And so with the template element feature of Kadence Pro add-on, you can actually change the way this appears, right? So if we go to any blog, all our blogs look the same. They always will have the same layout: title, content, right? Related posts, comments, footer, and header. This is a layout. Okay, so this is a template layout, and so we can actually change this template. We can also change the templates that are even used in archives. So an archive is basically an archive of all the post types. So here right now we're looking at an archive. It will have excerpts of every single blog post that is within this particular archive of craft. So this is also a template, and within this template we have these loop items where there's an image, there's a category, there's a title, right? There's an excerpt, and there's a button to read more, and then it loops through each blog post and displays them this way in this excerpted format. This is a template. And with the template element, you can actually change how this looks. You can change everything about this using Kadence's template elements, okay? You can also change only portions, or you can change the entire thing. And we'll take a look at that when we look at the element templates options, okay? So let's go ahead and take a look at that right now. So if I go back here to the dashboard, we go to Appearance, go to Kadence, Elements, and let's click on Add New. And this time from the options, we're going to select Template. Okay, so now we are in the template editing interface. If we look over here to the right, click on the element settings, you'll see that the element type is template. Okay, if we look at the placements that are available to us for the templates, and we click on the drop down, you'll see that you have the ability to create templates that replace the header. You can create templates that replace the above content hero, which is the area above the content. So if we go back here, this is the above content hero. If we're looking at a blog post, this is also the above content hero. Okay, and even if we're looking at a product, okay, you can actually create a template that will be an above content hero and literally insert it here for your products as well if you wanted to. Okay, so let's go back and let's look at the other placements that we have. We also have placements to replace the archive content. So if you remember, I showed that to you before. This is the archive content right here, this type of layout. We can change that. You also have the ability to replace the archive loop item content. So the loop item content is the individual post excerpt that you see inside of your categories, right? So the individual, we can actually change this layout, the way it's laid out. So right now it's laid out as image on the left, content on the right. You can change this layout to be something else if you wanted to. Okay, we can also create a template to replace the sidebar. If you're using a sidebar in your site, you can replace the footer and you can replace the content in your 404 page. So for this specific example, we're going to replace the single post content for our blog post. So that means if we go back and we look at a blog, any blog posts, what we want to do is we want to change this layout. So this just kind of has like this one column, right? And this layout is actually determined by what we set up in the customizer. So if I go back to the customizer here and we go to post pages layout, single post layout, all these settings are what's controlling how this looks. Okay, so notice we have this narrow default post layout. That's what it's following right now. Okay, so what's going to happen is the template we're going to create is going to override whatever we set up here, and then we can customize where it actually displays, what categories it displays on, or even what blog post will take on the new layout that we've created. Okay, so let's go back to the element editing interface here. And we've set this up to replace the single post content. Next, we're going to set up the display settings. So where do we want this to be displayed? So I'm going to go ahead and click on the arrow here. And we're going to say we want this to show on single posts. So we have options for anywhere on the site. What we really want is a single post. And we're just going to leave this set to all. So all single blog posts will take on the new template that we're going to create right now. All right, that's all the settings we need to do here. Let's go ahead and build out the actual layout. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to name this custom blog layout, and we'll do a / and start typing the words row. I'm going to select the Kadence row layout block. I want a 2-column row. I'm going to select the main row itself, and I'm going to set the alignment to just be a wide width. It's going to break out of that container that's already in there right now. So we're going to have it as wide width. And then what I want to do is we have 2 sections here and they're equal widths. I would like to have it be wider on the right hand side. So I'm just going to place my cursor right here in the middle of them, and I'm going to drag it over to be about 60/40. Okay, the next thing that I'm going to do here, actually, let's make sure that I have selected this correctly. Okay, yes, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and add my content. Okay, so what I want to do differently is I want to show a small author box on the left and then all my content on the right. So let's build out that author box first. I'm going to click on the plus sign on the left hand section, and I'm going to select the image block from Kadence. We're going to select an image, and we'll place the image of our author. And then I'm going to go ahead and center this, align it to the center, move here over here to the right, make sure I have the image selected. I'm going to select the block settings icon so I can see the settings for the image block. And then scrolling down here, I'm going to set the image width to 100 pixels. So it's a little bit of a small image here. And then I'm going to go to the Style tab for this image, go to the mask settings, and we're going to add a mask shape of a circle. Okay, next we're going to go ahead and add the author information. So I'm going to select the image again, click on the vertical ellipsis, click on Add After so I can get a new block line. I'm going to do a /, and then this time I'm going to search for a text block from Kadence. And we're going to set this text block. Let's just make this about an H3. Or we can keep it at H2, and what I'll do is I'll just make the text small text here. So here I'm going to set the font size to be medium, and then we're going to center this text, and let's just call him Alan Smith. I'm going to move over here to the right, go to Advanced, and I'm going to zero out the default margin on the top and the bottom. And then next we're going to add another text block. So I'm going to hit the Enter key, give me a new block line, do a /, and I will select the text block. We'll center this, and this time this is going to be designated as a paragraph. So I'm going to click on the H2 in the short menu here, and from the options I'm going to select that I want this to be a paragraph. I'm going to grab some lorem ipsum text, and we'll go ahead and paste that text. And then the other thing that I want to do is I want to add a button. Hit the Enter key, /, start searching for the words button, and then we will select the Kadence Advanced button, and we'll call this About Alan. And this button, I'm move over here to the right to the button settings. I'll set this to be a full width button. Okay, so the next thing that I want to do here as well is I want to add some padding around this so that there's some spacing around the content within this section. So I'm going to select the section, move over here to the right, go to Advanced tab. I'm going to go ahead and unify the sides here, and then I'm going to drag this over to be about a medium size, so about 32 pixels around. Okay, all right, so I'm pretty happy with that. Then the last thing that I want to do here is I want to add a border to this, a bottom border. So still with the section selected, move over to the right, go to Style. Under the Style tab, select Border Styles. We're going to scroll down, and I'm going to unlink the sides here. And in the bottom side, I'm going to add a 1 pixel border. And in the color selector, I'm going to select the subtle text color. Okay, so there should be a nice border there. Okay, so I'm done here with the left side. Now what I want to do is I also want to add some content on the right side, and that content is going to be the content that is contained within the blog post itself. So the actual information that we put in the blog editor. To do that, because we're doing this we're creating a template, the block that we'll need is called the dynamic HTML block. Now, what the dynamic HTML block does is it allows you to dynamically pull content that is inside of the block editor, or basically any content that's inside of that post. Okay, so to get that block, I've already added it in here, but you can get it from the block inserter if you want. This is it right here, the dynamic HTML block, or you can do it the way that I just did it, clicking on the plus sign and then doing a search for dynamic HTML. Okay, so allow you to be able to pull dynamic content. So now that we've pulled it and it says no content found, but that's because we haven't told it what content to pull. So I'm going to move over here to the right hand side. The source is going to be current post. The HTML content, here are the options that we have. So we have all these options to pull into the dynamic content. In this case, I want the post content. So that's all the information that is in here. This is the post content. So we're going to pull that into our template. All right, and there it is. Okay, now the other thing that I also want to do here is I also want to add a border and some padding around this content as well. So I'm going to make sure that I have that section selected. I'm going to use the list view here so that I'm precise. And I'm going to move over to the right under the Style tab, Border Styles. I'm going to unlink the sides and under the border options. And this time what I want is I want the left-hand side this time to have the border. We're going to select the color, and I'm going to use the subtle color here as well. Okay, so there should be a border on the left-hand side there, and you can see it. Next, we're going to go ahead and add some padding to this section. So I'm going to make sure that I have that section selected. Move over here to the right, go to Advanced, and here's the padding. I'm going to go ahead and unify the sides here and also add a medium amount of padding to it. Okay, all right. So far this looks pretty good. Now, one thing that I do want to do is I want this border on the bottom, and I want the border here on the left-hand side of the content here. I want them to connect. So to do that, I'm going to select the row, move over to the right, and here where it has column gutter, I'm going to set that to none. Okay, so that should allow them to be able to meet. Okay, so far this looks pretty good. Next, I'm going to go ahead and add an effect to this left-hand side of the template here. So I'm going to click on this section, move over to the right, click on Advanced, and one of the options here is to have make that section sticky. So I'm going to click on the sticky settings, and I'm going to go ahead and toggle on the Make Sticky option. Okay, I'm going to leave the sticky header offset at I'm just going to leave that blank, okay, because I want it to stick immediately. All right, so now when I scroll, you can see that that side sticks and stays in place, so that you can see that content, and then you can also consume the content on the right. Okay, now to just make this a little bit more dynamic, let's go ahead and add a couple more things. So I'm going to click on the button. Okay, I want to make sure I'm selecting the button container, so I'm going to click on the button. Let's move over to the list view here, and I want the actual button itself. We're going to click on the plus sign. It's going to give me another button, and this time I'm going to call this one Contact Alan. And then I also want to change the colors of these buttons, so I want them to be a little bit more stark. So I'm going to select the first button, move over to the right, go to Style, the background color, I'm going to change that to be my darkest color here, and then the hover color can be my highlight color. Okay, and then I'm now going to go ahead and copy those styles and then just paste it to the next style. Well, another thing that I want to do, I think the text is a little bit too big here, so I'm going to go ahead and make that small text, and then I'll do the same thing for the other one. Small text. Okay, so I prefer that button size. Okay, this looks great. Now I feel like we need some more content information here. So what I'm going to do is going to select the button again, and we're going to click on the vertical ellipsis, click on Add After to give me a new block line, and this time I'm going to add some icons here. So let's do a /, and let's add a cadence icon, and I'll move over here to the right. We're going to change the size of this to 30 pixels, and then we're going to add some social media icons here. So let's start with Start with Facebook, and then let's add some more icons. So click on the plus sign. Let's just add a bunch. So I'm going to add, see, it's at about 5 icons. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to select each icon. I'm just going to make the changes. So we have Facebook. The next one that I want is Twitter or X, and then the next one will be Instagram. And then let's also add a LinkedIn. Let's add TikTok, and let's just add one more. Let's add YouTube. I want to add a little bit more space here. So on the icon alignment, I'm going to select the space between items option. That's going to space them out here really nicely. And then the other thing is I still think they're a little bit too big. So I'm going to select the icons and let's just make them a little smaller. There we go. So maybe 25 pixels should be big enough. That's great there. So I'm just going to copy those styles and select each icon and then paste the styles using the styles icon here. A short menu. Okay, so let's see how this looks once we apply it to our blogs. So if we go to the element settings here, just a review, you can see here the placement says replace the single post content. So that means on our single post, it's going to replace this content right here. Okay, and then it also says on the display settings, do this for single posts, and we want this on all posts. Okay, so now all we need to do is publish our custom blog layout template, and then we'll go back to the front end. And this is what our blog looks like now. Let's go ahead and refresh. Okay, so we can now see what it now looks like. Okay, and it does look pretty good. Okay, now I think it's a little too narrow, so let's go ahead and control that a little bit. So I'm going to move over here to the right. I'm going to go back to the element editor. I'm going to select the main row itself. And what I'm going to do this time is I'm going to make it a little bit wider. So I'm going to click on the alignment and we're going to go full width. And then on the inside here, we're going to go ahead and we're going to use the theme content inner width. Okay. And then also I'm going to move this over just a little bit. Okay, and click on update. And now let's go see our little adjustment. Okay, so that looks a lot better. Okay, a lot more aligned. Okay, so if we start to scroll, let's see if our sticky heading works. And it does work. Okay, it looks really nice. Now, one other thing that I would like to do though is I would like to create a little bit more space between the border here. So I'm going to go back. Select that section, move over here to the right, select the blog settings, click on advanced, and on the left hand side we would like some more space. So let's increase that slightly. Let's make it extra large, and we'll do the same thing so we can have some balance here. We'll do the same thing on the other section, but this time it'll be on the right. Okay, that looks good. Click on update, and then let's view that on the front end. Refresh. Okay, now we have some more breathing room. So as you can see now, we've now changed the way the content looks. We've added a little author box with some call to actions and some social media, and you can still consume your blog here on the right hand side. Okay, and so far that looks really good. Okay, so one thing that we do want to make sure of though is that did it apply to all the other blogs? So if we go to the blog archive here, or we can click on this one, okay, and let's look at another blog, you'll now see that all the blogs now have that author box sitting there now. Okay, they all do. All right. Okay, so now let's go back and let's make a few tweaks to this, because one of the things that I like to show is since we made this change, we also want to make sure that this looks good on mobile. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the editor and I'm going to select the row, move over here to the right, and let's see how this looks on a tablet. So I'm just click on the tablet icon here, under the layout, and we can see over here, it looks okay, but I would like this to be more stacked. Okay, so with the row selected under the layout, we're going to make this collapse to rows. Okay, the other thing that I want to do is I also want this to be flipped. So I want the contact information to be on the bottom and the content to be on top. To do that, over here on the right hand side, making sure that you have the tablet option selected, scroll down to where it says collapse order, click on the drop down and select reverse, and that's going to reverse everything. Okay, the other thing that I also want to change is I want to make sure that this border is not visible in mobile devices, including tablets. Okay, so I'm going to make sure I select that section, move over here to the right, go to style, go to the border styles here. Under the border styles, you'll see the border options for when you are on a tablet. I'm going to go ahead and unlink the sides, and on the left hand side here, I'm going to set that to 0. Okay, that's going to remove that border there. Then I'm going to scroll down, and here where we have our author, I want to add another border at the very top, but only on tablets or mobile devices. So I'm going to select this section, move over to style, go to the border styles, unlink the sides, and we'll add 1 pixel to the top here and select our most subtle color here. Okay, so now we have 2 of those. Now the only thing left to do is to make sure that it looks good on the cell phone devices. Okay, so I'm going to click on the cell phone icon here under the border and scroll down and see how this looks. So because we have padding, the padding is moving the text a little bit too close to the center. So I'm going to go ahead and select the section, move over to the right, go to advanced, and I'm going to unify the padding sides, and I'm going to go ahead and just make this padding about 24 pixels. Okay, for that section, scroll down. This actually looks pretty good, but I'm going to do the same thing. Select the section, move over to the right, go to advanced, unify the sides, and we'll set this to be small at 24 pixels. Okay, so this looks pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and click on update. Okay, the other thing else that I want to make sure of is that on the mobile device for the section, I'm going to go to style, go to the border, unlink the sides, and make sure that that left hand border is set to 0. Okay, let's click on update. And now let's go back to the front end of the site. Any blog will do, so we'll just refresh this. And so far this looks good here. Let's go ahead and look at it on our mobile using the Chrome inspector. Okay, so here we can see it on a mobile device. So if we stretch this out, this is what it looks like on the desktop. And then as we bring it together, you can see that it now adjusts beautifully, sending the author box down here to the bottom. And then if we bring it even closer to something that's more resembling a cell phone, we can see here that it maintains the mobile view very well. That is an example of how you create a template element and assign it to a post type. Okay, so there's definitely more applications for the Kadence elements in building out your site, and the last few examples that I've shown, this is just a few things that you can do with Kadence elements. We'll explore that in later tutorials. What we're going to do next is now we're going to go ahead and take a look at the other features that are also added on with the Kadence Pro Theme add-on. And the next one we're going to take a look at is the WooCommerce add-ons. Now, WooCommerce is the plugin that allows you to operate e-commerce on your website. And with the WooCommerce add-ons, essentially what this does is it adds some additional options into the customizer for your e-commerce store. So let's go ahead and toggle that on and take a look at what those additions are. So once this is on, we're going to go back to the front end of the website. And let's just go back to the home page here. And then I'm going to click on the customizer. And now within the customizer, you'll notice a new tab that says WooCommerce. This will contain all the new options that have been added. When we click on this tab, we're going to see all the options that are now available to you for your store and your products. So we have a store notice tab. If you click on this, you'll see here that now you can enable a store notice. So this will allow you to let people know if your store is in a testing mode or if you have some kind of notification that you would want. You would just simply place that notification here and then it would be displayed on the front end of your website. Then you can also choose where you would like to place that. So right now you can have it hanging over the top, above, or bottom. And then there's a dismiss button here for the user to dismiss. You can also disable the dismiss button so that that notification is there all the time. And then, like all the other tabs, you also have the option of applying some design to the store notice. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and toggle that off and check out the other options. The next tab is the single product layout option. So what this allows you to do is it allows you to be able to configure the layout of your products page. So let's go to products page here. I'm going to go to the shop, and we're just going to select a product. Okay. All right. So this is the product layout, and these settings apply to how this layout is presented. So right now, if we take a look here at the above content layout, it's set to breadcrumbs, but you can also set it to extra title area, which will place an extra title area above the product with the category name in there, category title here. Okay. You can also choose to have nothing there instead, where you don't have anything at all. Okay. I prefer to have the breadcrumbs. And then here we have the product layout, similar to all the pages. Here you can control the type of layout that you want. So here, this is our normal layout. This is the narrow layout, full width, right? So if I wanted this to be more narrow, you could reduce it that way. Or you could set it to be full width, where it will span the full width of the browser. You can choose to have a sidebar on the left or a sidebar on the right. Okay. Set that back to normal. All right. And then here you can choose what the product default sidebar will be. And then this addresses the content style. So this content style is a boxed style, but you can choose to have it be unboxed, and that will take away that box look and have the page be more unified. We also have the content vertical spacing. So that's the spacing at the top and the bottom here of the product page. You can disable that if you want, or you can only enable it for the top or only enable it for the bottom. Let's keep it enabled. Next are the product elements. So the product elements are all the little details that you see here in the product page. So the first one is the category, and you can toggle the visibility of these elements on and off. So right now the category is toggled off, but if you were to click on the eye icon here, that will toggle it on, and you'll see now that the category is now visible and linked. Okay, let's go ahead and toggle that back off. Then we have the title, you have your rating, the price. Now any of these elements that have a drop down arrow on the right means that there's some additional settings and configurations that are available to you. So if we click on the arrow here, you can show a shipping statement and actually control what the statement says. So you would just add that shipping excerpt in the field here. We have your excerpt, the add to cart, which also has a drop down arrow here. You can configure the button size to normal, medium, large, or large. Then there are extras. So the extras are these items that you see here underneath the add to cart button. And if we click on the settings here, you'll see that you can actually dictate what this says. So this says free shipping on orders over $50, and then there are 3 benefits here. But you can change that. You can add a different title, and then you can change what the benefits are. You can select icons for each benefit, and you can add up to 5 benefits here. Okay, so there's a 4th feature and a 5th feature field as well. Next is the payments, which is currently turned off. But if we toggle that on, it allows you to be able to show the payments badges and a guaranteed safe checkout badge on your product page. Okay, so this is great if you're looking to boost some more, add some more credibility, or show that you have multiple ways for people to be able to pay. And then there are also additional settings here. So you can choose the icon colors. Right now it's inherited from the provider, but you can also set this to just be grayscale if you like, if it better suits your design. You can also turn on showing that you accept Stripe or that it's powered by Stripe. You can turn that off. And then if there are any payment methods that you don't accept, you can toggle those on and on here from all the options that are available. And there are different options that are available, including Apple Pay, Google Pay, and then there are 5 additional custom custom badges that you can show for different payment types that may not be represented by default in the payments option. Okay, let's go ahead and toggle that back off. Next is the product meta, which is this information here. And then there's the share icons as well. All right, you can choose to configure how the quantity is displayed. So if I toggle this off, it'll be the traditional field, and you can use these up and down arrows. Or you can toggle it on and have the plus and minus controls to be able to increase or decrease the quantities. You have your product variation display, whether you want that to be displayed horizontally or vertically. And then the tab style has to do with the content down here. You can set this to be horizontal as it is right now. Excuse me, set it to be normal, or you can set it to be centered like that. Okay. You can choose to show the default headings in the tab content. So that's within this content. I can toggle this off and it will remove the word description in there, right? Because we already have a description here in the tab, so you may not want to repeat that multiple times. Let's go ahead and toggle that off. You can choose to show weight and dimensions in the additional information tab. It's not here right now because that information isn't populated, but there's usually an additional information tab here. And then you can choose to toggle on whether you want to show related products or not. You can toggle that on and off. And then how many related product columns. The last feature here is going to be the sticky add to cart. So this is the add to cart button. If you turn on the sticky add to cart option when the user is scrolling, then what ends up happening is an add to cart section will show up here. So let's go ahead and toggle that on. Okay, so now this is on, and if we start to scroll, you'll see here that we now have an add to cart. And you can control where this is. So you can choose to have it on the top as it is right now, or if you prefer, you can have it on the bottom and it will show up on the bottom. Okay, you can also choose to enable or disable this for mobile devices. All right. Next, let's take a look at the next option here. So I'm going to go back to the WooCommerce options. And now we take a look at the product catalog. So the product catalog is basically the archive pages for your products. Okay, so this is typically what it looks like, or you could be in a specific category. So let's say it's utensils, and these settings will control what you see here. Okay, so we have the archive title layout, where if you can choose to have this kind of a layout where you have a page header area, or if you prefer to have it inside of the content, then you can select that option as well. Okay, you can control your container width and the product archive title alignment, right? So centered to the left or to the right. The container minimum height, so this can be taller or shorter, just really depends on what you prefer. And then your title elements, where you have the title, the breadcrumb, and a description. So right now we have shop and we have our breadcrumb. You're not seeing the description because we haven't placed one in there yet. Okay. Then your archive layout, which should be very familiar to you from all the other pages and posts, whether or not you want to have a sidebar, and then your content style. So this current content style for this one is a box style, but you can also choose to have it be unboxed. You can choose what elements you want to show. So you want to show the archive results counts, which is this information here. You can toggle that on and off. Show the archive sorting drop down, which is here on the right hand side. You can toggle that on and off, and then show the archive grid list toggle. So whether you want to show this as a grid or you want to show this as a list, entirely up to you, but you can toggle that option on and off. Okay. And then here we have the product image hover switch. So you notice as I hover over the product, you can see that there's a little zoom going on there. So you can choose to either turn that off or turn it to a fade, a slide, or a flip. Then we have the button action style. So here, if you hover over the product, you notice that the bottom slides up when then displays the add to cart. Okay, you can also choose to have it be always visible to where you kind of lose that action. Then you can choose the button style. So right now we have a text with arrow, but you can also choose to have it be a button. And if you choose to have it to be the button, so if we say we want this to be a button instead, which is right here, then you can also choose to align the button at the bottom. Of course, it would make sense if you're going to have a button to have that always be visible. And then in the event that some of these are not aligned to the bottom or not aligned with each other, you can then use the align button at the bottom option here. But I like the bottom slide up, so we'll leave it at that. And I also like the text with arrows because it gives it a much more minimalist feel. All right, so here you can choose what the shop page should display. So show products, show categories, and products. The category display should show products. And then a default product sorting here, you can choose how you want that to be sorted. You can choose how many products per row, how many rows per page. And then here you can actually choose to show the custom content for the shop page. So the shop page is just a page, but it's a page that's actually controlled by WooCommerce. But if you prefer to build out your own page, and also have it display the items that you place in this actual page, then you can toggle this on, and what will happen is it'll take away what's called the product loop or the archive loop, and then you can go ahead and place your own items, and there are blocks that allow you to actually pull in products here as well, so you can basically customize this page how you want. You can toggle this off. And then we have our archive active filters that you can add to the page here. And then you also have the ability to add an off-canvas sidebar. So if you toggle this on, you'll see here this filter. And if you click on this, there's actually a off-canvas area here where you can add blocks and items to if you want. So you could have your featured products here, or some kind of a special, or some kind of offer that you can add in here. Okay. If you scroll down, you can control the toggle for this. So right now it just has this filter toggle, the label, and then you can also click here to add the widget items. If you click on this, it'll take you to an area where you can go ahead and drop in blocks. But similar to the sidebar areas and the footer areas, I always recommend doing this on the back end of the website, because there will be there's a off-canvas sidebar where you can then add that information. To give you an example of what I mean, if I go back to the dashboard, go to appearance, and we go to widgets, here in the widget area, you're going to see the catalog of canvas sidebar. So anything you add here will be displayed in that off canvas area. So to show you what I mean, let's go ahead and click on the plus sign here, and I'm just going to do a search here in this area for products. And what that'll do is it'll show me all the product items here. And so let's say I want to put a product search in there. Okay, so this is a product search, and let's go ahead and update this, and then let's put something else. Let's just say, just for the fun of it, let's just add a button, or we can add two buttons, and we'll say see specials. And I'll say on the second one, featured products. Now we can add anything here, but I'm just doing this just to show you how that works. Just click on update. Then we'll go back to the front end of the website here. And I'm going to go ahead and make sure that let's go back to our product catalog here and just make sure that I have that toggled on. I do. I'm going to click on publish. We'll close out of this, go to the shop page, and if I click on filter, you can see those items are now here in the off-canvas sidebar. Okay, and there are other things here you can do. You can put other filters in here, you can do other searches and things like that. All right, let's go back to the customizer, WooCommerce, product catalog. And we'll scroll down to where we were, which is here, the off canvas. And then here you can choose the mobile columns layout. So on mobile, maybe you want this to be one column. So if we go like this, you can see that it is one column. But you can choose to also have it be two columns. where it looks like this. So 2-column layout or 1-column layout. Okay. Excellent. All right. So next, let's go back to our WooCommerce add-ons here. And this catalog off canvas sidebar. So these are the settings. These are the areas where you're going to put in the block. So we kind of saw a shortcut to this before. This is just a direct tab to that. But there's also catalog off canvas sidebar settings. So the settings itself for this sidebar is right over here. So you can control the widget titles, widget content styling, link styling, padding, its layout, whether you want a full width or a side panel. So right now it's set up to be a side panel. You could actually set it up to be a full width panel. So if I click on this, then it takes up the full width of the page. Set it back to sidebar. And then you can choose where it slides out from. Right now it's sliding out from the left. You can also choose to have it slide out from the right. Okay. And then the pop-up content max width, 400 pixels. That's the width of this. And then the pop-up background color, and then the close toggle colors, which is this close toggle right over here. Okay. All right, let's go back. Then we have our product image settings. So you can set up what you want your main image width to be from here, and then their thumbnail cropping, and then the crop to the aspect ratio as well. So cropped or uncropped, you can choose that from here. Then you also have your checkout settings. So the checkout settings here, you can choose to make the company name optional, right? Or make it required or hide it entirely. Same thing with the address line to field and the phone number field. And then you can add your privacy policy page here, set your terms and conditions page here, and then add the additional or optional text for your privacy policy for your store. Let's go back here. And then here we have the add to cart behavior. So you can toggle this on to show the cart pop out when somebody adds to the cart. And then you can toggle this option here for the single product Ajax add to cart. So meaning when you add a product, you don't have a whole new refresh for your product page. Okay, let's go back. And then here we have the My Accounts layout. So here you can choose to show the username and avatar. And then you can change where the navigation layout is. So if we look at the My Account page, you'll see here that the navigation layout is here on the right hand side. You can choose to have it be above like this or on the left. You can refresh it this way and have it go back to where it was before. Okay, all right, and that will conclude the WooCommerce add-ons options that are added when you select or toggle on the WooCommerce add-ons. Okay, so now let's go over the remaining features in the Pro add-ons for Kadence. And the next feature is going to be the infinite scroll. So infinite scroll is basically a feature that allows you to add an infinite scroll to your archives or categories when you have a large number of blog posts or items inside of that archive. So this can apply to products and posts and also custom post types. So when you toggle this on, and if we were to go back to the front end of the website here, and let's go to the blog as an example. So the blog here, even though this is using a blog page, this is an archive, right? And it's showing all of our blog posts. And we don't have very many. I think there's about 10 blog posts here. But imagine that you had 100 of them. And if you started to scroll, typically what happens when you get to about 10 is that it paginates, meaning it creates a navigation down here where there's now page 1, 2, 3, and so on to house the rest of the blog posts. And then you would need to click through to get to the next page of posts, all right? The next page list of posts. So what infinite scroll allows you to do is basically it eliminates that pagination, and you just keep scrolling. And then whenever you reach a certain number of posts, then it loads the next number of posts, and it just continues to do that infinitely. Okay, so that's an infinite scroll. All right, so when you toggle that on, to be able to get to the settings of that, just go to the customizer, and then you go to general, and the settings for infinite scroll are under the general tab. If you click on this tab, you will see all the areas where the infinite scroll is toggled on. So for instance here, this is toggled on for blog, and it will apply to all the blog archives. Toggled on for search, toggled on for products. And if you have a custom post type, then it'll be toggled on for the custom post type. And then when you get to the end of the final blog posts in the archive, then you can have a choice of what you want that notification to be. So in this case, it just says end of content, which makes sense, but you can have it say anything that you want. Okay. All right. And that will conclude the walkthrough for your infinite scroll. Next, we have the color palette switch feature. Now, when you toggle this on, this gives you the chance to be able to have a color palette switch that is accessible by the users of your website or by the visitors of your website. So they can switch it from a light theme that you may have to a darker theme. Or it could be really any color that you want. But the most traditional use of this is to go from a light mode to a dark mode. Okay, so let's look at the settings for this. When you toggle this on, if you go to the customizer, and you're going to find the settings for your dark mode under the general tab. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh the screen here so that we can see it. And then if we go to general, and you'll see here the color switch dark mode. And then when you click on this and you enable it, then you will have this switch down here in the bottom right corner. When you disable it, then there's no switch. Okay, so this is something that you would have to enable. Okay, so now there's a user control here where someone who's visiting your website, they can toggle between a light and a dark mode, or technically they're toggling between a color palette and another color palette. So to help make this make sense, if we go back to our general settings here and you click on colors and fonts, you'll remember that there are 3 options for a color palette that you can set up for yourself. So we're using palette 1 in this particular theme, but there's also palette 2, which has a different set of colors, and palette 3, which has another set of colors. And of course, you remember these colors are all customizable. So what's going to be happening with that color palette switch is that when people click on that switch, they're going to be switching between one of these palettes, whichever one you choose. Okay, so if we go back here to the main settings, we go to general and then click on color switch palette. And once you enable this, then that user control here is on the front, and now they can switch between whatever you've designated to be your color palette switch. So here are the settings for that. Okay, so the default color palette is going to be whatever our light mode is. And then you can choose to make this operating system aware if you want, so that it uses your computer settings to choose a default color palette. Or you can leave that toggled off so that you are in more control of what the color will be. Here is the choice of the dark color palette, right? So right now it's set to palette number 3, but you can set it to number 2 if you want to, depending on the color palette that you have there in that slot. And then you can choose to toggle on a different logo for your dark mode, because there's a chance that your logo may be one color scheme for light mode and a different scheme for the dark version of that. Okay. And then this is the option to show the fixed switch. And then here we have the switch type options. So right now it's set to icons. You can also have it be text, and you can also have it be icons and text. Then you also have the switch style. So right now this is kind of like a switch, right? It's kind of like a sliding switch. You can change this to be buttons instead, right? So it's just a button that they click, left and right button. Okay. We'll leave it as switch. And then you can choose where the switch aligns. So right now it's aligned to the right. You can also set it to align to the left. And then here is the side offset. So the distance between the sides of the browser and the bottom of the browser. This is where you will set that distance. And then here you can select your icons. So your light mode icon and your dark mode icon, the icon size, and the switch colors. And then here you can set the fonts if you're using text in your switch. And then the labels for that text can be changed here as well. You can also choose the visibility of whether you want this on desktop, tablets, or your mobile devices. Okay. And that is how the color switch dark mode feature works. All right, let's go back to our Pro add-ons here. And then here you can see the local Gravatars. So this one here, it just basically loads your Gravatars from your servers, instead of loading it from gravatar.com, where people typically set up their Gravatars. Just gives you a little bit of a performance boost for your site. All right, and then the final add-on here is the archive custom settings. Now the archive custom settings, what this does is it allows you to have a custom display for your categories and your taxonomies on your site. Now you may be wondering, how is this different from the settings that we have in the customizer for our archive layouts already, right? So how is that different? Well, let me show you. So if we come over here to the Pro add-ons, and let's take a look at a taxonomy or an archive. So this will affect your posts and your products and your custom post type categories. So let's go to a post and let's go to categories. Okay, so when you do this and you come over here, you're looking at a very specific category. So this is the craft category. And if we click on edit to customize the settings for this, you'll see the settings that are available. So there's the name, the slug, the parent category, and the description, and that's it. Okay. Also, if you go to products, which also has categories, okay, you can also customize these categories as well, right? You have name, slug, parent category, description. There's a display type and a thumbnail. Okay. So depending on the post type, there may be different category options. So what the archive custom settings does, if we go back to it here, so go to appearance, cadence. When you toggle this on, what this will do is it'll allow you to assign custom display settings for individual taxonomies and archives. So what that means is, now that I have this on, if I go to posts, go to categories, and I click on the editing options for one of these categories on the back end of the dashboard here, I'll now have two additional display options available to me. So I now have the above header background image, where I can now add an image to this specific category. And I can also set the default columns, so the amount of columns that will be available for the items inside of that category. And what this does is it allows me to specify specifically for this category separate from what we have in the general settings within the customizer. So what that means is, for instance, if I go to, let's go to the front end here, okay, and let's look at a specific category, this craft category, okay. So if you notice, whether you're on the craft category or if you're on the general blog category, okay, the layout is the same, the header is the same, the content is laid out the same, okay. So in this case, we have one column here, okay. If these settings are controlled within the actual customizer. Okay, so what that means is, if you remember, anytime you set something up within the customizer, so you would go to the customizer, post, pages, layout, select the archive layout. That's where the settings and the layout for this archive is set up, or for these archives are set up. Anytime you do this, you're setting it up globally for all the archives, or the blog archives on the website. Okay, so whether you're looking at the blog archive or the craft archive, that's always going to look the same based on what's set up here globally in the default. Okay, so that includes the number of columns and even the background of the header for the archive. Okay, so if we come back here though, now that we have the archive custom settings toggled on, we can actually affect different changes for the archive individually, okay, and that applies to your products and also your custom post type archives as well. So to show you an example of that, let's say for the craft archive, I want the columns to be 3 columns, okay, and I'm going to go ahead and let's also add an image. So I'm going to add an image here, and I'm going to say I want this image and insert that, okay, and then I'm going to click on update. All right, so now if I go back here and close out of this, so look here at this blog archive, see how this is laid out, okay? But if I go to the craft archive, you now see that it looks different from the blog archive. So now I have my 3 columns from my posts, and then I also have this beautiful header now compared to what you would have here on the blog. So the archive custom settings essentially allows you to have individualized settings for your archives, categories, and taxonomies whereas the global one allows you to have global settings. And if you want to separate out the settings for a specific category or taxonomy, then you want to use the custom archive settings to do that here on the back end. Okay. And with that, that will conclude the walkthrough of all the Pro add-ons that are available in the Kadence Pro Theme add-on. That will also conclude the walkthrough of the Kadence website building tools. I hope that you have enjoyed this deep dive. I covered as many of the features as possible, but believe it or not, we actually haven't really scratched the surface of all the ancillary benefits that you get, such as the Kadence Pattern Hub, Kadence Blocks Pro, the Kadence Shop Kit, and many of the other benefits that you get once you're a part of the Kadence community. So I hope that I've given you enough here to see that pretty much any kind of website is possible, and I'm really looking forward to creating more tutorials on some of the other plugins that Kadence has to offer. But until then, I hope you have a great time building out websites with Kadence. Thank you very much for your support and for watching the video. And if you have any questions, please feel free to leave them in the comments below. Also, please like the video if you like it, so that it contributes to the algorithm and more people can find this video. And then check out my other videos on the channel as well. And also, if you're not a subscriber to my channel, please go ahead and subscribe so you can be notified anytime I release new videos. And for those of you who are subscribers, thank you so much for subscribing and for your support. And until next time, I'll see you in the next video.